Hey guys, welcome everyone. This is Peter with Cybrack. Let me make a quick introduction to this free Palo Alto Networks video series so you guys know exactly what's covered and what's inside. Hello, this is Palo Alto Firewall for Beginners by Cybrack. I am Peter Kolesny. I'm gonna run this class for you. This course is meant to show you how to perform a basic initial setup of a Palo Alto Networks firewall when you take a new device out of the box and you have no connectivity to the firewall system. You need to give it an IP address for administration. You want to configure interfaces, basic settings, and eventually the policies. So it's meant to show you how to quickly configure a PAN-OS device, Palo Alto Networks firewall, next generation firewall system, without going into too much details for each of the different features and technologies that we will cover. So I will show you how to perform this basic configuration, how to get the firewall up and running, and how to control communication that goes through the firewall. What we will look at in particular is going to be how to connect to the firewall for the first time. I will show you how to configure an IP address using a console, so you could then connect to the firewall using a GUI from a remote location, from a management station. And next, we will take a look at a bunch of basic firewall settings, including the concept of so-called service routes. Then I'm going to discuss configuration of firewall interfaces and security zones. We will, moving on, talk about connectivity testing to see if we can reach locally connected devices and also if locally connected devices can reach us. Another topic is how to configure routes on the firewall to obtain connectivity across the whole network, to eventually show you configuration of the security policy. I'm going to explain the implicit policy rules and then show you how to add custom roles. We will also spend a little bit talking about policy processing. And finally, I'm going to enable NAT so we can test our deployment. As you can tell, we've got a nice bunch of topics to go through. So let's don't waste our time and start looking at them one by one. We will now take a look at how to connect to the firewall to eventually obtain GUI access to the system so we can start with other configuration. Now, this is something that is pretty much critical for every single case when you deploy the firewall for the first time. Depending on the appliance type, like physical versus a virtual firewall, an IP address on the device might be actually pre-configured, but it doesn't necessarily gonna fit your network, your management network, or basically a network that you want to use for management. So because of that, one of the first things that we will do when we take a firewall out of the box or when we install a virtual firewall is gonna be specifying an IP address for administration. And this IP address is something that we will then use for connectivity with SSH, maybe Telnet, or even API. API is going to be the third method that we can use for a connection to the Palo Alto Networks firewall. We've got console, we've got remote access with Telnet SSH, and we've got API, where API stands for Application Programming Interface, and is something that will be used by our scripts or applications to connect to the firewall. As I said in the beginning, the goal in our case is going to be to first and foremost configure an IP address on the management interface so we can then connect with a GUI or maybe SSH to access the command line in a remote fashion. The command syntax that we will use to set up a firewall for remote access, either command line or GUI based, is going to be set device config. And the first thing that we will want to specify here on the console, just through the console, is going to be to tell it what type of address assignment we want to use. Now, if we go for a DHCP, a DHCP-client option, this means that we want to use DHCP for address allocation. And in this case, we are pretty much done with the config. Versus if we select the static option, which is what I'm going to use, it means that we want to assign an IP address manually. In the second case, it also means that we will have to specify the address itself, which is what we will do with the aid of the other command, set device config system IP address. Okay, once we are done with that, we will say show interface management to quickly take a look at the results of the configuration. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. In our network, as you can tell, we will use the management interface of the firewall for administration, and I will be connecting from this Windows station 172.16.1.200. So this is the address of the Windows device that I will use to get to the firewall, open the GUI, use the GUI access. And then on the firewall itself, we will give it .10 on the management interface. So 172.16.1.10 is what we want to give this firewall to connect to it. Let's take a look at that. Let's just click on the firewall connect for the first time using the console connection. Admin, this is the default credentials, what you will use to access the firewall for the first time. Everything is lowercase here. Admin with a password of admin. Now notice that the firewall is going to ask you to change the password here, and I'm going to set a password to match what we have here, CyberArk PW exclamation mark. So I will just specify the old one and then put new password and confirm so we can access the CLI. Okay, so as I mentioned, we will now use the set device config system command, set device config system type to start. But this is something that we will have to do from the configuration mode. So I will first and foremost say configure and then set device config type, system type. I can either say DHCP client or static. I'm going to say static here, and then set device config system IP address 172.16.1.10. This is what I want to configure on the firewall. Then we will say what is the net mask. It is /24. So 255.255.255.0. And the last step is going to be to give it a default gateway. I'm going to say 172.1.254. We don't really have it. I don't need a default gateway because my Windows PC is directly connected here. So pretty much the only thing we need is the address and the net mask. With that in place, we will issue the show. Let's go down to the privileged mode, to the exec mode, and let's say show interface management. So first thing we want to take a look at here is going to be the status. We see that the interface is up. It says it doesn't know what's the address is, what's the net mask, because we haven't committed the configuration. So we need to go back to the configuration mode and say commit. Remember that PAN-OS, or just Palo Alto Networks Firewall operating system, is what it doesn't take your configuration changes immediately. In order for the configuration changes you make on the system, you have to install them, which is what is preferred with the commit command on the command line, or for the commit button on the GUI. So once we commit and the process is complete, that means that the configuration got installed on the firewall and is now active. Okay, let's wait for this configuration to be installed. We are almost done. Here we are at 98%. We see that message commit was successful. So let's go down to the exec mode and say show interface management once again. And now we see the settings we configured here. The interface is up. And when I eventually connect, we will also see we can actually see some packets being received and transmitted right now. So the next step is going to be to go to my management station. I'm on Windows PC. This guy here, 172.16.1.200. And we will just try to connect to the firewall, HTTPS to 172.16.1.10. Go to advanced, proceed. The certificate problem is related to the fact that I don't trust the self-signed certificate of the firewall on this PC. You could fix this problem if you install the firewall certificate to the trusted certificate store of this Windows station. Okay, so put the right password, the new password that we configured when connecting for the first time. And let's see if we can connect to the system. Just in case you want to modify or just change some of the settings configured on the management interface, you still have that option to use the GUI to make those changes. Just go ahead and take a look at device setup interfaces and select the management port. Device setup on the left. Interfaces, let's switch the tab and just click on the management interface, and this is where you can see all the configuration that we defined for the command line. If you make the changes here, don't forget to commit the configuration so they take effect. Now, once we've got the management interface configured and we can access the firewall remotely for administration, another thing we could possibly take a look at is the basic settings of the firewall. In this case, I'm thinking about stuff such as DNS server addresses, time synchronization, maybe specifying and configuring the Palo Alto networks, updates, and stuff like that is something that we will take a look at from the device and setup menu in most cases for most of those things. Let's go to device and setup and then start with management. We've got general settings that we can configure. In order to make changes here, just click on the tool icon, specify the host name for the firewall, like for example FW1, configure a domain. In my case, it is cybersecurity.com. You could also specify a login message, so when you connect to the firewall, when you log in, you will see the message displayed. This is also where we can specify some other settings, like the certificate related settings for the management network. This is where we can specify the time zone or set the time manually, and also enable some settings, additional settings, such as, for instance, the advanced routing mode. Okay, advanced routing mode is something that gives you access to more routing settings than the standard mode, and stuff like virtual routers and additional routing settings is what you will be able to look at when you turn the advanced routing mode on. But this is behind the scope of this session. What I want to do at this point is just to configure the host name and the domain name. Maybe let's also change the time zone to something else. I'm gonna go for, let's go for New York here, and just okay for that. Okay, this is the basic stuff for general settings. Good thing to start your configuration. Bunch of additional settings you could consider would be additional banners or messages. And this is also where we can configure some other options related to the system behavior, like authentication settings, or to administration, like password complexity. We also have logging and reporting settings for monitoring, what we can specify. But in my case, it's pretty much the host name and then the domain name, what I wanted to configure here. Okay, another one that we have is DNS, NTP, and update server settings. So this time you want to switch from device setup management to device setup and operations. Excuse me, not operations, the services. We want to specify, edit the settings. Update server, I want to leave the default value. Once you've got DNS in place, the firewall is going to be able to perform the resolution, figure out the actual address to connect. I'm going to specify 8.8.8.8 for DNS, because my firewall will essentially use a DNS that is hosted by Google. I don't have any internal DNS server. You would normally have it. You would normally have probably an Active Directory, a domain Active Directory setup with DNS. In my case, I want to use external system. So there will be just one DNS configured on my firewall. What else? One more thing is going to be NTP server. I'm going to specify pool.ntp.org, which is another public service. So in this case, I don't have a internal NTP server, and I want to use external addresses, external, in this case it's actually a cluster of NTP servers. NTP and DNS in this network will be configured as external services. And the reason I configure these services as external, one of the reasons, is that I also want you to think about routing configuration, because the key thing to remember about PAN-OS is that by default, the firewall is always going to try to use the management interface to access external servers and external services. In order to change it, we will want to configure what is known as service routes. Just to make it clear, if we were to leave the configuration of those basic settings like that, with DNS configured as 8.8.8.8 and NTP server configured as an external service, the firewall would not be able to communicate with those servers in this network, because the management interface is what the firewall will eventually try to do to connect to them. And in my case, management network is a kind of like out of band. It is restricted. It is separated from the internet. It has no connection to the internet. So because of that, in order to get this setup work, we would also have to tell the firewall that for DNS and NTP, it should be using the Ethernet 1/2, an external interface for connectivity. So we want to force the firewall to use this interface for external services, specifically NTP and DNS. And the way we can accomplish this is with the aid of service routes. Service routes is something that we can configure from the same menu, device setup services, under services features, service route configuration. As you can tell, the management interface will be used by default for all those external services, which means that we want to click customize, and there is now two ways how we can define changes to this default configuration. One is going to be to specify the interface, source interface for this or another service. Like for instance, for DNS, I want to click on DNS and I want to change and select another interface. Ethernet 1/2 is still down, so I am not able to do so. But we will get back to this after we are done with firewall interfaces. For now, I just want to show you where to do the configuration. So we will also have to do the same for NTP. Tell it to access NTP servers, use a different interface. And the second way is going to be to go to the destination tab and specify the destination, like for example 8.8.8.8, and specify the interface from there. So the bottom line is that for service routes, you can configure them in one of two ways. You can either deploy them on a per external service basis or on a per destination basis. It is now time to start thinking about building connectivity in our network. We will accomplish this by configuring firewall interfaces. You can think of an interface as of a point where the traffic enters the firewall or leaves out of the firewall after being processed. So it's an entry point to the firewall for the traffic so it can get processed, so it can get inspected, and when the firewall says, I'm okay with those packets, I will allow them to leave through typically a different interface from what they entered the firewall on. Now, there are a few different types of interfaces that are available on PenOS. You could configure them as layer 2 ports, as layer 3 interfaces. You can do VLANs, you can aggregate those ports, but we will take a look at a simple case where we will just use the most typical, the most common interface type known as layer 3. Also remember that a given interface will never process the traffic unless it is assigned to a so-called security zone. Now the question is what a security zone actually is. And now security zone is something that is gonna make a logical boundary that the firewall is gonna use to eventually control the communication. Now the idea behind security zones is that we will use them to segment our network into those more trusted or less trusted portions, and the traffic is only gonna be allowed between these different zones, assuming that the firewall's policy allows for that. So for instance, we can create a security zone called inside, which is meant to be connected to trusted devices like our internal users. We can have another security zone called outside, external, or internet, which will be connected to the external world, typically the internet. We can have other zones for specific device types, like for instance for special user departments, maybe human resources, maybe security operations. We can have a security zone for certain applications or servers, like for DevOps, test applications, the test servers, and similar. So the idea is that the more security zones we have, the easier it is going to be to break down the whole communication, make it more granular in terms of inspection and control with the aid of security policy. Because as we will see, security policy is going to be made of rules where one of the main conditions that will be used to define those roles is going to be security zones. So in general, the more security zones you have, the more granular control you will be able to enforce on the firewall, but more administration roles it is going to require. Another important point about security zones is that they are related to the implicit firewall behavior. This is related to the default filtering logic of the firewall. As we will see later in this course, the firewall uses two implicit security policies, security roles, one for infrazone and one for interzone communication. So what's the difference between them and how is this related to the concept of security zones? For instance, assuming that we would configure security zone called in for interface 1/1 and use a different security zone like out for Ethernet 1/2, the communication between these two interfaces, since they are part of different zones, would be classified as interzone communication. And the default behavior of the firewall for interzone traffic is to drop it. So this means that without defining any custom or just specific security policy rules meant to explicitly permit communication from the inside to outside or outside to inside, the firewall would always drop communication that is trying to traverse through these two interfaces, through these two zones. And now, on the other hand, if we were to use the same zone on these two ports, like for example, inside and inside on both interfaces, that would be treated as intrazone traffic. I mean, the traffic that would be traversing from these interfaces, which based on the implicit or just default firewall policy would be allowed. So that communication would be permitted. And because of that, it is very important to carefully plan configuration of security zones and their assignment to the interfaces. Here also remember that a single interface can only belong to one security zone. You cannot assign more than one security zone to a single interface. The firewall is not going to allow that. It is always going to override a zone with the new setting. So single interface equals single security zone. Remember about that. We will now configure interfaces and zones on this firewall. This is something that we can do from the Network tab. Let's switch to Network and start with zone definition, because zone is something that we will then want to assign to interfaces. So under Network and Zones, I'm going to say Add, and I will call my first zone In, where I'm going to set the type to be layer free, because I will be using layer free interfaces, and we will accept. And then we will configure another zone called Out, still at layer free. Okay. And now with zones in place, we can go to interfaces and start configuring them one by one. And based on our topology and also what I mentioned earlier, we will want to use the in zone for Ethernet 1/1 and then out for the second interface. Let's start with 1/1. We will give it an IP address of 10.1.1.10/24, where the outside interface is going to get 192.0.2.10/24. So this is what we want to configure. Moving on in this portion of the course. I'm going to go to the interface, click on it. And the first thing that I want to set here on the port is going to be the interface type. Remember that my zone was configured as layer 3, which means that my interface, in order to take the zone, it must be also configured as layer 3. And the reason that I'm using layer 3 interfaces is that the firewall will be essentially routing packets between our different zones. Okay, there is also a concept of so-called virtual router. At this point, you can just think of it as of the routing table. So assuming that we want all these interfaces to be part of a single routing table, we will just make them part of the same virtual router. And there is a default virtual router called default, so we will use it. We will not be building a dedicated virtual router instance. Next, I want to specify the zone. I want to set it to N and configure an IP address on this firewall. This is going to be a static address, 10.1.10/24, and we will just OK. And we should see that the interface, the link state of this port, is going to eventually turn green. Let's also configure Ethernet 1/2. It's going to be the same process. What I will take to finish this configuration, I'm going to start with the type, layer 3, virtual router is set as default, and security zone, in this case, we will use the out zone, and of course an IP address will also change to 192.0.2.10/24. Okay, so let's refresh. At some point we should see, once I commit the configuration, we should see that these interfaces will eventually come up. Just one more thing before we commit, I want to go back to device setup services. Remember that I also said that in order for the firewall to communicate with external services, in order to force it to use something different than the management port, we want to explicitly configure a service route. So again, we want to define service routes for NTP and DNS to use the outside interface. So for DNS, I'm going to choose Ethernet 1/2, the outside interface, and we will do the same for NTP. Use an outside port. And we will now commit to install this configuration. We will now have to wait until the firewall installs these changes. And when this configuration becomes active, we should be able to eventually test connectivity. Okay, so now we can tell that the link state is green, which means that the interfaces are up. I'm going to go to the firewall's command line, and I'm going to use the ping command, where I'm going to specify the source. In case of PAN-OS, you want to specify the source to make sure that the firewall uses the right interface to generate ping packets. And we will try to ping router 1 from Ethernet 1/1, and then router 2 from the outside port to confirm connectivity. So 10.1.1.10, this is my inside interface, and I want to ping a host 10.1.1.1, which is router 1. We see that we have connectivity, and let's also try to ping from 192.0.2.10. Try to get to router 2, which is on the outside. We have connectivity here as well. Before we move on and take a look at the routing configuration, I want to go back and talk about connectivity here, basic connectivity tests. we have just saw how to test connectivity from the command line with the interfaces being up and configured. But the problem is that if you were to try to test connectivity and not directly from the firewall, but from the devices around the firewall, trying to ping the firewall and not vice versa, you would see a problem related to the default implicit behavior of a PAN OS. So we saw that the firewall is able to ping the locally connected devices, but what about if I were to connect to router 1 and try to ping the firewall? We see that in this case, the result of the test is failed. What I'm trying to say here is that if you were to use those devices to test connectivity after configuring interfaces of the firewall, you could run into an impression that there is something wrong with the configuration because the firewall does not reply. It seems that connectivity is broken, which is not necessarily the case. So what's the problem here? The default behavior of the firewall is that it is going to block all management communication destined to its data interfaces unless you assign a special component that is known as a network profile, which is where you will tell the firewall what type of services, management traffic, you want a given interface to accept. So we can control HTTP, HTTPS access, SSH, Telnet, SNMP, and also ping. Now, once we create a network profile from network profiles, we will want to assign it to an interface to start working. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. I'm going to go to network, down to network profiles, choose interface MGMT, where we will configure a profile for our data ports. I'm going to call it data ports profile, where I'm going to accept ping as a service that I want to process on those interfaces. Now, also notice that you've got a section called permitted IP addresses. You could be more specific in terms of what devices will be able to connect to the interface with these management services and protocols. You would just have to put the addresses of allowed or just trusted stations to this list over here. But we will just configure a ping as one of the allowed, the only allowed management service. And now in order to make it work, we will have to go back to interfaces and reconfigure them, assign them this profile, which can be done from the Advanced tab, Advanced, Management Profile, select the data ports profile, so the profile that we have just defined, and let's do it for both interfaces. You may only want to use it for the inside, so the trusted devices can detect the firewall, but in my case, I will do this on both sides of the network, trusted and untrusted. I'm using a single profile for both of these. Just don't forget that for the changes to take effect, we need to commit them. And when this configuration becomes active, the firewall starts using it, we should be able to establish connectivity, reach the firewall interface even from the locally connected devices. Okay, so we see that the firewall's configuration had to be installed because we now have connectivity. Another thing we'll now take a look at is how to configure routing on the firewall. We have two types of, or just two routing methods that we could use on PAN OS. Certainly the easiest way is going to be to just configure static routes for network virtual routers and static routes. Or as an alternative, you could also use dynamic routing with RIP OSPF, BGP. You could even configure IP multicasts and use some advanced routing features such as policy-based routing, or even perform route redistribution. And as I said earlier in this session, the advanced routing engine, or just advanced routing mode, is going to even give you access to some more tools and options for the different routing methods and protocols. But we will do the basic stuff. We will configure a static route to point to router 2 on the outside, so the firewall knows how to get to the internet. So this is going to be a static default route where I'm going to point to router 2, and then on the inside we will use OSPF. We will run OSPF with router 1 in area 0 in the backbone. Router 1 is already pre-configured, so we should see that once the adjacency comes up, the firewall is going to learn about 10.11.11/24 prefix. Let's take a look at this on the GUI. I'm going to go to network and then virtual routers, because virtual router, remember, is what kind of like makes our routing table. Our interfaces belong to the default instance, which means that this is the instance that we want to modify. Static routes, let's start with this. Let's configure a default route. I'm going to add a route for 0.0.0.0/0 with a destination of router 2. Excuse me, this is the name, so I'm going to call it default-route. This is the prefix, 4 zeros/0. And then I'm going to say that the default route is reachable out of Ethernet 1/2 with a next hop address set to router 2 192.0.2.2. I'm going to leave the default admin distance metric. The routing table is, of course, set to unicast. We want use bidirectional forwarding detection or path monitoring. This is the simplest configuration for the default route we can get. And then we will switch to OSPF from static routes. We will enable the OSPF process. I'm going to give it a router ID of 10.10.10.10. And we will configure the backbone area. Notice that you want to configure the backbone as 4 zeros. That's the syntax that the firewall is going to take. This is going to be a normal area where the interface where I want to put to the backbone area is going to be my inside, which is Ethernet 1/1. 1/1 goes to the OSPF process. We only enable OSPF on the inside. Okay, no virtual links, no authentication, no advanced changes. It's just this single interface, and let's go ahead and quickly commit this change. I'm going to close. You don't have to keep the commit window open. You can always go ahead and take a look at the commit status and other tasks over here. The way that we will verify our routing configuration is by clicking on more runtime stats. Again, we are still with network and virtual routers. So more runtime stats. It's going to display the content of the routing table here. And if we take a look at the OSPF tab, this is also where you can verify the adjacencies. And now we see that the adjacency is up. We have established an adjacency with router 1. We go back to the routing table. We should see that we learned about the 10.11.11/24 network. Let's refresh, and we see that the prefix, OSPF prefix, is Over here, we also have a default route pointing to router 2. Okay, so if I were to go back to the command line of the firewall, I should be now able to ping from the inside interface. I should be able to get to 10.11.11.11.1, which is the Ethernet 0/1 of router 1. And I should be also able to get to the Ethernet if I change the source to 192.0.2.10 and try to get, let's say, to Google's DNS. So it tells me that I have full connectivity in this network, at least from the firewall's perspective. Moving on with our session, we will now talk about security policy, which is going to make one of the main components or just one of the main places where you will look at when working with PAN-OS. Because stuff like basic firewall initialization, initial setup, like when you configure IP addresses, when you set up management access, when you define addresses of DNS, NTP, update servers, this is something that you typically configure only once. And when everything is configured fine, the firewall has connectivity, routing is properly deployed. Most of the other things that you will do on the firewall is going to be related to policy administration. So security policy is obviously this single place where we will define our roles, or basically tell the firewall what type of communication, what type of traffic we want to permit across the system, what traffic we may want to inspect, or maybe what traffic we may simply drop because we don't want it to cross between the different segments. And our security policy can be thought of as a large database of rules, where each of those rules is made of so-called attributes. Attributes can be broken down into two types: required and optional. Required attributes include the rule name, rule type, intrazone versus interzone versus universal. We've got security zones for the source and destination, and application and action. So this is something that you need to specify when you configure a rule. Now, instead of an application, technically you can configure a port number, a service, and specify so-called application default inspection. But the rule name, type, zone, and action is what we need at minimum in every single security policy rule. Optional stuff is going to include elements like IP addresses, like logging settings, like security profile configuration, where we enforce other advanced inspection settings. So something that you don't have to configure when you define the rules. And another important thing to remember about security policy is that it is processed top-down. For instance, if you have 3 rules, 1, 2, and 3, and by the way, as I said earlier, security policy is also going to include 2 implicit rules. I'm going to call it implicit 1 and implicit 2. The implicit one is the intra-zone rule that allows communication that remains within a single security zone. Remember, when you get a packet on interface, let's say Ethernet 1/1, which is part of the inside zone, assuming that the packet wants to leave across another interface that is part of the inside zone, based on that implicit intrazone rule, we will permit the packet, assuming that other rule higher in the policy does not block it. So top-down processing, which means that we check, evaluate the rules one by one, starting with rule number 1, looking for a match. We have a match, we stop evaluation. This is important. When one of the rules is matched for the packet, the firewall is not going to check subsequent rules. It's going to enforce action based on what the rule that was matched says. So that's the idea. If I have a match, let's say rule number 1, I'm not going to check other rules, say packet 1. A packet 2 is we don't have a match for in rule 1, 2, and 3, so we now go and start evaluating our implicit rules. Second implicit rule is for inter-zone traffic. So assuming that packet 2 is let's say from inside to inside, we will accept it. And if packet number 3 is not going to match any of our custom rules, but it is for inter-zone traffic, like inside to outside, we will drop it based on the second implicit rule. Now, if we have packet 4 that doesn't match rule 1 but matches rule 2, it means that we take an action configured in the second rule and don't check any of the subsequent rules. So that's the logic here with the policy evaluation. Let's configure a simple security policy where we will permit some traffic. We will focus on just one direction. This is a simple demonstration where I want to show you how to configure the different settings, basic settings on the firewall. It's not about building, super fancy security policy for different zones. So we have just 2 zones, so it's actually there is no place to build a complex policy. It's going to be for the inside to outside or outside to inside direction. We will focus on this single direction. The goal is going to be to allow our internal clients, internal users to reach the internet. So I'm going to say that 10.11.11 is going to be my source. Internet is going to be the destination, which means that we will use any as the destination. We will be coming from the inside zone. We will be going in this direction, and we will leave for the outside zone. So this is going to be my source zone over here, and then outside is going to be the destination zone. Okay, and let's say that we want to permit the following communication. Our clients will use external DNS, so we will want to permit DNS. Maybe for DNS, let's be more specific. DNS to 8.8.8.8, and then let's permit web traffic, and I will say HTTP and HTTPS, and we will use what is known as the application-based config. Application-based configuration means that the firewall will rely on one of these special identification engines called App ID to distinguish between the different traffic flows. And this is a recommended approach for configuring policy rules because it gives us the ability of configuring more granular policies. The firewall is able to distinguish applications running on a single port from each other, so we can be much more specific when we use applications than just port numbers, which is a legacy approach, something that is no longer recommended to use, especially on a firewall like that supports application identification. Let's go ahead and take a look at this on the GUI. We will go to the Policies tab. The default security policy, as I said, is made of just 2 implicit rules, one for infrazone and one for intrazone communication. And if we scroll to the right, notice that the first rule, infrazone, is to allow the traffic versus the second is to block it. Okay, we will now configure custom rules for DNS and web communication just to show you that how to make the firewall allow certain traffic. I'm gonna call this first rule DNS, maybe in out dash DNS, and the rule type can be intrazone, and one other type I didn't say anything about. Universal means that it's actually it's like a combination of both. It combines the intrazone with interzone, which means that it will affect the traffic that goes within the same zone and also between the different zones. I always want to be specific when I build policy rules. I want to make it easy to understand what a rule is going to affect. So since we will be going from the inside to the outside, I want to make it clear that this is for interzone communication. In is going to make my source zone. For source addresses, we could either specify them here, like use the CIDR notation like that, or you could use objects. I'm going to use objects to make the whole configuration easier to manage. I'm going to call it LAN1, which is going to be a subnet 10.11.11.0/24. You could even assign tags with different colors to easily distinguish between the subnets. Maybe let me quickly show you how to do this when we are done with the policy configuration. My source subnet to the outside zone and destination address. Let's also configure it as object. DNS-server is 8.8.8.8. Application, in this case, what I want to use is DNS. There is tons of different applications available on PanOS. So it's good to have some experience to know what these are about. But if you have a problem, if you don't really know what the application is, I will show in just a second how to find it in the database to get some information that describes the application. The next step is service/URL category. If you use application-based config, in 99% of cases, plus you want to use application default, which means that the firewall will inspect this traffic as long as the application uses its original port, its protocol-specific port, which in case of DNS is going to be 53. And action is what I want to allow. We can log at the session start or session end. I'm going to leave the default action. Two more things before we proceed. I promised to show you how to configure tags. So let's configure to tags. I'm going to call it trusted, and we will give it a green color. And another one, I'm going to call it untrusted or just external, or we will make it red. And now we will go back to the policy and update the role. So click on the role name. And let's click on the object. Let's say, okay, let's just go back. Let's go to objects and addresses, because really what I really want to change is the objects, not the zones. And I want to choose a tag from here. So LAN1 is going to be trusted, and DNS server is external. Okay, for the applications, you can take a look at them under objects and applications. You can use the search option to find an application name, or just look at the different categories and subcategories of applications. If we look for DNS, let's just enter and click on the application. In the second window below here, it is going to give us a description of what DNS is. And in case of certain applications like DNS base, it will give you information about the port number it uses. Okay, it should be sufficient for this session to really understand how we configure those different policy roles and how to select the application without going into too many details. Rule number 1 is for DNS. Now I'm going to click on it and I will say I want to clone. We will add second rule below. So that's the fastest way to configure a similar rule. Just want to clone it. And then click on the rule and change its name. Let's call it web. The source is going to stay the same. Destination is going to be changed to any this time. Destination zone is out. This time application is going to be configured as web-browsing. So this is not necessarily self-explanatory. And this is why I mentioned that you should have some experience with PanOS to know what application to use. The web is probably the most tricky. We've got 2 web applications that are used for HTTP, or basically clear text, and SSL is for encrypted web communication. So these 2 is what I want to include with application default set as the service here. Action allow and OK. Okay, I'm going to commit this configuration, but we will still not be able to test it because we will be missing one thing here in this network to allow the inside to outside communication, which is going to be network address translation. So let's now take a look at that and see how to configure it on the firewall. One more thing I want to go over in this course is network address translation. Network address translation is something that is enabled through a NAT policy on PanOS. Of course, NAT is what we will use to change certain information within an IP packet. In most cases, it's going to be the IP address itself for the source or destination. It could be port number. In our case, what we will want to modify change is going to be source addresses of the packets that are received on the inside interface of the firewall because of how the network is configured, which basically makes router 2 unaware of the inside subnets, inside addresses configured in these environments. So what we will want to do here is that we will want to change the sources from 10.11.11.0/24. So as they leave the firewall, they will show up with an IP address that is assigned from a range of, let's say, 192.0.2.41 through 45. There's 5 addresses for the pool. So this is going to be a new source of within the packet as it is sent to the internet, which means that when router 2 gets the packet, it is going to reply to this translated address, which it will know how to reach because it's a part of the connected network. Before we take a look at configuration, let me quickly discuss the policy for NAT. Each role, NAT policy role, is going to require a source and destination zone at minimum, and similar to security policy, and NAT roles will be processed in a top-down fashion, which means that we will start evaluating the policy with the rules that are placed at the top of the policy. We will check if a rule matches a packet. If it matches, we will perform a translation based on what the rule says. If we don't have a match, we will evaluate subsequent rules in the policy, which also means that for any type of specific translations, you should always put them first in the policy before any type of broader rules. If we don't have a match in the translation table, we will not perform that at all. Using objects is similar to what I showed you for security policy, is optional, but it basically makes the whole process easier to manage in the long run. Policies net is where we will go on the GUI to configure and net roles. It's going to be this table, by default empty, no implicit roles. I'm going to say add internal clients net is going to be name of the role. IP version 4 is going to be the type. And now the original packet, or just the packet that they want to change, this packet is going to be coming in the inside zone. It will be destined to the outside zone, and the packet will be coming from my LAN 1 clients. No matter what the destination is, it's for all packets sent to the internet. So this is what describes the original packet. Now the second column says, do you want to make a translation, and if yes, of what type? I can use configure dynamic net with a pool, a dynamic net with a pool and path. I can do static net, or I can say that this communication I want to explicitly exclude from translation. In our case, it's going to be dynamic translation. We will configure a pool. We will want to configure a pool first before we select it under translated addresses. It seems that I am not able to configure the addresses from here. And then we will leave the destination address translation as none. Okay, so let's cancel for a second. Let's go back to objects. So pool addresses is the only exception to objects for net. If you want to do a dynamic net, you want to define a pool for an address object. Net pool. This is a range 192.0.2.41 through 192.0.2.45, like that. Okay, let's recreate this rule. Give it a name. Inside this, the source zone. Outside is the destination zone. The addresses we want to change is our LAN clients. Then choose the translation type and select the pool. Configure it over here. Leave the destination translation as none. Okay, so inside to outside, this source in the packet, LAN 1 clients, translation will be done dynamically using this pool. No destination address changes. Once again, we only change the sources here. We leave the destination address intact. Okay, so with that in place, we should be eventually able to test this configuration. I'm going to connect to the user PC. The user PC is configured with a default route pointing to router 1. Let's double check. We will open up a browser. And we will try to connect, let's say, to cybersecurity.com. And let's also try to get to, well, we see we can access Google, maybe CNN. Okay, we see that we can definitely connect. We can definitely browse the internet with this simple configuration. And now the way that I would verify this, first and foremost, I would take a look at the security policy or just net policy. Pay attention to hit counts. That's probably the fastest way as how you can verify if the traffic matches your configuration. We should see the hits for the net policy and also for the security policy. So we see that these go up. And another place would be to go to the monitor tab. First and foremost, I would scroll down to the session browser. The session browser is going to show you the existing connections across the firewall. And I would also take a look at logs. Just remember that the difference between session browser and logging is that the session browser is only going to show you connections that already traversed through the firewall. So connections that are up, operational, or that were just terminated, versus logs will show you everything, assuming that the session in our case ended because we configured our policy rules to log sessions at the end. If the session was still up, meaning it hasn't terminated, we wouldn't see an entry in the logs until the session is over. You can change this by configuring to log traffic at the session beginning instead of the end, in which case you would see a log entry immediately in this table. That's pretty much it what I had at this time. I hope you guys enjoyed this course. If you are looking for more specific information about the different topics covered in this course, go ahead and take a look at www.cybersecurity.com. You will find a bunch of courses for PanOS and other appliances, other types of firewalls, other types of IT security content. So just go ahead and visit us on cybersecurity.com. Thank you, everyone, and until the next time.
Hello and welcome to Quantum Spark Jumpstart Introduction. This is one of my favorite products, Quantum Spark. And this series is a Jumpstart program, meaning you have this wonderful product at your hands and you want to know how to get started with this product, how to efficiently protect your organization with this solution. Well, you've come to the right place, because by the end of this training, you'll be able to deploy Quantum Spark within your organization and start to efficiently protect your organization. We'll also perform some administrative tasks within Quantum Spark, for example, VPN, management options, meaning how do you want to manage your device? Locally from the box, from a different box, or maybe from the cloud. How to set up wireless network. How to get updates. How to configure and modify your security policy. How to run upgrades. Troubleshooting, and of course, monitoring. So we're going to have a lot of fun together. So Quantum Spark is an appliance suitable for the small and medium business. Because if you have a bigger organization, you might go with one of our bigger appliances. It depends, for example, on the throughput and the blades you want to enable. So Quantum Spark is right here. And if we will zoom in on the small to medium businesses appliances, we can see these beautiful appliances. For example, the 1535, which can support up to 440 megabit per second and supports Wi-Fi 6. And up to the 1595, which can support 900 megabit per second, Wi-Fi 6, and a 5G network. Amazing. Quantum Spark, what a solution. I really like the definition of Spark. It's an enterprise-grade security for small to medium-sized businesses. All-inclusive security, next-generation threat prevention, application control and URL filtering, IPS, antivirus, anti-bot, anti-spam, sandblast, threat emulation, which you might know as sandboxing. It provides the same level of security as a quantum gateway. It's integrated with Wi-Fi 6, which is new and exciting, XDSL, and cellular traffic with the latest 5G network. It is easy to deploy and manage, and it's a real all-in-one solution. You have on-the-go real-time security alerts and remediation using the Watchtower mobile app, which will have a great video on it. You get simple and insightful reporting. And look at this beautiful throughput, 2.8 gigabits per second firewall, 900 megabits per second of threat prevention, and perhaps the crown jewel, Quantum SD-WAN support, so you get optimal app performance. So during the demos, I'm going to use this topology. This is my home network, so I have my home router at the end. It's an ISP router, it's a dumb router, so every traffic it gets, it just forwards it back to its destination. During the demos, I'm going to use a real live topology. It's going to be connected to my home router at home. It's a dumb ISP router, meaning no firewall rules or special configuration, just your out-of-the-box ISP router. The network it's managing is 192.168.1.0/24. It's a Class C network. On this network, I have my own PC, which I'm going to use to manage it all. That's going to be my admin machine. I have a PBX server, which will allow me to conduct voice over IP calls within my network. I have a VoIP phone on my network as well. I have an Active Directory server running Windows Server, so I'm going to use it to create users and then integrate it with my Quantum Spark, which is right here. I have a Quantum Spark device, and it also hosts its own private and protected network behind it with one PC. The structure of the course is going to be very simple. I'm going to start with a brief introduction like this one. This one is some sort of introduction as well. But it's going to be an introduction per the topic we'll discuss, followed by a demonstration. So you'll know exactly how to get started with your appliance. So it's going to be cool, and most importantly, it's going to be real, because I have a real device. I'm going to install it. No smoke and mirrors. You're going to get the real appliance out of the box and installed to give you the best security, because you deserve the best security. So without any further ado, or actually you may pause the video, because you can pause the video, but anyway, let's get started. Installation. By the end of this training, you'll be able to install the operating system as a VNF and run the first-time wizard. If you want to play with Quantum Spark, you can either use it as an appliance, a physical device that's right in front of you and you can actually hear it and touch it and smell it, if that's what you like, or you can use it as a VNF, meaning as a virtual machine. The operating system is going to be Gaia embedded. It's slightly different than the regular Gaia you all know and love. If you're using an appliance, then the operating system is pre-installed, meaning you plug it in, the operating system is already running. But if you're using a VNF, you'll need to install the Gaia embedded yourself, which is actually really easy, so you don't need to worry about it. First-time wizard is something you'll need to do on both appliance and VNF. This is the product installation, so you'll select if you want to manage this device directly or maybe from a dedicated management server. You'll set up the credentials and access to the device. You'll enable the blades you want to have. Networking settings, for example, if you want to get an IP using a DHCP, or maybe you're going to add it statically, and so on. Set up zero touch, or actually that's the time to use zero touch if you've configured that. And also, if you have internet connection, you're going to obtain the license automatically. If not, you can do it offline or just set it up later as well. So all of these settings will be configured during the first time wizard. During the demo, we'll do two things. One, we'll install the VNF. If you want to use the VNF, you need to either have the ISO or maybe the OVF file if you're using VM Workstation, and some sort of virtualization software. In this case, I'm going to use VMware Workstation. For the first time wizard, you'll need to be familiar with the network topology you're using, so you'll know where to plug it in, which IP address to use, and so on. You'll need a browser, and you will need an Ethernet cable. So this is my topology. I'm going to connect my admin machine directly to the LAN 1 network, so I can go ahead and get an IP address and start managing the device. And actually in this demo, I'm going to connect my appliance using a SIM card to the internet using the cellular data package and not directly to my home router, just for this demo. To install Quantum Spark as a VNF, I'm going to SK 168204. And down here, I can see the available downloads, so either as OVF files or as ISO. And I've already downloaded this file. I'm going to download it again. So you get a TGZ file, I've extracted it. And now from VMware Workstation, in my case, I'm going to open a virtual machine. I'm going to browse to the location of the OVF file that I've extracted. Give it a name. Location is fine. Import. I'm going to edit the virtual machine settings. By default, I have two network interfaces. I'm going to modify them and place them on a different VMnet. And I'm going to add a third adapter. Now, I still don't know which interface is which, meaning I don't know if this is the WAN adapter, if this is the DMZ adapter, I don't know. So I'll turn it on and then we'll know together. Press OK. And power on. In this specific VNF, I was using an OVF. So the operating system was already installed. And now I can just log in with admin. Default password is admin again. And now I have access to Clish, and I can go ahead and do whatever it is that I want. I can change the adapter IP address, I can change the host name, whatever it is I want to do. Now, I do want to know the interfaces assignment. So I'm going to set up expert password, I'm going to enter expert mode, and I'm going to display the MAC addresses just so I can know which interface is which. Okay, so now I can see DMZ, LAN 1, and WAN, and I can see the MAC addresses. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to access the virtual machine settings. And I can see the MAC address of CC is network adapter 1. So network adapter 1 is DMZ. So I'm going to place it on VMnet 3. Second adapter is D6. D6 is the LAN 1, so I'm going to assign it to, I don't know, VMnet 1. And the last one, E0, that's the WAN adapter. So in my case, I'm going to modify this to NAT. And that's it, I've successfully installed a VNF. To run the first time wizard, I need browser access to the appliance. So I'm going to take my admin machine, connect an Ethernet cable to the port. Now in this case, the appliance is running as a DHCP server, so I'm going to obtain an IP address automatically, and I'll know the address of the device is something something something.1, and if not, I'll show you how to check it. And then you'll need to open up a browser session, https / the IP address of the appliance, which you'll need to figure out. But it's not going to use the regular port for HTTPS, it's going to use port 4434. Okay, so let's see it. So here I have all of my network adapters. This is the adapter that's currently connected to the appliance. So I'm going to the status, details. So the IP address that I'm getting is 192.168.1.224. My default gateway is 1.1. So that's the IP of my Quantum Spark. I'm going to open up a browser, type in the IP address 192.168.1.1:4434 and press enter. So the connection is not private because the appliance is presenting me with a certificate that is self-signed, so I'm not aware of that certificate. I'm going to go ahead and approve. And this is the first time wizard. Now, currently I don't have zero touch, so I'm not going to be able to use that. I'm going to set up next the administrator name and password. So I'm going to stay with admin, but I will change the password. I don't want password complexity, so I'm going to leave that unchecked. Help us improve. Yeah, sure, why not? Press next. Date and time, it's okay. I'm not using a network time protocol, so I'm going to leave that off. Press next. My appliance name, I'm going to change it. I don't have a domain. I'm going to manage my device locally, and we'll elaborate on it on a later video. But basically it means I'm going to manage the device and policy by using the local web application. Unlike if you're going to use central management, it means you have a dedicated management server to manage this box. But I'm going to stay with local management. How would you like to obtain internet access? In this case, my internet access is not over a DHCP or an Ethernet cable. It's actually using cellular. So I have my SIM card in. I'm going to press connect. And of course, if you want, you can always configure internet connection later. I'm connected. Here's my IP address. Press next. Now it asks me, how do I want to configure the LAN network? So I'm going to configure the LAN network to be actually .2, like so. The subnet mask is fine. The DHCP is being calculated automatically. I don't have an exclusion range. Press next. Now this setting right here is very interesting. How would you like those 8 ports to behave? Meaning, if I enable this, those 8 ports are acting as a switch, meaning they're all connected to the same LAN network. However, if I'll uncheck it, I'm currently only configuring port 1. So if I'll have another computer connected to port 2, that's going to be an entirely different network. So you can go ahead and modify this now or later. In my case, I'm going to set it up as a single network. Press next. In this window, it asks me if I want to set up the wireless network. Currently, I don't want that. I'll configure the wireless network later. How do you want the administrator to access the device? I'm going to allow the administrator to access the device from any connection and from any IP address. Of course, if you want better security, you can go ahead and modify it, but in this lab, I'm going to leave it as following. It's going to register my appliance. I do have internet connectivity, so this should work, and I have obtained my license. Which blades I want on, I'll use all of them. And that's it. Here's a summary. I'm going to go ahead and approve it. I'm done. I have my appliance running and ready. Web UI Overview. By the end of this training, you'll be able to log in to the Web UI and describe the functionality of each tab. The Web UI is a web application, so you'll need a browser if you want to use it properly. And basically it means that you're going to use a PC to connect over HTTPS to your Quantum Spark. And notice that by default, we don't use the classic port for HTTPS, but port 4434, just because it's more secure this way. From this Web UI, you'll be able to manage the device itself and configure the security policy. So unlike the classic architecture where you use the Gaia Web UI only to manage Gaia as an operating system, when you're using Quantum Spark, you're using the Web UI to do both device configuration and security policy. These are the main tabs from within the Web UI. So you have in home mainly overviews, device. This is mainly device configuration like IP addresses, network addresses, upgrades, and so on. Things related to the access policy, the threat prevention policy, VPN connections, if it's site to site or from a client or from an application, user and objects, and finally logs and monitoring. If you're ever feeling lost, from the home page, under overview, you have the sitemap. In the sitemap, you have all the different links simply laid out, so you can easily find whatever it is you want to do. And of course, you can always just go to the previous page and search for the option you want. But some people like this display, so it's here as well if you prefer it. For this demonstration, you will need connectivity to your Quantum Spark, and you'll need to know the credentials of the appliance so you'll be able to log in and do your stuff. Here's my appliance, so I'm currently at the home page. So here under system, I see the system information, my version, the device name, the MAC address, my uptime. Network, I can see that I do have the internet connected. I'm currently connected over cellular. This is my IP address. Wireless networks are turned off. In this case, I have dual channels. The Watchtower mobile app, currently I still haven't set it up, but I can set it up from here. Network activity here below. Notifications. So for example, earlier today, I've set up a test. So I see the malicious file was indeed blocked. Security dashboard. I can see the different blades. I can see that they're enabled, and I can go ahead and modify them from here. Security management. So we'll talk about this in a different lesson, but currently my device is locally managed, meaning I'm managing everything straight from this box, from the web UI. But I can go ahead and change central, and then it means I'll manage this box from a security management server. Here you can configure a cloud service provider that can handle your security policy and supply a variety of services. Yeah, I just read it from here. But in other words, for example, if you're using Spark management, you can set it up from here. And we'll do this in a later video. License. So you can see the services that I'm using, my MAC address, my registration key. Currently was activated automatically. So for example, a few months ago I had to modify my license. So after I've modified my license, I've just clicked reactivate. And it pulled information in again, and it got the update that I have a different license. Or of course you can do it offline as well. This is the sitemap that we've discussed earlier. The monitoring tab, so I can see the notifications, the active devices that are currently connected to my device, monitoring information. Okay, so I can see all of the different applications that were being used, so this is quite nice. I can see checkpoint IPsec. It's because my computer is connected over a VPN, so I have that traffic. Different reports. This is a really nice report that you can generate. Tools, we'll talk about this in a later video, but this is troubleshooting tools to get insights or to run diagnostic tools. And support information. Moving on to device. So as we mentioned, this is where you manage the device from. So you have network settings, like for example, if you want to set up the wireless network, set up the local network. And we've discussed this in a previous video where you can go ahead and configure how the device will behave. Will it act as one big switch or as separate LANs? So you can customize it from here as well. System operations, you can go ahead and run upgrades, set up administrators, the administrator access, and you have lots of information here. Advanced routing, this is actually really cool. Certificates, high availability settings, and so on. Access policy, everything related to your security policy, but we'll discuss this in a later video. Threat prevention, everything related to threat prevention. For example, IPS, antivirus, anti-bot, threat emulation, they're all enabled and up to date, which is important. And I can see the policy that's being used. VPN. I currently don't have any VPN sites, but in the future, we'll set it up straight from here. Users and objects. So in a later video, we'll connect our Quantum Spark to Active Directory. So we'll be able to pull information about the organization from Active Directory. And finally, logs and monitor, which gives you great insights about what's going on within your organization.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Policy out-of-the-box state. By the end of this training, you'll be able to describe the out-of-the-box state of Quantum Spark and review current policies. So right after First-Time Wizard, you are protected. Out of the box, you've completed First-Time Wizard, you're already protected. Because if you'll take a look at the policy, you'll see that by default, you have the standard policy. Now, unlike the classic firewall architecture when you're using Quantum Firewall or Quantum Gateway, there, the default policy is any drop. But this is an SMB device. It's Quantum Spark. So it's ready to protect you. Okay? So the default policy is to allow traffic to the internet on all services allow traffic between internal networks and trusted wireless networks, block incoming traffic, and as for application control, it's going to block security risk categories. So right out of the box, you'll be able to go to the internet, you'll be able to access other internal networks in your organization, but any random incoming traffic, and we're not talking about replies to your traffic, this is just someone trying to access your internal network, that's going to be dropped. Let's have a look. So if you want to have a look yourself, make sure you have connectivity to Quantum Spark and that you have the right credentials for the appliance. So here I am on my appliance. You can see it's the Quantum Spark 1590 appliance. And here under Firewall Policy, I can see indeed everything we saw on the slide. And if I'll go to Policy, I can see the actual policy in a well-known and lovable format and a rule base. So I can see outgoing access. I have any source to internet destination. And if the application or service is undesired applications, then I can double tap, and I can see which are those unwanted or undesired applications. I can see that it will be blocked with a log. Next, I have the any to the internet on any service except with no log. And then I'm going to have the incoming. If it's someone from within the LAN networks to any destination on any service, yes, they can do whatever they want. Anything else, that's the classic cleanup rule. So these rules are auto-generated. It's similar to the auto-generated rules you have with NAT when you use classic quantum. Okay, so it's good as is, but if you want, you can always go ahead and add a new rule and customize it to look however you want your security policy to behave. You can go ahead and modify and add additional rules.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Policy customization. By the end of this training, you'll be able to modify firewall and application control policy and create a manual rule. The basics of a policy is any traffic can be categorized into its own source, destination, and service. So for example, I can say any traffic coming from any destination can be my DMZ, for example. Service can be FTP. So whenever traffic comes in and we can match it to a rule with these categories, we have an action. The action can be drop or accept. As we saw in a previous video, you already have default rules to protect your organization. However, in this video, we'll see how to customize it and add more rules to your policy. In order to demonstrate this, you'll need access to your Quantum Spark, you'll need to have the right credentials, and you'll need to know what's the organization's network and security needs. Do you want to block that website? Do you want to allow that website? And so on. Here I am from Access Policy. I'm going to enable block file sharing applications. And let's press Apply. I'm now connected to a new client, which is protected by Quantum Spark, meaning all of my traffic here goes through Quantum Spark. Let's try access Dropbox. The site can't be reached. Now let's try to access WeTransfer. Blocked as well. So currently, this rule that I've enabled blocks Dropbox as well, because it's a file sharing application. I'm going to Policy. Let's refresh this page. So now if I'll go to Undesired Applications, I have file sharing applications as well. Now, I want to override it. So yes, I want to block file sharing application, but Dropbox is a website that I do want to use. I do want to allow that website. So I'll need to override this. I'm going to create a manual rule on top. Source, let's have it specific from our LAN networks. Destination is internet. An application, let's search for Dropbox. Accept, keep a log, no need to modify any of that, press apply. Okay, now let's go back to the Windows client machine. Refresh. And now it works, because now I've added a manual rule to allow that specific traffic. In my case, it was Dropbox, but you can go ahead and add whatever traffic you want to allow within your organization. Thank you for watching. Policy Smart Excel. By the end of this training, you'll be able to enable Smart Excel and customize Smart Excel. Have a look at this list. We have Apple, Checkpoint services, Google services, Microsoft updates, media streaming services, Amazon, Disney Plus, and Netflix. Now, can you think of what ties them all together? They're all at low risk because we're talking about traffic from Apple, from streaming services, from Google, from Microsoft. So they are currently low risk. Smart Excel is a beautiful feature that we have that will bypass these low risk services and will give you better performance. So in other words, it means you can bypass the network inspection for these specific objects. Services such as those corporate services, media streaming services, and so on. Assets, so devices such as computer, audio player, or alarm can be bypassed. This improves connectivity and optimizes the load on the Quantum Spark Security Gateway. To go ahead and utilize this tool yourself, make sure you have connectivity to Quantum Spark, make sure you have the right credentials, and the organization's network and security needs. Because I assume your organization, for example, uses web conferencing applications. So in that case, you would like to have that service bypassed. However, in some organizations, streaming is forbidden from within the corporate network. So you don't want to bypass, you just want to block that, right? To enable Smart Excel, simply go to Access Policy, Smart Excel, and currently it's on. You can just tap it, set it to off, or turn it on again. If you want to customize Smart Excel, you can click the All Services selected and select exactly what services you want to accelerate or not. For example, I can go ahead and remove TikTok or Skype or WebEx or Zoom and whatever you like. So very easy to turn it on, very easy to customize it. And if you want to see the assets, this is here under Policy Bypass. You can just turn it on. And then again, it can bypass specific assets within your network, like alarm clocks, audio players, and so on.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Voice over IP, or VoIP, is a key element in an organization of any size. No need for the classic PSTN infrastructure. All you need is TCP IP. And since in between the networks we have a security gateway, we will need to allow this traffic in the policy. In earlier version of Quantum Spark, you had to manually add the rules and create a network object for the source and the destination. And it was a long and painful procedure. Although we have a very detailed SK about it, it was just very detailed. Very detailed. Worry not, my friends. In version R80.20, we have released a new VoIP wizard, which will guide you through creating the right rules based on your topology. Simple and easy to use. First, let's review our topology. We have our Quantum Spark connected to the WAN network, in this case, the 192.168.1.0, which is my physical address at home, and the Quantum Spark WAN adapter is connected to this network. We have the 192.168.100.0 network. It's a wired network protected by Quantum Spark. And since it's the 21st century, we have a wireless network as well, secured by our appliance. We have phones on all three networks. The PBX server is in the WAN network. As you know, Quantum Spark offers out-of-the-box security. So if we'll check the current policy, it will only have these auto-generated rules, and incoming traffic to the Quantum Spark device will be dropped. Here I have a soft phone app, and I'm initiating a call to a client which is behind the Quantum Spark box. And as you can see and hear, the call could not be completed.
The person at extension 300 is unavailable. Please leave your message after the tone. When done, hang up or press the pound key.
Let's select VoIP from the menu on the left. Turn it on. In my case, the SIP server is off-premise, as it's on our WAN. I will create a new object to represent the IP of the PBX server. Next, I will configure the devices which are on-premise. I will create network objects for every network I have and add them to the list. That's it! You can see the cool topology that was generated on the right, illustrating our topology. It's much nicer than the one I created manually before. I call dibs! If you scroll down, you will see the properties of SIP services and the ports they use. Make sure your clients are configured to use port 5060 as the source port as well. Now, let's see if it all works. I have my soft phone app on the left, and let's try to make a call. Looks like we have an incoming call from George. We did it.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Management options, local management. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure Quantum Spark as a locally managed device. When you want to manage your Quantum Spark appliance, there are three main options. Locally managed, when you use the same single web applications to manage both the security policy and the device configuration. Second option is centrally managed. This is, you might say, the classic method in Checkpoint, where you have a security management server on site or on cloud, which manages all the gateways within the organization. So then you'll use Smart Console to manage your security policy and the web UI to manage the device itself. The third option is the Spark management, which you'll use if you are using a much larger scale. So you have dozens or hundreds of Quantum Spark gateways and you want to manage them all. So it's a beautiful feature. However, in this video, we'll show you how to set up the local managed Quantum Spark. The local managed device, you only need the web UI. So it's a single pane to do everything. Manage the device and the security policy. So if you have a single device, this is a great option for you. And here I have a VNF, and I'm going to run through the first time wizard to show you how you can select the locally managed option. Hitting next. For password, I'm just going to go ahead and type something. Time zone is okay. I'm just going to use the auto-generated name here. And here we go, local management. And I can go ahead and use that option to locally manage my device. So I'm just going to go ahead and press next. And by the end of first time wizard, my device will be locally managed. So it's going to look like this, where you have one web application to manage both the device and the security policy.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Management options, central management. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure Quantum Spark as a centrally managed device. In a previous video, we've discussed the three options to manage your Quantum Spark. It can either be locally managed, which means you'll use the local web application to manage your device. You can either use the central managed option, which we'll use right now, which means you'll use a dedicated management server to manage your appliance, or through Spark management. In this specific video, we'll walk you through using centrally managed device. If you're using the central managed device, it means the web UI is only going to be useful for OS configuration, managing IP addresses and stuff like that. But the security policy aspect, that will be configured through Smart Console. Why would you use this? Because it's scalable. You have multiple gateways, multiple locations, you want to manage it from a single place. That's why you'll use centrally managed device. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to set up a management server which will manage this box right here. Since my device is after first time wizard and I don't want to go ahead and reset it, I'll need to adjust it from the web UI. So I'm going to Home, Security Management, select Central, and hit Apply. And the first thing you can see is how everything here changed. You no longer see everything related to the security policy because you will now do that from Smart Console. So just like any security gateway, you now need to go ahead and set up a SIG password. So I'm going to set up. Now I don't have security management service, but this is something you can definitely do. In my case, I have a classic open server security management server. Press next. I'll connect to the management server later. Press finish. Now I have SIG ready. Now I'll need to go to Smart Console, set up a new gateway, Classic, give it a name, the IP address, under hardware, I'm going to select my appliance, communication, set up the password, okay, trust established, press OK. I have the proper topology. Press OK. Let me go ahead and install the policy. And that's it. Succeeded. So I now have a security management server managing a classic open server security gateway and a 1590 appliance, which is my very own Quantum Spark device. Thank you for watching. Management options, Spark Management. By the end of this training, you'll be able to connect Quantum Spark to Quantum Management Portal. As we discussed in previous videos, there are 3 ways to manage your Quantum Spark. The first option is the locally managed, where you use the single web application to manage both the security policy and the device itself. Next, we have the centrally managed option, where you need a dedicated security management server. Can be open server, can be on cloud, can be on an appliance, but it's more scalable. And if you want it to be even more scalable, you would use the Spark Management option. So Quantum Spark Management is great because it's a single console to manage thousands of customers. It's part of Checkpoint's Infinity Portal cloud management solution, provides unified management, monitoring, and analysis, granular role-based administration, and as you can see, provide extensive logging, reporting, simplified group-based security provisioning using plan. So the idea is you set up a plan, you modify the plan with the security blades, the firewall policies, and so on, and you assign a gateway to a plan. As easy as that. So I've connected to the Infinity Portal using my account, and as you can see at the moment, I have 0 gateways and a single plan. If I click on the plans, I have the initial plan. You can see the blades that are enabled. I'm going to go ahead and modify it. Going to security software blades, firewall access policy, and just a few minutes ago I've added a manual rule to allow WeTransfer, and I've saved that already. Now I'm going to gateways, and I'm going to add a gateway. So this is going to be a small office appliance. The name is going to be Spark 1. Registration key, I'll use that. Finish. Okay, so now I have prepared everything I need for the gateway. Now I'll need to go to the gateway itself and introduce myself to Quantum Spark Management. I'm now copying the activation key. Now I'm going to Home, Cloud Services, Configure, And it's just a single string. You just paste it, press apply. Let's hit details. I can see the status if I want to. And we'll just wait for a few minutes. I'm now connected. I can do details to get that information. Let me show you a cool thing. In a previous video, I have manually added a rule to allow Dropbox on the appliance. From the Quantum Spark management, I've modified the plan to allow WeTransfer. If I'll go to Access Policy, here we go. I can see the Dropbox rule and the WeTransfer rule. And you can see that this rule takes preference as well. So that's really cool. And we have now successfully added Quantum Spark to be managed via Quantum Spark management. Thank you for watching. User Management Active Directory. By the end of this training, you'll be able to add a new Active Directory domain to Quantum Spark. User management is essential for when you want to use either user awareness, meaning you don't want to see just an IP address, but you want to know, hey, that's Bob. And for when you want to use VPN, for example, it's very common to set up users so I can authenticate by my username when I'm connected remotely. You can create those users locally on the appliance, or you can sync and get them through Active Directory. So in the next demo, I'm going to connect my Active Directory server with my Spark appliance. Let's see how easy that is. If you would like to run this demo yourself, you'll need to have the information about your domain controller, the IP address, and credentials. From the Infinity portal, I'm going to Users and Objects, Active Directory Queries, Configure, my domain name. I've added my domain name, my IP address, username, and password. And if I'll hit Discover, it worked. So it managed to pull the distinguished name from the domain. Hit Apply. And for example, if I'll go to VPN, Remote Access User, I can go to Add, Active Directory Group, and I can see the group I've created on my Active Directory domain server. I can just add them. So in this case, for VPN, any user that's part of this group will be able to set up, in this case, a VPN tunnel.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Threat Prevention Out-of-the-Box State. By the end of this training, you'll be able to evaluate the out-of-the-box state of the device. Once you have completed the first-time wizard, all of the threat prevention blades are enabled. Updates are pending, so after you've ran the first-time wizard and you have established internet connectivity, you'll be able to get the latest updates. SSL inspection is currently disabled, but the device is using HTTPS categorization instead. I have now switched over to my Quantum Spark VNF appliance, meaning this is not my real physical appliance, it's a virtual one, because I wanted a fresh install without any of the updates. So if I'll go to Threat Prevention, I can see that in terms of the blades, IPS, antivirus, antibot, and Threat Prevention are enabled, and I have updates pending. So all of the updates are scheduled automatically. I can click
on one of those, I can see this schedule updates. This IPS is up to date. I can go to antivirus. If I go to schedule updates, here I can see that IPS, antivirus, antibot, and application control are all scheduled to have a daily task to run the update at 1 a.m. But if I want to, I can always go and click update now and update the device right now. Policy, by default we're using the recommended policy, logging everything that happens, protection activation, so vulnerabilities that are at high confidence will be prevented, medium confidence will be prevented, low confidence will be detected. I can go and set up exceptions if I want to. Here I can see the infected device within my network, a list of the IPS protections, modify the engine settings, modify anti-spam, exceptions, and also the SSL status, which currently is disabled. I mean, it's not disabled, but it's not using classic SSL traffic inspection. It's using HTTPS categorization. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Threat Prevention SSL Inspection. By the end of this training, you'll be able to enable SSL inspection and enable inspection by asset type. The SSL traffic inspection inspect traffic that is encrypted by the Secure Socket Layer protocol. All hosts behind the gateway must install the Gateway CA certificate. The blades that are supported are application control and URL filtering, IPS, antivirus, anti-bot, and threat emulation. However, by default, SSL traffic inspection is not being used, and we're using HTTPS categorization instead, which is filtering specified HTTPS URLs and applications without activating SSL traffic inspection based on the URL in the certificate file. You can easily switch from HTTPS categorization into SSL traffic inspection, but as you'll see in the demonstration, if you want to enable traffic inspection, there are a few things you need to do. First, you need to disable SmartXL, and you also need to deploy the certificate within your clients. When enabling SSL inspection, you can select a bypass policy, meaning certain services or certain networks won't be inspected and the traffic will be bypassed. For example, you can bypass based on the network, if it's a trusted network or an untrusted network. For example, one of your wireless networks. So you can say that any traffic coming from a trusted network would be bypassed. Or to bypass based on a category. So if the user will browse to a financial website, traffic won't be inspected and it will be bypassed. I've switched to my 1590 appliance. I'll go to Access Policy, SSL Inspection. Now you can see that currently I'm using HTTPS categorization. If I would like to switch to SSL traffic inspection, I can see this warning. SSL inspection is not supported when SmartXL services is on. So we'll need to press OK, go to SmartXL, and disable it. Once you disable SmartXL, you can go back to Policy and enable SSL traffic inspection. Now, I really like how informative this Quantum Spark is. I really like this comment here. To deploy SSL inspection, download CA certificate and install it on the hosts. You can click on download, and here's the certificate, which you can later go ahead and install it. And if you click more info, you can see that to enable outbound HTTPS traffic inspection, follow these steps, and you can see these specific steps showing you how to do that. Press close, and let's talk about this setting here to inspect based on the asset, meaning do I want to inspect desktops, laptops, or maybe select specific assets. For example, IP phones, and whatever it is that you like from this list. So you can select to enable SSL traffic inspection, which categories you want to bypass, which sources you want to bypass, and also if you want to bypass or inspect based on the asset that's being used. And if you want, more information is available in SK 12.12.14. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Networking configure interfaces. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure network interfaces on your Quantum Spark. Once you have this beautiful device, you would probably want to configure your local network. So the first thing you'll do is to configure DHCP. The SMB can support the DHCP protocol, meaning it will assign IP addresses to any device with an interface configured to obtain a dynamic IP address. By default, your subnet would be 192.168.1.0, and of course you can go ahead and modify it to match your actual needs. You can configure each port to act as part of the same network, meaning same LAN, or you can split it into separate networks. So either this will act as a switch or as different networks. On some of the devices, you can customize a specific port to act as a DMZ port or just another port on your network. The Quantum Spark can also support VLAN as well, so you can configure a VLAN interface if that's what you want to use within your organization. Back on my appliance, from the device internet, I can see the external interfaces. In this case, I have two. One was connected directly to WAN, and the other one is connected over cellular using a SIM card. I can see one of them is connected and active, the other one is disconnected. If I'll go to local network, I can see that I have a LAN 1 switch. My local subnet is 192.168.2.1. Subnet mask is 24. And here's my MAC address. And out of those 8 ports, I have one port that is being used. You can see the status right here. And at the moment, all of these ports are part of the same network, which means if I'll take a printer or a TV or just another computer and plug it into this port, it will be part of this same network. Now, if I want to, I can go to Edit. I can select which ports will be assigned to this network. I can check them in and out. I can configure the interface configuration if I wanted to act as an unassigned network or as a separate network. I can configure the local IP address, the DHCP settings. I have additional DHCP settings, for example, which DNS address to assign all of my DHCP clients, which default gateway I want to provide them, the lease of the DHCP. So 4 hours here, but you can go ahead and modify it and customize other settings as well. I can see that at the moment the DMZ is a separate network that I have here. I can go ahead and add a VLAN interface if I want to, a virtual access point, a VPN tunnel, and other configurations as well. I also have the wireless network here. In this case I have two. It's pretty small, but it's the 5 GHz and the 2.4 GHz, but we'll discuss this in a separate video. If I'll go to my Windows client machine, I have all of these network interfaces right here. If I'll go to this one, this is the interface that I'm using to connect to the actual device. I'll go to Details, and I can see my MAC address. I mean, this is the MAC address of my laptop, but look at this line. Who is my default gateway? 2.1. 2.1, that's my actual appliance. So here I can actually see who's my default gateway. In this case, the SMB Quantum Spark device. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Networking Enable Wireless Network. By the end of this training, you'll be able to enable the wireless network and monitor other access points. On the appliance, I went to device and wireless, and I can see that I have the 2 radio bands available. The 5 GHz is configured but disabled. The 2.4 is not configured. So let's start with that. Configure. Select the name. I've configured the network name, protected network 2.4, so people would know that this network is, well, it's going to be slower. The security type, my authentication is using a password, and the password is going to be whatever it is that you want. Press apply. If I'll go to edit settings, I can see the name again. I can change it if I want to. I can see the security type, the encryption type, the password. Now from this page, if you want, you can generate a new password, which is going to be much harder to guess. Here from the wireless network tab, I can see the DHCP settings, the subnet that will be used, access policy, allow access from this network to local networks, or you can disable it, other DHCP settings, and advanced. Press apply. In this case, I've modified the password. I'll enable the 5 GHz radio, and since I'm enabling these networks, my Watchtower application keeps popping with notifications because now there's a new network available, so it tells me about everything that's going on, so it's interesting. I can go to password protected. I can modify only the password if I want to. Press cancel. I can go to edit settings, see those settings again, same settings, of course. If I'll click here, this settings on top, this is the actual radio settings. So if I'll click on that, I can see the frequencies that will be used, the transmitter power that will be used. I can run a schedule when this network will be available. So for example, it can only run during business hours if you want to. Now that I have enabled the wireless networks, if I'll go to local networks, I can see those networks right here. I can see the subnet that is being used. I can see that they're up. And if I'll go to logs and monitoring, under wireless active devices, I'll see nothing. So let me go ahead and add the device. So I've connected my personal computer to the wireless network. So I'll go and hit refresh. And look, there's a new device on the network. Daniel's Air. The network that it's connected to, the channel that's being used, the frequency, the signal strength, and everything. It detects that this is Apple. Next, I can go to access points. Now, unlike the previous display that we saw, the previous display was show me all of the devices that are currently connected to my network. This shows you all of the access points surrounding you. So you can see your neighbors, you can see other cafes, other businesses that are surrounding you. This is good if you want to see, for example, if there's any noise. Maybe there's another network close to you, and maybe they're using the same channel. So usually it's automatic, the channel selection, but still, this is great data. And if you're familiar with wireless networks, this is a page you want to see just to better understand the wireless networks surrounding you. So this is a great page. But if you want to get that information, you need to make sure that your wireless networks are enabled. And at a glance, I can see that here I'm using channel 11 and here I'm using channel 40. Right at a glance, so this is really nice. And you can also see that 16 adjacent access points use the same channel. That's why the 5 GHz is usually much better. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Networking enables cellular.
By the end of this training, you'll be able to enable the cellular connection on your appliance. Enabling the cellular connection is really easy, but when you think about it, everything is easy when you want to configure your Quantum Spark. Based on the model you're using, it can support 1 or 2 SIM cards, so you can use several connections. In this case, I only have 1 SIM card, so let me show you how easy it is to configure it. We'll go to Device, Internet, Configure Internet. The interface that I'm using is not WAN, it's actually the cellular connection. Give it a name, press Apply. And here we go. I have an active connection. I can see that SIM1 is connected to Cellcom and I have a 4G connection. 0% failures, the latency. I can do connection monitoring and see connections going to Google, Cloudflare, and OpenDNS. I can monitor the cellular modem itself. It's nice, I can see the temperature. And you have lots of useful information right here. Press close. And now that I have internet connection, I can show you another cool thing, which is to fetch the license. So I can do activate license. And because I have internet connectivity, I'll be able to get my activation file from the user center because I have internet connection and my appliance is registered. New license was obtained. Press OK. And now I have a license as well. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Reach My Device Configuration. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure Reach My Device. Reach My Device service allows you to remotely connect to the appliance from the internet so that you can use the web UI or CLI when necessary. This is done by tunneling the administrative UI or CLI connections through a checkpoint cloud service. Such configuration is very useful in instances where the appliance is behind NAT device or firewall and cannot be reached directly. In addition, the feature makes it easier to access an appliance with a dynamically assigned IP address. When the security gateway enables the Reach My Device service, an outgoing tunnel to the checkpoint cloud service is established with the appliance IP address. The gateway registers the application server, receives ports and the SSH server hostname, and then opens the SSH tunnel on the SSH server on the specific ports received. If I'll talk about my own home appliance, I don't have a public IP address. I have a dynamic IP address that I got from the ISP. And if I want to reach the device from anywhere around the world, I'll need to enable Reach My Device. The service is free and it's so useful. Let me show you how to use it. From the appliance, we'll go to Device Access. At the moment, I am not registered to use the service. I'll need to do Register. I'll need to select some sort of a unique name. For now, let's use this one. This is a random name, so it's going to be available. And let's just use this one for now. You can see that there is an option to register with an existing hostname. I'll do that later. For now, I'm going to use this one. If you change the hostname, all Watchtower mobile app users must pair the mobile devices again. We'll talk about that later. For now, let's hit Apply. And I'm connected. This is my hostname. You can see those unique URLs that I'll have. A validation token. So now I can go and click this. And here's the cool thing. Regardless of the network I'll be connected to, this link, this specific link, will take me
to my own appliance. So I'll be able to manage it from wherever I am around the world, as long as I'm connected to the internet, of course.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Reach my device, reuse name. By the end of this training, you'll be able to reuse Reach My Device hostname. In a previous module, we've discussed Reach My Device, and we've discussed that once you enable it, you're given a unique hostname by default, and that hostname needs to remain unique, and you can use it to access your device from wherever it is that you want. But what if I'm going to reset this box, and I would like to use the same hostname again? If I would try that, I'll get an error message saying that hostname is already in use, so you can't just take it from someone else. So if you want to reuse your hostname, you need to have two things: the hostname you want to reuse and this validation token. So if tomorrow I would like to set up a new device with the same link, I'll need to type this as it was, because otherwise it's going to be a new name, and then paste this validation token. And if you'll do that, you'll be able to reuse your name. Let me show you. So I've changed the name to test name. I'll go to edit settings and I'll paste my previous name. I'm going to paste my token here, press apply. And now I've successfully configured Reach My Device to use my previous host name. By adding the validation token, which I have saved aside because I was prepared, I can now reuse the same link that I've used before to manage my device. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Mobile Configure Watchtower. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure Watchtower. Watchtower is a checkpoint mobile application which you can install on your mobile devices and monitor your security appliance. It gives you a network security snapshot. You can see security alerts, on-the-spot threat mitigations, policy configuration, customized push notifications. You can prioritize event notifications, and simple management of multiple gateways. Let's see how to configure it. From the main overview page, I'm going to pair your mobile device. The administrator I'm going to use is admin. I'm going to generate a QR code. On the left here, you can see my actual mobile device. So if you want to add a new device, you'll just hit the plus. Scan this QR code, and here I can see lots of cool information about my device. I can see that I'm connected to the internet. If I had a VPN, I could have seen some VPN traffic. If I'll go to statistics, these are statistics from the last hour. And I can see how much traffic was being used. And you can also see the security updates. In this case, I'm up to date with everything. Wireless network. Let's see if I'll see my actual network that I'm using. So I'm currently connected to this network right here. Status is up. Here's the IP address. And I can see that there are two protected devices. Now if I'll go back to the Web UI portal, I can see these two wireless devices that are connected. One is my mobile device and the other one is the actual laptop that I'm using. And if I'll go to paired mobile devices, I can see that the admin is connected from an Apple iPhone device, and that's the device I've used to connect to the Watchtower application. Really cool, really useful. Go ahead and install it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
updates, manual and automatic. By the end of this training, you'll be able to update the device and run a manual update. Let's see how easy it is to upgrade the operating system on your Quantum Spark. Straight away, I can see a notification that a new firmware is available. But let's say I don't know about this page. So we simply go to Device, System Operations, and I can see that a new firmware version is available. I'm going to click Upgrade Now. So a few moments later, the upgrade is complete. So now if I'll go to Device and System Operations, I can see that I have the latest version. Now what I've done here was an automatic upgrade, but sometimes you'll want to do a manual upgrade. In that case, you'll go to Manual Upgrade, Next, select the image you would like to use, press Open, Upload, Upload finished, press Next, Next again, and now I'm installing the new image manually. And I can see that the upgrade is complete, and please wait while the appliance reboots. Please do not pull out the power cable. Appliance will be up in about 207 seconds. And when it's done, I'll have a new version of my appliance. And 207 seconds later, the Spark appliance have rebooted, and now I can log in. And done. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. VPN site-to-site. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure site-to-site VPN. VPN, Virtual Private Networks. There are two main flavors of VPN. One is remote access, where you allow endpoint devices such as mobile devices and laptops to connect securely to your remote gateway. And the other one is site-to-site, where you have two gateways, maybe on two branch offices, and you want to establish a secure connection between those two. So in my network, I'm going to have two Quantum Spark boxes on my so-called WAN network, and I'm going to establish a VPN connection between those two sites. It's all done using the web UI. It's graphic, it's very simple. Let's have a look. I'm under VPN sites, and I'm going to set up new. Setting up VPN requires you to set up both sites. I've already set up the remote site, so once I set up this, VPN would be running. Here, I'll need to set up the IP address of the remote site. The pre-shared secret we've agreed on. As for the encryption domain, I'm going to use the routing table. Now, if you want, you can modify the encryption or other advanced options, but for now, I'm going to stay with the defaults and hit apply. And as I mentioned, since I've already set up the other site, you can see that the tunnel test finished successfully. If I'll go to VPN tunnels, I can see there's an active tunnel. And if I'll go to my Watchtower app, click VPN, and I can see that there's currently one VPN site active. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. VPN remote access. By the end of this training, you'll be able to configure remote access VPN.
VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. It has two main flavors. One is remote access, when you allow remote users using laptops, mobile devices to connect securely to your remote gateway. And site-to-site, which allows two remote gateways to communicate with each other securely, setting up a virtual private network. In this video, we'll discuss the remote access. I really like this menu from the web UI because it summarizes all of those different VPN flavors we offer. Each setting has a simple checkbox and the instructions telling you how to set it up, with even links to applications, and everything you need is right here from this menu. So we'll jump to the web UI and show you how to do it yourself. So what we're going to do is we have the Quantum Spark on our artificial WAN network, and I have a few mobile devices on this WAN network, and I'm going to connect over VPN to my Quantum Spark. From VPN blade control, I'm going to enable Windows VPN client, set up the pre-shared key. In this case, it's going to be VPN 123. And if you'll click how to connect, you have all the information you need right here. Same goes for mobile client, Checkpoint VPN clients, or an SSL VPN if that's what you're fancy. Same goes for Checkpoint VPN clients, mobile client, SSL VPN. Just enable it, follow the instructions, and you're good to go. One more thing I'll need to do is to set up a user. So I'm going to Remote Access Users, Add. I'll set up the username, password. I can set up email, phone number, and other comments as well. Press Apply. As you can see, I have mobile client enabled, which enable VPN remote access mobile clients to connect via Checkpoint mobile VPN client. On the right, I have my mobile phone, so I'm going to my business applications, Capsule Connect. I have the username, Simple Rick, my password, and you can clearly see that I'm connected. And if I'll go and see the connected remote users, I can see Simple Rick is indeed connected. This is another laptop that I have, and I've set up Simple Rick to set up a VPN connection. I've added the gateway's IP address, my username. And now all I need to do is to enable VPN. And you can see I'm connected. And here's my remote connection. And back on the Watchtower app, I can go to Internet, VPN. I can still see the site-to-site VPN tunnel. And if I'll go to Users, I can see Simple Rick is connected from two different IP addresses. From the Logs and Monitoring tab, I can go to VPN tunnels. Here's the site-to-site VPN tunnel that I have. And to see the remote VPN users, I'll need to go to VPN Connected Remote Users. And by the way, to add the user, if I were to have Active Directory enabled, I could have just used the Active Directory users as the remote VPN users as well.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Monitoring. By the end of this training, you'll be able to use the Monitoring tab to monitor the network environment. Here I am in my 1519 appliance, and we'll just go over all of these settings right here. First, we have the security logs. So any security incidents you'll have regarding the policy will be shown here. You can run queries, refresh, clear the logs, and other cool stuff. We have system logs. If you were to have any external log servers, you'll be able to configure them right here. Notifications. So personally, I get these notifications on my Watchtower app, so it's really cool. Active devices. These are all the devices that are currently connected to my Quantum Spark. Wireless active devices. I have two right here. Paired mobile devices. So if I were to have any users who are using Watchtower, I would have seen them right here. In my case, I've reset my appliance, but if you saw the Watchtower video, you saw the device was there. Infected device, currently I don't have any, I'm good. VPN tunnels, if you were to have any VPN tunnels, you would see information about the tunnel right here. Connections, I can see connections going through my device. Access points, if you have the wireless networks enabled, you can go ahead and scan networks in your area. If we go to monitoring itself, here we can see information about the current connections. We have a breakdown of the different applications that were being used. I can go and switch to categories instead, and I can see instant messaging, general search engine, and so on. I'll go back to applications. We can change to sites, users. In this case, I don't have user awareness, so it's just 100% same thing. This is nice. You can see traffic over time, reports. I can go to demo here as well. And here just have a little bit more information, so it just looks nicer. I'll go back. And if I'll click here, it can also take me to do some troubleshooting, meaning to show me monitoring about the actual CPU, memory, and disk usage. I can hit refresh, and I can start seeing those live graphs about the memory usage and CPU usage, and also disk here below as well. Click on reports. You get nice reports about the traffic that was being used. Really nice. Can be useful as well. You can print it straight from here. Really, really nice.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Troubleshooting Tools Overview. By the end of this training, you'll be able to use the diagnostic tools to collect valuable data and generate reports. Back on my 1519 appliance, I'm at the Device Tools tab, and from here we have lots of small tools which can be useful for troubleshooting. For example, monitoring the system resources. I can hit refresh, and then I have CPU usage, memory usage, and disk usage live, really useful. Show the routing table. Now, of course, you can also just open up a command line and do that yourself, but it's nice to have it in a graphical method right here. Router configuration, for example, for OSPF, which at the moment I have nothing. I only have the area enabled, but later on, if you'll have OSPF enabled, you'll be able to see that information here. The test cloud services ports, which will verify that the appliance could connect to cloud services. You have a graphic TCP dump tool, where you set up like a host, a port, and then you'll see it here. DSL statistics. At the moment, I don't have any. I'm not connected over DSL. Monitor the cellular modem. So I can see 4G, LTE, signal strength. I'm using SIM1, SIM2 is not available, temperature, and other cool stuff. This will generate a CP info file, which you can later send to your technical support or someone to help you figure out if something doesn't work. So just click on that, it will generate the report, and later you'll be able to send it over to whoever it is you're working with. You can also generate Dr. Spark. Dr. Spark is a cool utility that generates lots of useful traffic regarding Spark and help you troubleshoot if something doesn't work. And there's also the Dr. Spark load as well, a performance test in this case, useful tools. You can send a ping straight from here. So yes, you can open up a CLI window and run a ping, or you can just do it from here. And in this case, the ping works. And a DNS lookup as well. You can also download a USB-C driver for your appliance, so you can go ahead and have a console connection to your appliance. In this case, the Dr. Spark performance report is ready. I can click download, and it will download this report. Same for CP info file. And now I have these files ready.
Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Troubleshooting backups. By the end of this training, you'll be able to create a backup file and restore a backup file. From the Device tab, if I'll go to System Operations, there are a few very useful utilities you can use here. First one is to just reboot the appliance, restore to factory default settings, but the firmware will remain as is. Factory defaults revert to the factory default image and settings. In this case, my factory firmware version is R80 2015. Firmware upgrade, so you can do check now to get an online upgrade from the Checkpoint servers, or you can do it manually. We've done this before. Revert to the previous image. In this case, this is my previous version, and set up a backup. So I can create a backup file. I can encrypt it if I want to. And tomorrow, if something didn't work, I want to revert, I've messed something up, I can always just do restore. Browse to that file and restore if needed. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Networking dynamic routing. By the end of this training, you'll be able to enable OSPF on an interface. When you talk about dynamic routing, there's so much to discuss. It's a very efficient way to build your routing table in a dynamic and automatic manner. So you need to enable the dynamic routing protocol, configure it, and watch the magic happens. When you think about dynamic routing, OSPF and BGP are two common, very useful dynamic routing protocols that come to mind. In this demo, I'll show you how to configure OSPF on your Quantum Spark. For the purpose of this demo, I've already set up a Checkpoint security gateway running OSPF, and what we'll do here is I'll set up the Quantum Spark to establish neighbor relationship with that router. Going to OSPF, add an interface. So I'll be using LAN 1, area 0. I'm going to keep the intervals as default, 10 and 40. This is not going to be a passive interface. Press apply. And now, if I'll go to the routing table, and here it is. Look at this beautiful route. If you want to reach 10.1.1.0/24, your next hop is this address. And this is an OSPF protocol. It's a dynamic route. And all I had to do was to just configure OSPF. And the cool thing was, I've configured OSPF on the Quantum Spark using a graphical interface, which is such a relief, actually. That's really cool. I really love this feature, and I hope you'll take the time to do it yourself. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video we will learn basic configuration of FortiGate firewall. So friends, we will see from scratch step by step how to configure FortiGate firewall. First we will configure its management interface. Okay, so friends, you can see this is my inside zone, LAN zone, DMZ zone and WAN, and this is also my management interface here. Okay, from this interface I will access my FortiGate firewall here. First we will configure its interfaces, management interface from CLI, then we'll access and configure other interface, and we will also configure policy and basic things on this firewall. Okay, on FortiGate firewall. So let's start here friends for basic configuration. Now friends, when you install new firewall after first boot up, so friends, it's booted first time. Okay, so let me show you what we can do. You have to provide password and then just press enter and you have to provide new password. Okay, you have to provide new password here, enter, and then again provide new password. Okay, so you can see we have successfully provided password here. Default name is admin. Okay, now we will configure its management interface here. So you can see my management interface port is 1, so we have to go to config system interface. Okay, so friends, in config system interface we can configure its ports, like I have to configure edit port 1. You can configure another port also from here, so I will configure only this port. Okay, so let me show you set IP. I have to provide IP here 192.168.1.101, subnet mask 255.255.0. Okay, so sorry, let me show you. So you can see set mode is DCP. Okay, so I have to provide here set mode static. Okay, set mode static. Now we can provide IP address. See, just so you can see IP is taken. Now we have to set allowness, like we have to allow ping, HTTPS, HTTP. So you can provide here set allowness, ping, HTTPS, SSH only. Okay, now and here. Now friends, we have to provide default route to FortiGate toward this interface to access internet on our FortiGate firewall. Okay, so let's see how to provide default route. Now type here config router static. Config router static. Now press enter. Now we have to provide route edit 1. Okay, route 1. Okay, new entry for route 1. Set gateway 192.168.1.1. okay, default gateway. Now we have to set port here. From which port? Set device port 1. Okay, sorry, now and now friends, to provide DNS. Okay, now friends, we have to configure DNS IP, like config system DNS. Press enter. Now set primary DNS IP 192.168.1.1. enter. Set secondary IP 8.8.8.8. okay, now and now friends, we have to set host name. So config system global, set host name lab underscore fw01. okay, now and here. So you can see our host name has been changed here. Okay, now friends, we have provided IP address here, and we have, so let me show you configuration. So full configuration. So you can see we have Port 1 we have provided IP address here, and we have provided set host name, other things. Now friends, let's try to ping it. Okay, our 192.168.1.101. okay, so you can see we are able to ping our firewall. Now friends, we can access from GUI. Now friends, we can access from GUI. Okay, HTTP 192.168.1.101. now provide username and password, which we have provided. So you can see we are able to access here. So asking perform the following step to complete the setup of FortiGate later. Okay, we will do later here. Okay, now don't show again, click on OK. Now friends, you can see this is a dashboard of our FortiGate firewall. So this is a system information, lab, serial number of our firewall, firmware version 7.0.6, network here. Okay, WAN IP unknown here. Okay, no, so okay, so lab firewall 1. So here is a CPU utilization, memory, other things. So now we will configure its interfaces. Okay friends, so now friends, we will configure its interfaces. Okay, so we have to go to network. So friends, you have to go to network, then here you can see interfaces. So you can see we have a port 1 configured with our WAN interface here. We have to provide its description here, like WAN. Okay, role defined WAN, because it's a management interface. Okay, so now administrative access, HTTPS, FMG access we can select. For SNMP we can select here FTM. Okay, now click on yes. Now if you want to disable it, you can disable from here or enable from here. Okay, now click on OK. So now it's asking you are currently connected with this interface, are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Now friends, you can see this is my connected interface, port 1, 2 and 3. Okay, this is connected interface showing green. Okay, now we will configure port number 2 here. You can double click on it, or you can click on edit. Okay, select it and click on edit. Now port 2 LI is my LAN. Okay, role is LAN. If you want to make it dedicated management, you can select it. Okay, now I have to provide IP address. If you want to provide IP with DSCP, you can select, but I have to provide manual IP. So IP address is 10.1.1.1/24. okay, you can provide also secondary IP here. Okay, I'm not going to, so I can assign here only ping. Okay, comment and put any comment here. Okay, on this interface. Okay, so now click on OK. So now we have provided IP address here. Now select port number 3, DMZ. Role is DMZ. Now we have to provide IP address. Its IP address is 172.16.1. Okay, /24. We can allow ping on this interface. Now click on OK. Okay, so now friends, we have configured our interfaces here. Okay, so now let's try to ping from our. Now friends, first of all, we will try to ping from FortiGate firewall to our this IP, this IP, this IP. It should be reachable from FortiGate firewall. Okay, let's try to ping here. Let's log in, admin 123. Okay, now we will try to ping our LAN PC. Execute ping 10.1.1.10. So you can see we are able to ping. Now we'll ping our gateway 192.168.1.1. So you can see you are able to ping. Now we'll ping here R2, R20 and R10. Ping here 172.16.10.10. 10.10. Now see, you can see it's pinging 20. Okay, now it's pinging. So friends, now it's pinging here. Now let's create policy. Now friends, we will play with policy here, like we will allow this IP to this host to access internet. Okay, and we will allow this host to access this one. Okay, now friends, before going to policy, let's try to ping from R1 to ping WAN IP address. So you can see not able to ping. Let's try to ping DMZ also, 72.16.10.10. So you can see not able to ping. So to allow reachability here from R1 to WAN, R1 to DMZ, we have to configure policy here. Let's create policy. Okay, now friends, to create policy we have to go to policy and object, click here. Now click on firewall policy. Now click on firewall policy here. Now friends, you can see there is a implicit policy there. Okay, it will deny all the traffic. Okay, so that we are not able to ping from here. Now we have to allow ping. Now if allow ping from inside to outside, so we have to create policy here. So you can see LAN to internet. Okay, LAN to internet. So incoming interface will be our port 2. So you can see incoming port 2, and outgoing interface is port 1. Okay, WAN interface, LAN and WAN. So source, our source, what is source? So source will be, let me create source here, address. Okay, source address will be like LAN, create object here 1.1.0. Okay, we can select subnet or IP range here. So I am going to select subnet here 10.1.1.0. allow all the subnet 0/24. Okay, interface is LAN. Okay, now click on OK. So you can select here, we can select here, and so you can select multiple object here. Okay, now destination will be all. Okay, so because to access internet we have to select all here. Okay, now schedule always. Now we have to service all. Okay, you can select all, any HTTPS traffic, ICMP traffic. Okay, you can select here. Now we have to select accept here. Okay, now we have to enable NAT to access internet here. Okay, we can select NAT here to access internet, enable NAT. Okay, so now you can write comment here for policy, log is allowed. Now click on OK. Now friends, you can see policy is created here. Okay, from source is LAN and destination is all. Okay, allow, accept, NAT enabled. Okay, logs is all. Okay, all. Now friends, we will initiate traffic. So you can see now we are able to ping here outside interface. Now let's ping here 8.8.8 internet DNS. So you can see I am able to ping internet DNS here. Okay, so let's try to ping here our DMZ zone IP address 10.10.10. So DMZ is not pinging because we have assigned here destination outgoing interface is WAN. So let me create another policy for this, to LAN to DMZ. Okay, now our incoming interface is LAN, outgoing is DMZ. So source will be 10.1.0 and destination will be, here we can create, so here we will create a object address DMZ 172.16.10.0. okay, full subnet 172.16.10.0/24. interface will be DMZ. Now click on OK. Now we have to select this interface. Okay, now click on OK. Now service will be all accept. Now net is not required, okay, for inside to DMZ. Now click on OK. So now let's check traffic here. So you can see now we are able to ping inside to outside, inside to DMZ. Let's check another IP. So you can see we are able to ping here. So friends, in this series we will going to perform all the labs like netting, IPsec VPN, SSL VPN, HA configuration, and we will also see how to add FortiGate firewall to FortiManager. Okay, so friends, in this video we have how to do basic configuration in FortiGate firewall. Okay, and in next video we will see advanced configuration like NAT and IPsec VPN, HA, other things will be there. Okay, so friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day.
Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel Rakesh Kushwaha Tech Guide. In this video, we will learn how to install FortiGate firewall on UNG. So friends, here is a step we will follow to install this firewall on UNG. So in first step, we have to download FortiGate KVM image from FortiGate site. We have to download this image. In my case, my image is v6 build number 1175. So let's go to download from FortiGate site. To download this image, you have to open support.fortinet.com/download vmimage. So here you have to select FortiGate and then KVM and select version. So in my case I am selecting this one. Click on download. This is for new development and this is for upgrade from previous version. So I have to download this version. Click on save. After getting download, you will get this image on your download folder. Now in second step, create image folder in UNG starting with Fortinet. We have to create a folder in UNG starting with Fortinet. This one. So let's go to UNG. Now on UNG we have to create this folder in this path using this command. Okay, let's go. Now access UNG on putty or CLI analyzer with SSH or telnet. So here I will access my UNG with SSH. Just provide username and password. So friends, you can see this is my UNG. So I have to create this folder with this in this path using this command. Just click mkdir /opt/unit lab add-on camo and copy this one, copy and paste. Press enter. A folder has been created. Now we have to upload downloaded FortiGate image to UNG created folder using FileZilla or WinSAP. So I am going to use FileZilla. You can see this is my FileZilla. So here in host name provide IP address of UNG 43.109. Username and password here. Port 22 SSH for SFTP. Port will be 22 for SFTP. Click keep connect. Okay. So friends, you can see this is a root directory of UNG. We have to move this image in this path, in QEMU this path. Now friends, you can see this is a root folder. On in root folder we have to go on this path, opt, then unit lab. In unit lab we have to go on add-ons here, then QEMU, then you can see we have created this folder. Just click on it. Now we have to move this file in this folder. File copied successfully. Now close FileZilla. Now go to this directory and check file here, cd/opt unit lab add-on QEMU Fortinet. Let's check this file, ls-l. So here you can see we have copied this file with the help of FileZilla. Now we have to unzip this file, unzip and file name, enter. Now unzip file will be this one. So just run ls-l. So we got this file here. After unzip, our sixth step is rename original file to votiva.cow2. So we have to rename this file into this one. So just run command here, mv this file to, make sure spelling mistake should not be here, copy and paste here, enter. Now we will get, just check. So now our file rename with this one. So now we have to delete this file. Just run command rm remove and this file, copy paste. Now check ls-l. Now check ls-l. File has been removed and finally we got this file. Now on the seventh step we have to run this command to fix permission, copy and paste. Now friends, we have successfully uploaded the file and installed on UNG. Now access UNG on browser with IP address https. Now log in with UNG ID password and click on sign in. Now here you can see you can add folder with name of FortiGate lab. Click on add folder and just double click on this folder. To create new lab in this folder, click here to add new lab. Lab name is FortiGate basic. So version 1, author name, description is optional, task is optional. Click on save. Now you will get this window. Now here you have to click on plus icon to add object and add an object here. Click on node. Now here you will get, now you can see Fortinet FortiGate is available here. So click on it to add. Asking node, how many node you want to add. just firewall png UID is limit. How many Ethernet want? Now click on save. Here you can see Fortinet firewall here. Your Fortinet firewall. To start it, just right click on start. Double click on it to start here. Fortinet login screen, admin and password. Your password here. Welcome. So friends, we have to configure Fortinet management interface here. Config system interface, edit port 1 will be management. So here set IP mode static, set IP 192.168.43.200. So here we have to set allowance to provide access permission. Set allowance SSH HTTPS SMP ping HTTP, enter. Now and config. Now you can check show interface, show system interface. We have configured this interface. This is my management interface, so you can log in with this. So change the host name, config system global, set host name Fortinet EU, just and here and host name has been changed. So now we have to access this firewall on browser. So what to do here, we have to add here network, then cloud, management cloud here. Now we have to connect management cloud with Fortinet firewall with port 1, which we have configured as management. Now start firewall. Now go to your putty session and access your firewall from here. 192.43.200 SSH. Username admin and password will be which you have set. Just click on connect. So now you can see you have connected with SSH on your Fortinet firewall. Now go to browser and access your firewall here. 192.168.43. This IP you have given on port 1. You can see login screen of Fortinet firewall here. Type username and password here. You can see dashboard here. This is the dashboard of Fortinet firewall, host name, serial number of this firewall, system name, WAN IP code, cloud. So here from here you can monitor it. This is interface. Now we have added 4 interface here. So friends,
hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure sub interface VLAN in Fortinet firewall. So friends, you can see this is my LAN zone and this is my DMZ zone here. Okay, so friends, in DMZ zone we have a VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. VLAN 10 IP 172.16.10.0. VLAN 20 subnet is 172.16.20.0. okay, so friends, you can see for VLAN 10 our gateway will be 10.1 and 20.1. so on port 3, so you can see friends, on port 3 we will configure sub interface as VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. Okay, so port 3 VLAN 10 interface IP 10.1, port 3 VLAN 20 interface IP 20.1. So after configuration we will test our configuration and will initiate traffic from here to here. Okay, for both VLAN. Let's start to configure it. Okay, so friends, you can see this is my interfaces here. So we will configure sub interface on DMZ port 3. Okay, you can see port 3. So just double click here, and now we have to remove IP from here. Okay, just remove IP and put it default IP like 10.0.0/0.0.0. okay, so DMZ. So you can see li DMZ. Okay, now click on OK. Now click on create new interface. Now here we will create like DMZ VLAN 10. DMZ VLAN 10. Now alias will be DMZ VLAN 10. So now we have to select here VLAN. Okay, now interface will be port 3, DMZ port 3. Okay, now VLAN ID should be 10 here. Okay, now we have to select role here, role DMZ. Okay, now we have to provide IP for VLAN 10. VLAN 10 IP is 172.16.10.1/24. Okay, now we can allow ping here. Now click on OK. Now we have created, you can see we have created interface for VLAN 10. Okay, now we have to create interface for VLAN 20. Interface DMZ interface VLAN 20. Okay, and we have to select interface DMZ port 3. Now VLAN ID will be 20. Now select here role DMZ. Now we have to provide VLAN 20 IP address 172.16.20.1/24. Okay, now select ping. Now okay. So friends, in port 3 we have created sub interface VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. So you can see VLAN 10 and VLAN 20 here. Okay, now we will create policy for both VLAN. Okay, now go to policy and objects, firewall policy. So friend, this policy for LAN to internet, so no need to do anything here. Now we'll create for DMZ VLAN 10. Okay, so our LAN to DMZ VLAN 10. Okay, now incoming interface will be port to LAN, outgoing interface will be DMZ VLAN 10. Okay, now source will be your LAN 10 here, LAN 10, this one. Okay, and destination will be 10. Okay, VLAN 10 address. Okay, 10.0. Okay, now we have to allow service all. Now no need to NAT. Now select OK. Now we have to create for VLAN 20. Now we have to create policy for VLAN 20. Select here LAN to VLAN 20. Incoming interface LAN port 2, outgoing DMZ VLAN 20, source is 10, destination will be our VLAN 20 address. Okay, service all accept, no need to NAT. Now click on OK. Now friends, we have configured here both policy. Now we can test our traffic here. Initiate traffic from, just enable it and try to initiate traffic here. Ping First we'll ping 172.16.10.10 this IP. Okay, now press enter. So you can see able to ping. Now check here. Let's debug, run debug here. Enable debug IP ICMP. Okay, just debug it on. We'll check here, we'll verify here. Okay, now just ping. So you can see traffic is coming and outgoing here. Okay, now we will just run debug on this router. Enable debug IP ICMP. ठीक, now we'll initiate traffic for VLAN 20.10. Okay, now ping. So now you will see traffic is coming and outgoing from here. Okay, now friends, so friend, let me show you. We can block, how to block this traffic from like LAN to DMZ VLAN 20. We can block this. Let me show you. Just select and deny, apply, and now let me check here. So now again try. Now friends, we have blocked. Now let's try to ping. So you can see it's not able to ping here. Okay, so we can allow this traffic, accept, apply. Now you can see we are able to internet 8.8.8 ping or not. Ping 8.8.8.8. So you can see we are able to ping 8.8. Let's try to ping the Gmail. Actually Gmail. Let's try to ping google.com. So not able to ping Google because we don't have any DNS. Okay, configuration here. So configure IP name server. Now friends, we can configure DNS IP name server 192.168.1.1. Okay, now let's try to ping here Gmail. Now let's try to ping Gmail, Google. Now you can see we are able to ping Google here. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure sub interface VLAN in FortiGate firewall. And friends, in next coming video we will see how to configure NAT in FortiGate firewall. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video we will going to configure source NAT and destination NAT in FortiGate firewall. So friends, you can see this is my LAN zone. Okay, LAN, and this is my WAN zone, and this is DMZ. So friends, first of all we will configure source NAT from LAN to WAN. Okay, so we will translate this IP to this IP. Okay, and friends, then in destination NAT we will play with multiple things. So in destination NAT we will translate destination IP with our VLAN 10 server and VLAN 20 server. Okay, so one by one we will see all the things here. So we will use virtual IP instead of physical IP, and we'll see how to translate it. Okay, so watch this video till the end to learn how NAT work in FortiGate firewall. Okay, so let's start here. First we will start from, we'll configure source NAT here to access internet. You can see this is my firewall here. Let me show you its interfaces. Okay, this is my DMZ zone. We have DMZ zone VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. Okay, and my LAN port number 2 is my LAN port here, and port number 1 is my management port. Now we have to configure here port number 4 for outside interface. So let me provide here WAN 4.2.2.1/24. Okay, ping, and we have to enable this. Okay, now click on OK. So now you can see port number 4. To source NAT we have to configure policy here. Let me show you how to configure policy. go to firewall policy. So friends, you can see we have a inside zone here. Now we have to allow traffic from inside to WAN. Okay, now just go there and click on create new. Okay, create new and LAN to internet. Now we have to select here incoming interface, incoming LAN port 2. Now outgoing WAN port 4. Okay, now our source will be our LAN 10.1.1.0 and destination will be all. Okay, service all. Okay, schedule always accept. Now you can see we have to enable NAT from here. Okay, now you can select if you want to select this network outside interface. Okay, so you can select here. Otherwise, if you want to use IP pool, so you can create dynamic pool here. Okay, from here you can create dynamic pool. Okay, overload 1-to-1 like that. So I will use outgoing interface address. Okay, I will use that. Okay, so now click on OK here, select here all. Okay, select all here, apply. So friends, you can see we have created policy LAN to WAN. Our source will be 10.1.0 and destination any. It will translate with, so we have enabled NAT here. You can see NAT is enabled, so it will translate with use outgoing interface address. So it will, this address will be translated with this one 4.2.2.1. Okay, now let's initiate traffic from this router. Now let's initiate traffic from this router, or let's open this and we'll debug ping here. Now enable debug IP ISMP. Okay, debug, and then now friends, we will initiate traffic here. Just ping 8.8.8 internet and let's see NAT is happening or not. This IP should be translated with this source IP should be translated with firewall interface IP. Okay, now let's ping here, so you can see. So let me show you. So friends, you can see when this router RTR router reply to this host, so what will be destination? Source will be 8.8.8 and destination is 4.2.2. means NAT is happening. This source is translated to this source. So now in return traffic, destination is 4.2.2. So let me show you another scenario. I will be disable this NAT. Okay, let me disable NAT here. Okay, let me disable it. So I have disabled NAT. Okay, you can see. So now what will be happen here? Now when I will ping, so what will be happen? You can see ping again. Now friends, you can see when I disable NAT, so this IP not mapped with this IP. So what will be source when packet reach to here? What will be source? 10.1.10, destination 8.8. One package is reply. So source is 8 and destination is this guy, this host. Okay, you can see destination is this guy. Is change when, so when I have enabled NAT, so source is 8.8.8 and destination is 2.2.2. Okay, so you got it. So how source NAT is happening here? In source NAT, in source IP translated with firewall interface IP. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure source NAT in FortiGate firewall. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure destination net in FortiGate firewall. So friends, you can see, and this is my WAN zone and this is DMZ. So in destination net we will translate destination IP with our VLAN 10 server and VLAN 20 server. Okay. So friends, in this video we will perform two tasks. Our task 1 will be our destination IP will be translated with this IP. Okay. And in second task I will take virtual IP 4.2.2. Okay, I will take virtual IP 4.2.2. When I will initiate traffic for 2.1, it should be redirect to this IP, and when I will hit on this IP, virtual IP, it should be redirect to 20.10 VLAN 20. Okay. So friends, let's perform task 1. Okay. So friends, in destination net, first of all we have to create virtual IP. So create virtual IP. Okay. So in virtual IP, DNet WAN to DMZ VLAN 10. Okay. DMZ 10 VLAN 10. Our source will be interface will be WAN interface. Okay. Interface is WAN, and our external IP is 4.2.2.1. Okay. It will map to this IP 172.16.10.1 VLAN 10. Okay. 172.16.10.10. Okay. Now click on OK. Now friends, you can see we have created this object virtual IP. Okay. Now we have to create policy. Just go to firewall policy. Okay. And see, we can create policy from here, or we can just right click here and create firewall policy using this object. Okay. Now let's create here. Now you can see in destination we have object. Now policy name will be WAN to DMZ VLAN 10. Okay. DMZ VLAN 10. So we are creating here for, like, let me show you, we are creating for outside to inside. Okay. So friends, you can see we are creating for WAN to DMZ. Okay. Incoming interface WAN and outgoing interface will be DMZ VLAN 10. Okay. And destination will be our DNet 10. Service all. Now select accept. Now we have to disable source net here. Okay. Just disable here. Now click on OK. Okay. Source is required. Source will be all. Okay. Now click on OK. Now you can see we have created this policy WAN to DMZ. If any traffic coming from any, okay, if traffic coming on one interface with any IP, it should be translated to, okay, our destination will be destination 4.2.1 will be translated to our 172.16.10.10. Okay. So here is my 172.16.10.10. Okay. On this one. Okay. Let me now friends, let's check traffic. So just click here, and now what will we do? Now we will enable debug on this IP ICMP. Okay. So friends, any traffic coming to this interface, okay, this IP, it will be translated to this one. Okay. So now we will initiate traffic to 4.2.2.1. Now let's see, it should be translated to our VLAN 10 172.16.10.10. Okay. Now ping 4.2.2.1. So when I will be ping here, it will be translated to this one. Let's see. So you can see. Okay. When I ping, it's translated to this one. So friends, when this host reply, then source will be this IP and destination is 4.2.10. Okay. So now friends, we have seen destination net translated to, when I hit on 2.1 it translated to 10.10. Now friends, what I will do now, when I will take a virtual IP. Now friends, I will take virtual IP 4.2.2. okay, I will take virtual IP 4.2.2. when I will initiate traffic for 2.1 it should be redirect to this IP, and when I will hit on this IP, virtual IP, it should be redirect to 20.10 VLAN 20. okay, so let's see. So friends, again let me tell you what I will do. When I will initiate traffic from here to this interface 2.1, it should be translated to 10.10, and when I will hit on this IP, it should be translated to 20.10. let's see how to do that. Okay, so let's start here configuration. Now friends, what we have to do, we have to create a virtual IP here. Just go to virtual IP and create new and virtual IP for destination net. Here I will put name dnet for WAN to VLAN 20. okay, WAN to VLAN 20. so for VLAN 20 interface should be WAN. okay, WAN interface. Now friends, my external IP will be 4.2.2.2 and map IP, what will be map IP? Map IP will be 172.16.20.10. okay, so 172.16.20.10 20.10. now click here OK. Now friends, you can see we have created this virtual object for 20. We can create policy from here, or also we can create policy from here. okay, so let's create policy. Create policy WAN to DMZ VLAN 20. okay, so incoming interface, our WAN interface, outgoing interface will be DMZ VLAN 20. Source will be all, any, and destination will be DNet WAN 20. okay, which we have created virtual IP here. Now service is all, except we have to disable this net, source net. okay, now click on OK here. Now friends, you can see we have a rule here. When traffic coming to WAN to DMZ, traffic coming to this destination 2.1, it will be redirect to 10.10, and when traffic coming to this interface 2.2, it will be redirect to 20.10. okay, now let's check here, initiate traffic. Now what we will do, now friend, let's debug on both router, debug IP ICMP. okay, now let's debug IP ICMP. okay, now friends, let's see. Now I will initiate traffic from RTR router here. So friend, let's see. When I will hit on 2.1, it should be redirect to this one, and when I will hit 2.2, it should be redirect to this one. okay, so let's see here. Just ping 2.1. so let's see here, it redirected to 10.10. now when I will ping to 2.2, it should be redirect to our VLAN 20. okay, so you can see here. So friends, in this video we have seen how to configure destination net in FortiGate firewall. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel. Thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure port forwarding destination net in FortiGate firewall, and this is my WAN zone and this is DMZ. Now friends, what we will do, when I will insert traffic to 887, it should be redirect to VLAN 10, and when I will hit on this port, it should be redirect to VLAN 20. okay, so let's see here how to do that. okay, 8888, we will take single IP here. Now we can delete that. like this one. Okay, now go to virtual IP. So we can delete this. Let me delete. I will show you from scratch. Okay, we have to go to virtual IP here. Just create new virtual IP. Okay, now WAN to DMZ VLAN 10. Okay, now interface will be WAN. Okay, static net. External IP will be 4.2.2.1. okay, map IP 16.10.10. okay, port forwarding. So in port forwarding you can see external port. My external port will be 887. okay, and map port should be 21. okay, 20 telnet. okay, now okay, now we will create for 888. create new virtual IP WAN to DMZ VLAN 20. okay, interface WAN, static net, external IP will be 4.2.2.1. same IP will be here. okay, now friends, we have to provide here map IP. Map IP will be 172.16.20.10. okay, it will complete, but we have to enable here port forwarding. So you will see 888. now it should be mapped to 21. okay, now click on OK. now friends, we will create rule from here. okay, create firewall policy like WAN to DMZ 2010. WAN port 2, outgoing interface will be our DMZ VLAN 10. okay, source is all, service all except source and disable. okay, now click on OK. now again click on virtual IP. now we have to create policy for here. right click and create firewall policy. so WAN to DMZ VLAN 20. okay, DMZ VLAN 20, outgoing interface should be WAN to, and source interface will be source traffic all, destination is DNet here. okay, now select accept, disable here source net. now click on OK. now we have to select service all. now click on OK. now friends, we have created here, you can see WAN to DMZ VLAN 10. when traffic come to this one, port number 887, it should be redirect to this one. okay, and when traffic come to 888, it should be redirect to 20.10. okay, so let's initiate traffic here. so let's try to telnet from here friends. now friends, you can see we have started debug here, debug IP TCP, debug IP TCP packet. okay, so now let's initiate traffic for like telnet 4.2.2.1. now source, so now destination port 887, it should be redirect to 10.1.10. let's see VLAN 10, just ping enter. so you can see we are received traffic from here. So friends, you can see we are receiving traffic from 4.2.10, port number 887 here. okay, now friends, let's initiate traffic for 8.8.8. now let's initiate traffic for 888 port. so it should be redirect to, you can see. So friends, in this video we have seen how to configure destination net in FortiGate firewall. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure IPsec site-to-site VPN between two FortiGate firewall. So friends, you can see this is my headquarter firewall and this is my branch firewall. So I will configure IPsec VPN between two firewall, HQ firewall and branch firewall. Okay, so you can see my headquarter firewall IP address, WAN IP address is 192.168.1.101 and branch office firewall IP address is 1.102. Okay, both are connected to ISP, and you can see this is my headquarter network 10 dot, which we have to encrypt, which will be passed through VPN domain. Okay, and this is my branch office firewall network. Okay, branch office firewall network is 20.1.1.1.0/24. So we will put this network in encryption domain. Okay, VPN domain. So friends, you can see this is my HQ firewall interfaces here. Port 1 is configured as a LAN. Okay, port 3 is configured as a WAN interface. Okay, IP address 1.101, LAN IP address 1.1. Okay, now friends, you can see this is my branch office firewall. Okay, branch office firewall, and branch office firewall IP when LAN IP is this way. Port 1 is LAN. Okay, port 3 is WAN. Okay, branch office LAN IP is 20.1.1.1 and WAN 1.102. Okay, so my default gateway is towards 1.101. Okay, now friends, we have to configure here IPsec VPN. First we will configure IPsec VPN on headquarter firewall, this firewall. Okay, so you can see this is my headquarter firewall. Okay, now friends, you can see VPN here. Okay, VPN, click here and we have to click on IPsec tunnel. Okay, so we can create IPsec tunnel from here, or we can click here to IPsec wizard here. Okay, we can create from here, or we can select here and create new. Click on create new and then click on IPsec tunnel. Okay, now we have to provide name here, IPsec between HQ to branch. Okay, HQ to branch. Now we have to select site to site. Okay, no net between site. Okay, so friends, you can see remote firewall is also FortiGate, so we have to select FortiGate and then click on next. Okay, now click on next. Now friends, we have to provide a remote IP address. Okay, remote IP address is for headquarter firewall, remote IP is 192.168.1.102. Okay, 192.168.1.102. Okay, now we have to select outgoing interface. Outgoing interface is WAN 3. Okay, now provide here preset key. Here you have to remember preset key. So same preset key we have to configure on other firewall. Now click on next here. Now friends, we have to provide here local interface. Our local interface is LAN 1. Okay, then we have to select local subnet. You can see local subnet is 10.1.1.0. We can also add multiple subnet here. Okay, if you want to add. Okay, but right now I have only one subnet. Now friends, we have to provide a remote subnet. So remote subnet is 20.1.1.0. Okay, so 20.1.1.0/24. Now friends, click on next. Now friends, you can see summary here, object summary. Phase 1 is IPsec HQ branch. Local address group is IPsec HQ branch local. So friends, it will automatically create rule here from local to remote side. You can see in remote to local policy. It will create true rule automatically. Now click on create here. Now friends, IPsec VPN configured here. Now we go to tunnel. So friends, you can see IPsec tunnel is down because we have not configured other firewall, branch firewall. Okay, now friends, let's configure branch firewall. Okay, now friends, you can see this is my branch firewall. Okay, so now we will configure IPsec here. Go to VPN. Okay, now we can click here IPsec. Now we will click from IPsec wizard, select IPsec wizard. Now here provide here name branch to, okay, branch to HQ IPsec. Now we have to select site to site, okay. Then we have to select same remote devices FortiGate. Now click on next. Now remote IP address should be, so for branch office firewall remote IP is 1.101, okay, 1.101, 192.168, 1.101. Now outgoing interface WAN. Now friends, same key we have to provide here, which we have provided on headquarter firewall, okay. Now click on next. Now friends, we have to select local interface. Local interface is port 1, okay. You can see port 1, port 1, and our local IP 20.1.0. Now remote subnet, we have to select here remote subnet. So remote subnet is 10.1.0, 10.1.1.0/24. Now click on next. Now you can see it will our phase 1 interface branch to HQ IPsec, local address group branch to HQ local remote. Now it will also create two policy, local to remote, remote to local, okay. Now click on create. The VPN has been set up here, okay. Now let's go to IPsec tunnel. So it will take some time to up here actually. Now friends, go to headquarter firewall. Now headquarter firewall you can see, so it will be up in a while. Now friends you can see phase 1 is up and phase 2 is down here. So what we have to do, just click here. So you can see phase 1 is up and phase 2 down here. So we have to select this and we have to click here bring up, okay, phase 2 selector. So now you can see phase 2 is up here, and let's go to branch office, okay. So in branch firewall, go to IPsec tunnel and you can see it's also up here, okay. Just click here. So you can see phase 1 is up and phase 2 is also up, means our IPsec VPN is successfully established here. So now we have to initiate traffic here. Now friends, we can initiate traffic from headquarter router to branch router, okay. So now let's click here to, just let me enable debug IP ICMP, okay. So friends, I have enabled debug here. Now I will ping from headquarter R1 to branch R1, ping 20.1.1.10. Let me again ping 20.1.1.10. So you can see successfully pinging and traffic passing through IPsec VPN. Let me try from this end. Now friend, let's check here on firewall. So just refresh it, okay. Just refresh and click here. So you can see 1 KB means traffic, means friend, traffic is passing through firewall here, okay. So let me again initiate traffic from, now friend, let me again initiate traffic from branch to headquarter. So let me, hello here. Friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. IP, friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure aggregate branch interface in FortiGate firewall router. So friends, aggregate interface used to increase bandwidth and provide redundancy in network router. Let's check here. So you can see on, we have just refresh two interface in aggregate. So here you can see we have incoming. If one interface will down, then traffic pass through this we have seen interface, okay, how to configure. So friends, IPsec it's also between increase bandwidth. Suppose this is my 1 gig link. Have a nice day. And also this is 1 gig link. So both link combined will become 2 gig link, okay. So That's why aggregate interface used here. So friends, you can see port 3 and port 4 will be part of my aggregate interface. Okay, so it's connected to our Cisco switch here. We will also configure SPI here in aggregate interface. So you can see VLAN 10 network is 172.16.10.10.0 and VLAN 20 interface 172.16.20.0. okay, so this is my LAN zone. Okay, LAN, our firewall port 2 IP address is 10.1.1.1. so friends, you can see 3 and 4 will be part of my aggregate interface. Okay, so friends, you can see there is no any IP configured on these interfaces here. Okay, now we will configure here. So friends, let's create aggregate interface. So we have to create here, click on create new and click on interface. Then here we have to provide our aggregate interface like DMZ-AGGR. okay, we have to click on here type drop down and we have to select here 802.380 aggregate. Okay, so we have to select here, it will support LSAP. Okay, now we have to interface member, add member here, port, we have to add port 3 and port 4. So role will be my DMZ zone. Okay, to enable ping service here, now click on OK. So friends, you can see we have created here aggregate interface. Now friends, we can configure SPI here, like just again we have to go to create new an interface. Now SBI for VLAN 10 VLAN, so SBI will be DMZ VLAN 10 for VLAN 10. Now interface will be our aggregate interface, DMZ aggregate, we have to select here. Now VLAN ID will be 10. Okay, now role is DMZ. Now we have to provide IP. Our IP is 172.16.10.1/24/24. So as you can see 10.1, and we have our network is VLAN 10 network 172.16.10.0 here, 10.1 our firewall interface IP address. Now enable ping service and click on enable. Okay, now friends, we have to create SBI for VLAN 20, DMZ VLAN 20, select VLAN here. Now DMZ aggregation 20 DMZ. Now for VLAN 10 IP we have 172.16.20.0. okay, 20.1 16.20.1/24. Now we have to enable ping here for interface. So friends, you can see we have created two VLAN 10 and VLAN 20 SBI. Okay, VLAN 10 IP 10.1, VLAN 20 20.1. okay, so friends, you can see it's showing down here, link is down because we have to configure LSAP here also, port channel on this switch, enable LSAP on this switch. Okay, in switch you can see we have a two interface, E0 and E01. okay, let me configure here, enable conti. So friends, first we have to configure this interface here, like interface range E0/0/1. okay, so for we have to create port channel here, channel group, port channel ID 1, mode on. Okay, for LSAP. Okay, creating port channel. So port channel created here. Okay, so you can see port channel is up. Now we have to configure port channel as a trunk. So interface, so we have created port channel 1. Okay, so we have to configure as like switchboard trunk. We have to enable trunk here, encapsulation .1q. Now switchboard mode trunk. Okay, switchboard mode trunk. So exit. So let me check port channel status here. So ether channel summary. So you can see it's showing up here. Okay, so friends, we have to configure E02 in VLAN 10 and E03 in VLAN 20. Okay, so let's configure here. Conti interface E0 by 2 switch mode XH switch port XH VLAN 10. Okay, now we have to configure port number 3 switch port mode XH switch port VLAN 20. Okay, so you can see we have configured here. So VLAN, so you can see VLAN 10 port 2 VLAN 20 VLAN. Okay, now friends, we can initiate traffic here to check our connectivity. So let's ping from router. Okay, now we can ping our gateway from router, enable. So you can see our IP address. Let me show you IP interface brief. So we have IP 10.10. So I will ping here 10.1. So let me check it's pinging or not. Solar 10.1. So friends, you can see there is some issue. Okay, interface getting down again and again. So let me show you our status, aggregate interface status here. Okay, now friends, we can troubleshoot here. Diag netlink aggregate name list. Okay, so you can see we have our aggregate interface status is showing down. So LSCP mode active. Okay, so let me show you how to resolve this. Go to config, system interface, edit aggregate interface name. Okay, now show full configuration. So you can see set LSCP mode active here. So now we have to provide here a static set LSCP mode static. Okay, now set LSCP mode static. Okay, now press enter and end. Now let's check our status here. So you can see status is up now. Okay, LSCP mode static and status is up. Okay, so now we can try to ping from our router. Let's ping from router. Okay, so you can see now it's getting ping. Okay, so let me repeat 20. So you can see it's getting ping. Now we can ping from VLAN 10 router. We are getting ping to our interface. Okay, now friends, we will ping from our LAN PC to this network and this network. Okay, one by one. So let me show you. So we will enable debug IP ICMP. Okay, now enable Cisco debug IP ICMP. Okay, from this PC we will start ping BPC. Okay, now let's ping. First we'll ping VLAN 10 IP 172.16.10.10. You can see it's not getting ping because we have to configure policy first. Let me configure policy here. Firewall. Now create new policy LAN DMZ. Okay, LAN to DMZ. Now incoming interface will be LAN to outgoing interface will be our DMZ VLAN 10. Okay, source is 10, destination will be VLAN 10 network 172.16.10.0. Okay, all accept, no need to net here. Okay, now click on OK. Now we have to create policy for VLAN 20, DMZ VLAN 20. Okay, LAN to DMZ VLAN 20. Source incoming interface will be LAN port, outgoing will be VLAN 20, source will be LAN 10, destination will be our 20 address 172.16.20.0, service all, no need to net here, enable this policy and OK. So you can see we have two policy, LAN to VLAN 10, LAN to DMZ VLAN 10, LAN to DMZ VLAN 20. Okay, so we have policy here. Now we can test ping here. So friends, you can see we are able to ping here and we are getting traffic on our VLAN 10 router. Now friends, let's try to ping VLAN 20 network. Okay, 20.10, just ping here. So now we can see we are getting traffic or server 20 VLAN 20 router. Okay, so friends, you can see our Ether channel is working fine here. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure aggregate link, aggregate interface in FortiGate firewall. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure SSL VPN, remote access VPN in FortiGate firewall. So friends, you can see this is my FortiGate firewall and this is my inside zone here. Okay, this is my inside LAN zone and this is my DMZ here, DMZ zone. Okay, DMZ. So friends, you can see my DMZ zone network is 20.1.1.0. Okay, so we have two device here, 20.1.10 and 20.1.12. Okay, so you can see this is my WAN interface IP 192.168.1.101. So this is my PC on internet. From this PC we will connect through SSL VPN. Okay, remote access VPN, and from this PC will after connect SSL VPN will try to access this device on telnet or SSH or ping. Okay, so we'll show you now. Friends, we can start SSL VPN configuration on FortiGate firewall. Okay, so friends, you can see this is my FortiGate firewall. Okay, let me show you its interfaces. Click here network and then click on interfaces. Okay, so you can see this is my WAN interface. IP address is 1.101. Okay, port 2 is my LAN port here. Okay, so its IP is 10.1.1.1. Okay, now in DMZ zone we have IP interface IP 20.1.1.1. Okay, so now friends, we can configure here SSL VPN. Before going to start SSL VPN configuration, so we have to create an user here. Click here to user and authentication. Now click on user definition. Now friends, click on create new to select local user and then click on next. Username TechNet. Okay, now provide password here. Now click on next. Now if you want to enable two-factor authentication, you can enable this, otherwise click on next. So now we have to enable this. Click here enable. Okay, now click on submit. Okay, now friends, you can see we have created an user. Now friends, you have to create a group. Okay, we have to click on create new to create a new group. SSL group name SSL VPN users. Now we have to click on firewall and we have to select member here, which member you have to define. So we have to define here newly created member TechNet. Now click on OK. So friends, in this group you can see we have a user. Now friends, we have to configure VPN here. Go to VPN and then we have to select on SSL VPN setting. Just click here. You can see enable SSL VPN. Okay, now friends, we have to select WAN interface. So you can see WAN interface port 1. Okay, port 1 is my WAN and listen on port number, it will be 10. you can give anything, okay. So it will be listen on this port number, okay. So now server certificate, we have to keep it default here. Fortinet factory, okay. We have to select here restrict access, allow access from any host or limit access to host, okay. We can select here allow access from any host, okay. So friends, now in tunnel mode client setting, so you can see tunnel user will be receive IP range 10. This IP range, okay. When user will connect with SSL VPN, so this user, so IP address range will be this one 10.212.4.134.200 to 210, okay. This range will be assigned to this user after connected with SSL VPN, okay. Now DNS server, same client as system. If you have your own DNS server, so you can define your DNS server, otherwise you can leave it as it is, okay. Now friends, here we have to provide authentication and portal mapping, so we have to add our user group here, okay. Just add our user group is SSL VPN user, okay. Now portal, so default portal will be full access, okay. Now click on OK, okay. Now also we have to select here all other user group, we have to select here full access and click on OK, okay. Now click on apply. Now we have to select here SSL VPN portal, okay. You can see SSL VPN portal, just click on it and then double click. Now friends, select here full access. Now click on edit, okay. So now friends, you can see we have a full access tunnel, okay. Portal by default created it, okay. So now you can see tunnel mode. So friends, when we enable tunnel mode, if you disable tunnel mode, all client traffic will be directed over the SSL VPN tunnel. So friends, when this user will be connected with SSL VPN, so all its traffic, internet traffic, all traffic will be passes through our firewall, okay. So our firewall, so it's not recommended. Suppose this user trying to access internet, so it should go through internet, okay. So it should not go through our firewall, it direct go to internet, okay. Here if this user only access this network, okay, if this user only access this network, then should be passes through our firewall, okay. So here you can see enable based on policy destination, so we can define policy based on policy. It will be enable which traffic should be passes through firewall, okay. So now here you can select, we have to select here routing address override, we have to select our DMZ network, okay. DMZ 20.1.1 and source IP pool will be SSL VPN here, okay. 10.212, okay. So let me show you again how to define it. Select here and select this one, okay. So this pool will be assigned to our client PC when it will connect to SSL VPN, okay. Now tunnel mode client option, allow client to save password, you can select here. So friends, you can see BEM mode. So friends, we can connect to SSL VPN with two mode, BEM mode or FortiClient mode. So we will see BEM mode, we can connect through browser, okay. Client mode, we can connect with FortiClient, okay. So now here we can select here FortiClient download directed, okay. Now click on OK. So we have configured SSL VPN here, okay, on FortiGate firewall. Now friends, you have to create policy here, okay. So you can see SSL VPN setting. So no SSL VPN policy exists. Click to create new policy using this setting, okay. So let me show you how to create policy. You can click here or we can click to security profile, policy and object. We can create policy from here. Create. So friends, we can create from here. Just click here. So you can see automatic it's assigned this interface, tunnel interface here. So name, policy name will be SSL VPN, SSL VPN in, Okay, so when traffic coming through outside to inside. Okay, so outgoing interface will be, so friends, you can see incoming interface our SSL VPN tunnel interface, and outgoing interface our DMZ. Okay, DMZ port, and source will be source our SSL VPN tunnel address 10.212.134, which will be assigned to our, so we can select this address. Okay, this address assigned to our remote PC when it will connect to SSL VPN. Now also we have to select here our user. Okay, click on user, and we have to select user group SSL VPN users. Okay, now in destination we have to select our DMZ address 20.1.0. okay, DMZ address. Now service will be all. Now we can accept here. Now no net will be there for destination traffic coming from outside. Okay, so now we have to enable this policy here. Now click on OK. So we have created this policy. Now click on apply. Now friends, what we can do, we have, now friends, go to policy and object, firewall policy. Now friends, we have created policy and all VPN settings. Okay, now we have to go to our PC and connect with FortiClient. So you can see I have installed FortiClient here. Just click on it. So friends, so you can see FortiClient. Now click on configure VPN. So we have to select SSL VPN here. Provide here VPN name SSL VPN. It's just a connection name. Okay, description not recommended. Remote gateway IP address 190.168.1.101. So customized port is 10443. Okay, now client certificate none. So save login. Our username, so username is technet. Okay, now we can click on save. So you can see technet. Now we have to provide password. Now click on connect. Okay, unable to establish VPN connection. The VPN server may be unreachable. So it's not getting connect here. So friends, let me check from browser. So friends, I have already discussed you. We have two more to connect here, FortiClient and web mode. Okay, so we can connect with web mode. Let me go to here, like HTTPS 192.168.1.101 colon 10994.10443. okay, just connect here. So now click on advanced. Now click on accept. So now you can see we have login portal here, technet, and password will be provide password. Now click on login. Permission denied. Okay, 1 minute. Technet and password. So now friends, you can see we have logged in web mode. Okay, you can see web mode. We have logged in here with my user. Now friends, you can see we have connected with SSL VPN portal here. Okay, now friends, what we can do, we can try to access from this PC, try to access this network, this router. Okay, let's try to access. So let me click on quick connection here. So you can see 20.1.1.10. okay, from here we can access our like SSH. Just we can click on SSH. Okay, now we have to provide our router IP address here, 20.1.1.10. now click on launch. So you can see now it's asking for password here, Cisco. So now provide password, Cisco, enable Cisco. So friends, you can see we are able to access this router from this PC. So my SSL VPN is working fine here friends. Okay, so now what we can do, So now we can exit from here, exit. So close window. Now we can also create here, let me ping here. Let's check ping 20.1.1.10. So you can see is reachable. Okay. So from 40 client I'm not able to connect because, so you can see friends, it's a evaluation license, that's why it's showing some issue. Okay, to connect with 40 client. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure SSL VPN in FortiGate firewall. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to install FortiGate firewall on GNS3. So friends, you can see I have already installed GNS3 and GNS3 VM on our PC. So how to install GNS3 and GNS3 VM? So I will give link in I button, you can watch from there. So now in this video we will install FortiGate firewall in GNS3. Okay, so friends, you can see I have already downloaded FortiGate firewall QCOW file here. Okay, now friends, to install we have to download some files here. So let me show you files here. So you can see we have to go to gnsd.com/marketplace appliances. Okay, now click on FortiGate. Now we have to download this file, just download. Okay, now click here to download. You can see I have downloaded already. Now friends, we have to download one also file. So I am going to install 7.09. So I have already downloaded this image. Okay, so let me show you. I have downloaded here this image 7.09. Okay, I have downloaded. So I have to extract it here. So you can see I have extracted and we have this file here. Okay, now we have to download empty 30 QCOW file. So you can see I have already downloaded here. You can download from here. It's a 0 MB. So now let's go to install it. Now let's start here. So friends, you can see we have to click here new template. Just click here. Now we have to install the appliance from GNS3 recommended. Now click on next. Now friends, we have to select firewall. We have to select here firewall like so FortiGate. Okay, now click on install it. Now select here install the appliance and click on next. So now again we have to click on next. So we have to install here 7.0.9 709. Okay, so we don't have any version here 709. So we have to create new version, allow custom, yes, and create new version. So you have to, our version is 7.0.9. now click on OK. So you can see, so friends, here we have to paste our file name, QCOW file name. Now friends, here we have to provide our file name here, rename, and just copy and paste here with extension QCOW2. Okay, so you can see with extension QCOW2. Now click on OK. Now empty 30G QCOW2. Okay, so you can see we have created this. Okay, now what we have to do? Now friends, we have to 7.0.9 on select here and then click on import. We have to import our file here 709 40os.QCOW2. Okay, now click on open. Now it's importing here. Now friends, let me show you. Now you can see it's imported and ready to install. Okay, now friends, you can see found locally here. Okay, we can also import it, which we have downloaded. Download and select here, click on OK. So you can see, now friends, you can see both firewall found on GNS3 VM. Okay, now friends, you can see it's ready to install. Okay, now we can click on next to install it. Now would you like to install? Yes. So default username will be admin and no password. Okay, now click on finish. So the appliance has been installed and template name FortiGate. Okay, now click on OK. So friends, you can see our FortiGate firewall has been installed on GNS3. Now we can create project here, like create new project, FortiGate lab. Okay, now friends, we can just drag it and drop it, just drag here. Okay, now friends, to access from outside we have to connect with our local PC. So just select here. Okay, okay. So now we have to right click and configure it. Now we have to select our Ethernet, from which Ethernet we have to add here. Let me show all Ethernet. So we can select with Wi-Fi or Ethernet 1. Okay, so we can select with Wi-Fi, add here. If you want to select Wi-Fi, then add and then click on OK. So now we can connect it Wi-Fi and just port 1. Okay, now just right click here and click on start, and now double click to console here. Now friends, you can see it's booting. So we'll do basic configuration to access from our PC. Okay, the system is starting here. Now friends, you can see it's rebooted here. Okay, now we can log in with admin and there is no any password, just press enter here. Now provide new password and confirm password. Okay, now friends, what we can do now, we have to provide IP address to port 1 here. Okay, let me show you port 1 so you can see port 1. So we have to provide IP address to port 1, like so config system interface edit port 1. Okay, set. So let me show you. So okay, so you can see it's a port 1 interface mode is DHCP. So we have to set here, set mode static IP, set IP 192.168.1.106 0. Okay, now just and here to save config. Now we can change host name, config system global host name, sorry, set host name 40 FW. Okay, and it will show you. Now friends, let me ping. Now friends, let me check connectivity from our PC. Ping 192.168.1.106. So you can see I'm able to ping from our PC. So let me access from browser 192.168.1.106 106. Press enter. So friends, you can see I'm able to ping here. I'm able to log in. Now put admin and password. Admin here. Sorry, admin password. So friends, you can see this is my 40 FW. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to install FortiGate firewall on GNS3. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to install FortiManager in VMware. So friends, FortiManager is a centralized management tool which is used to manage multiple FortiGate firewall. Okay, so friends, we can manage our multiple FortiGate firewall with FortiManager. Okay, so let me show you how to install it on VMware. So friends, you can see I have already downloaded FortiManager OBF file here. Okay, so you can see this is my OBF file. I have already downloaded it. Okay, so now I will show you how to install it on VMware. Okay, So now just double click on it, and then you can see FortiManager VM64.ovf. okay, you can just double click on it, or you can right click on it, or open with VMware workstation. Okay, it will open with VMware workstation. Now friends, you can see here it's open with VMware. Now we have to select I accept the license term. Now click on next. Now you can see FortiManager VM64 virtual machine name. You can change here, for you can change. Okay, so now you can change its installation path here. So I am going to change here its installation path, FM. Click on create new folder, then provide folder name. So I am going to provide FMG, and then click on OK. Now click on import here. So now it will import all the settings. So now it will import. So friends, you can see virtual machine created for FortiManager. Now we have to power on here. Okay, so you can see it's automatic assigned here, memory, processor, hard disk size. Okay, now we have to click on power on this virtual machine. Now friends, you can see installation started of FortiManager. Now friends, you can see installation done. Now we have to log in with default like admin, then password is blank. Now press enter. Now we have to provide new password, re-enter password. Now friends, we have to configure its interface. Okay, config system interface, edit port 1. Okay, now provide IP address, set IP 192.168.1.105 subnet mask .0. Okay, we have to provide set allowness https ping ssh. Now press enter. Okay, now friends, we have to provide internet connectivity to FortiManager to register with FortiGate Cloud here. Okay, so we have to configure DNS IP address now, and config system DNS. So I have to provide set primary IP 192.168.1.1, set secondary 8.8.8.8. Now we have to provide default gateway, config system route edit 1. Okay, set gateway, okay, gateway IP 192.168.1.1. press enter. Set device port 1. Okay, now next, and then end. Now we have provided route here. Now we can check here, config system route. So you can see we have a route here. Okay, and now we can ping. Okay, now you can see we are able to ping internet. Okay, now friends, login to GUI FortiManager, https 192.168.1.105. okay, so you can see it's asking for registered email ID with FortiManager. Okay, for free trial license we have to provide your ID and password here. Now click on login with FortiCloud. Okay, now click here to login. Now friends, we have to select here accept. Now click on accept here. Now it's logged in successfully to FortiCloud. Now friends, it will apply trial license to our FortiManager appliance. Okay, so we have to wait for few minutes. Now we can, after that we can use our FortiManager device with trial license. Now friends, you can see our FortiManager restarted here. Now we can log in with our admin user and password. Password will be admin username and password. Now click on login. So now you can see registered SSO with FortiGate done, change your password done, set time zone. Now we can set time zone and specify host name. Okay, now click on begin. Time zone Asia Pacific. Okay, automatic adjust clock for daylight saving change. Now click on next. Host name will be remain same. Next. Now setup completed here. Okay, now click on finish. Now friends, you can see device manager, policy and objects, AP manager, VPN manager. Okay, fabric view. Now we can click on device manager to add device here. Okay, now friends, you can see we can add device from here. And now friends, in next video we will see how to add FortiGate firewall with FortiManager. Okay, so you can see here device manager, policy and objects. You can create policy and objects from here. Okay, firewall objects, addresses, all the things. We can install policy to our firewall here. Okay, then friends, after add device, it will show total device, total connection down, total device config modified here, all the things it will show. Okay, we can select here our tools like policy and object, AP manager, VPN manager, fabric view, all the things. So friends, in this video we have seen how to install FortiManager in virtual machine, how to install FortiManager in VMware. So thanks for watching this video friends. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure HA in FortiGate firewall. So you can see friends, this is my firewall 1 and this is my firewall 2. Okay, so we will configure HA between them. So you can see port 1 is my management interface. Okay, MG port 1 is my management, and port 2 is my LAN, and port 3 is my WAN. Okay, now friends, you can see port 1 IP is 10.1.1.1. Now friends, you can see my firewall 1 IP is 1.101, firewall 2 management IP 1.1.102. Okay, so port 2 IP, LAN IP is 10.1.1 and WAN IP is 20.1.1.1. Okay, now we will configure, and this is port 4 is my HA interface. Okay, for sync HA interface, this is my HA. Okay, port 4 is my HA interface here. So in HA interface I have configured IP address here 1.1.1. okay, 1.1.1 and here 1.2, port 4. Okay, now friends, so here we will configure active passive. So one firewall will be active and another firewall will be in passive mode. Okay, let's configure. So friends, you can see here this is my firewall 1 and this is firewall 2. Now first we will configure here firewall 1. Let me show you its configuration here. Go to interface configuration, interface. So you can see port 4 is my HA interface and port 2 is my LAN interface here, port 2, and port 1 is my management, port 1 is my management interface here. Okay, this is my management interface, and port 3 is WAN interface, port 3 is WAN interface. Okay, now let me show you. So friends, go to firewall 1 and let's start configuration here. Okay, so you have to go to system and you can see HA. Click here HA. Okay, now here we will select active passive. So now we have to select here device priority. So we can select here 128. Highest priority will be active. Okay, now we have to provide group name FW HA. It should be same. Okay, now we have to change password here. We have to remember password, group name and password. Okay, now friends, we have to select here session pickup. If we enable session pickup, then it will also sync its session. Okay, maintain the session with other firewall. Okay, so that if firewall 1 will be down, so user session will not be closed. Okay, now friends, you have to select here monitor interface. Means if any monitor interface goes down, then firewall will be detect as link failure and will switch over. Okay, failover. Okay, so we have to select here our monitor, which interface you have to monitor, or LAN and WAN interface. Okay, so our heartbeat interface will be port 4 HF interface. Okay, now friends, click on OK. Now friends, it's getting sync with synchronize. Okay, it getting sync with other firewall. So now we have to enable HA in other firewall also. So now login on firewall 2. So now we have to click on system and then click on HA. Also we have to select here active passive, and priority here we have to priority low 127. Now group name we have to provide group HA FW, and then we have to provide same password. Okay, now we have to enable here session pickup, monitor interface. Now friends, in firewall 2 we have to also select here monitor interface, LAN and WAN 2 interface, and heartbeat interface port 4. Now click on OK. So friends, it will take some time actually to synchronize with firewall 1. Let me refresh here. Just refresh it. It will take some time actually. Okay, if it's taking some time to synchronize, then we have to run here one command here. Let me show you. Execute HA synchronize start. Okay, now it will be synchronized. We can run this command on both firewall. Okay, execute HA synchronize start. Okay, so let me check here status. Refresh it. Now friends, it's taking some time actually, so you can see. So friends, you can check here get system HA status, primary firewall 1, secondary firewall 2. So friends, now you can see it's synchronized. Both firewall is been synchronized here. Okay, my primary firewall is 3R1E and secondary serial number GPN01. Okay, so now friends, let's initiate traffic from inside to outside. So you can see this is my outside zone, WAN zone here. So let's debug ICMP, enable debug ICMP, debug IP ICMP. Okay, so now ping from here. Now friends, we can ping from LAN to WAN, like ping here 20.1.1.10. press enter. Now friends, we have to create policy to allow traffic from inside to outside. We have to allow traffic from inside to outside here. Okay, now click on create here. Now LAN to WAN. Okay, incoming our LAN port 2, outgoing port 3 WAN, source So now we can select here. Now friends, we have to select destination IP, select it and OK. Now friends, service should be all. Service you can select all. Now no need to enable net. OK, accept. Now click on OK. Now friends, we have to initiate traffic from LAN to WAN and check our connectivity. Just ping here 20.1.1.10. So you can see we are able to ping here. OK. So now let's initiate again traffic. So now friends, we have to perform HS testing, failover testing we can perform. Okay. So what we can do, just we have to run here, repeat 100. Okay, repeat 100. So okay, we have to repeat 1000. So let it, now we have to down this firewall, down, stop. So now again let's check connectivity here. So friends, you can see firewall has been down and we have only 2 drop here. Okay, so primary firewall has been down here, so we have only 2 drop and traffic is still passing there. So failover testing is done and it's working here. So friends, you can see we have only 2 drops here. Okay, means our failover, both firewall is working fine. Failover testing done here. Okay, let me go to firewall here, firewall 2. Let's log in. Now friends, you can see this firewall is become primary. Okay, synchronized. Now friends, let's start our primary firewall, then see what will happen. It will become primary or remain secondary. So let's see here. This is my firewall 2 and become primary. So let's reboot other one, refresh it. Now friends, let's check here. Just refresh it and you will see still this is primary. Okay, now firewall 1 is came up. So friends, in this video we have seen how to configure HA in FortiGate firewall. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to add FortiGate firewall to FortiManager. So friends, you can see this is my FortiGate firewall here. So I will add this firewall with my FortiManager. So friends, you can see this is my FortiGate firewall and this firewall I will add to FortiManager. So you can see here FortiManager. Now friends, we have 3 steps how to add FortiGate firewall with FortiManager. So first step will be we have to add from our FortiGate firewall. Okay, now we have to click here. You can see in left side pane you can see security fabric. Just click here. Now we have to click on fabric connectors. Okay, just click here. Now you can see other FortiGate product here, FortiManager. We have to click on that. Just click here. Okay, now we have to enable it. Just enable, or we have to keep in normal mode. Okay, now we have to provide our FortiManager IP address 192.168.1.105. Okay, now click on OK. Waiting for management confirmation from the FortiManager administrator. Okay, so once the confirm, will full control FortiGate will be granted. Okay, now click on OK. So now you can see authorize is asking for authorization. We can click here for authorize. Okay, we can just click here to authorize it. From FortiManager you can see this is my FortiManager. It's asking FortiManager username password to authorize it, or we can just authorize from FortiManager. Okay, just go to FortiManager. So you can see we have a request here, one unauthorized device. Just click here. So you can see this device. So we have to just select it and click on authorize. Okay, click on authorize here. So assign policy package, we can default it. Now click on OK. So device authorization is in progress here, you can see. So friends, you can see device authorization done and assigned policy package is done. Okay, now click on close. So friends, you can see here we have added our one VPN firewall, FortiGate firewall here. Okay, we have added here one firewall is added. Okay, you can see never install policy package status, never installed here. Okay, so let me show you. Click on close. Now refresh it, so you can see FortiGate is authorized by FortiManager. Okay, now click on close here. Now we can manage our FortiGate firewall from FortiManager. Okay, so you can see our summary is serial number, IP address. Now you can see config synchronized here. Okay, we can monitor our security monitors, network monitor, okay, systems, interfaces. So you can see my FortiGate firewall IP address is imported here. Okay, so friends, this is the first way to add here. Okay, now friends, in second way we can add from FortiManager. Okay, so in in device manager we have to click on add device, and then we have to select here discover device. Okay, now we have to put here our FortiGate firewall IP address. Okay, after that we have to provide the username and password, then it will be sync here. Okay, now in third step we have to select, click on add. Now we have to select add model device. So now we have to provide our serial number of our FortiGate firewall. Okay, let me show you FortiGate firewall serial number. So you can see this is my serial number. From here I can, from this serial number I can add here. Okay, I can put here, and we have to provide our default package, we have to assign here. Okay, device model it will automatically detect. Okay, we can put here our name like MW01. Now click on next. So you can see this serial number already exists here. Okay, so we have already added this. So friends, you can see we have imported this policy here. Okay, now we can create policy from here, and we can create objects. We can configure our interfaces from here. Okay friends, so friends, in this video we have seen how to add FortiGate firewall to FortiManager. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure IPsec VPN between FortiGate firewall and Checkpoint firewall. So you can see on site A, this is site A here. On site A we have a FortiGate firewall, and site B we have a Checkpoint firewall. So on Fortinet firewall, port 1 is my WAN interface, and its IP is 192.168.1.101, and it's connected via ISP. Both firewall connected via ISP. So on Checkpoint firewall my WAN interface is ATS3, its IP is 1.102. Now you can see its LAN interface ATH1, IP is 20.1.1.1, and we have a host IP 20.1.1.10. So here is port 2 is my LAN interface, IP is 10.1.1.1, and host IP 10.1. So friends, after configure IPsec VPN, we will initiate traffic from site A to site B and site B to site A. Okay, so friends, let's start IPsec configuration between Fortinet firewall and Checkpoint firewall. So first of all we will configure IPsec VPN on Fortinet firewall. After that we will configure on Checkpoint firewall. Okay, so let's start here. Now friends, you can see this is my FortiGate firewall. Okay, so you can see port 1 is my WAN interface, its IP is 192.1.101, and LAN port 2 IP address 10.1. okay, 10.1.101. okay, you can see we have a route here, default route towards peer IP. Okay, to configure IPsec VPN you can click here IPsec VPN. Okay, you can create here IPsec tunnel, or we can click here IPsec wizard. Okay, both is same So let me show you from here, IPsec tunnel. Now we have to click on create new, then select IPsec tunnel. Okay, give here IPsec VPN name like IPsec 42 CP. Okay, now we have to click select here site to site, no net. Remote device is different vendor, so we can select here Cisco. No issue, you can select Fortinet also, so we can select Cisco for different vendor. Now click on next, so you can see Fortinet to Cisco means different vendor. Okay, now click on next here. Now remote IP, we have to provide remote IP, peer IP 192.168.1.10.1.2. so remote IP, you can see remote IP, peer IP 1.102. okay, so outgoing interface WAN port 1 you can see. So pre-shared key, we have to provide pre-shared key. Same pre-shared key we have to provide on checkpoint firewall. Click on next. Now we have to select local interface. So local interface is port 2. Now friends, local interface port 2, LAN port 2. Okay, local subnet you can see 10.1.0. Now we have to provide a remote subnet. Now friends, we have to type here remote subnet 20.1.1.0/24. As you can see, we have remote subnet is 20.1.1.0. okay, now click on next here. Now you can see object summary is created object automatic, phase 1 interface IPsec 40 CP, local group, local address group IPsec 40 local, remote automatic created its object. Now click on next, so you can see local to remote policy here. It will also automatic create policy. Okay, now remote to local policy, both policy it will create automatic. Now click on create here. So friends, you can see VPN created here. Okay, IPsec has been set up. Now click on show tunnel list. So you can see tunnel is showing down because we have not configured other end. Okay, peer end. Now friends, one thing we have to do, we have to select tunnel and go to edit. Now friends, we have to configure custom tunnel. Okay, in custom tunnel we have to set up our encryption method, hashing method, authentication method, all things. Okay, so we have to click on convert to custom tunnel. Okay, now friends, you can see authentication method pre-shared, it's okay. So now we have to edit here phase 1 proposal, click on edit. So you can see here 2 proposal here, so we can select only one proposal, DES and MD5, DS and MD5. And DeFi element group we can select here only once 2, DeFi element group 2. So friends, we have to note down here what phase 1 proposal we are going to select here. Encryption, DES, hashing method, MD5, authentication is pre-shared, authentication pre-shared, DeFi element DS group 2, and lifetime. Okay, same parameter we have to configure on checkpoint firewall. So we have selected here main mode. Now friends, you have to also select in phase 2 proposal. In phase 2 proposal, you can see we have to select here advanced, and this is my phase 2, DES and NV5, and we are not going to enable PFS, not going to enable anti-replay. So we have only encryption method is DES and MD5. Now note it down here, phase 2 encryption, DES, hash is MD5. okay, so this parameter we are going to configure on other firewall also. Okay, now click on OK. Now friends, we have configured here custom tunnel. Okay, now let's go to checkpoint firewall. So in checkpoint firewall, let me show you our interfaces here. Okay, so you can see ATH3 is my WAN interface and ATH1 is my LAN interface here. Okay, now let's go to dashboard here. Okay, now friends, you can see this is dashboard of checkpoint firewall R80.1. so we will configure here VPN, IPsec VPN. So you can see we have a firewall here, our checkpoint firewall. So what thing we can do now, friends? In checkpoint firewall we have to add FortiGate firewall as a external device. Okay, now friends, here we can see, you can see here object, click on new and then click on more, network object, then more. Now we have to select interoperable device, click here. Now we have to give IPsec. Now we have to provide FortiGate firewall IP address, WAN IP address, like you can see this IP address 192.168.101. WAN interface IP address of FortiGate firewall 192.168.1.101. Click on OK. So you can see we have added interoperable device FortiGate IPsec firewall. Okay. Now friends, we have to create here VPN community. So click on new, more, VPN community. We have to select a star or mesh. Okay. Now friends, enter name of VPN community, IPsec 42 CP. Okay. Now friends, we have to select here center gateway. Then in satellite gateway we have to select FortiGate. Okay. Encryption traffic, encrypted traffic. Now friends, if you want to encrypt all traffic to coming or outgoing from our firewall, then you can select here, otherwise no need to do. Policy will decide which traffic need to encrypt. Okay. Now click on encryption. So now we have to select here IK one. So our phase 1 encryption method should be, we have to match with this. Okay, we have to match with this phase 1 encryption DS, hashing MD5, authentication pre-shared, defilement group 2, lifetime 86. Okay, so encryption method DES, data integrity, MD5, defilement group 2, and in phase 2 encryption method is also DES and data integrity MD5 hashing. Okay, so not going to enable PFS. Then you can select here. Now we have to provide authentication key here. Select here on create preset key, same key which you have provided on FortiGate firewall. Okay, advanced. So in advanced we have to provide here I key phase 1. So this is second here. Okay, 86,400 second. 86,400 second is 1440 minute. Now in phase 2 renegotiation every 300 second. Now click on OK. Now friends, you can see we have created here VPN community. Now we have to go to our firewall here, local firewall. Okay, we have to enable IPsec VPN. Okay, enable here, then OK. Now just again, now click on publish. Now friends, we have to select here network management, expand it. Now select VPN domain. Now we have to provide here user defined our network, which encryption domain. So which network you want to encrypt. Okay, so I want to encrypt here 20.1.1.0. Okay, so we have to select here 20.1.1.0. Now we have to create object here. Click on new, network. So LAN network, LAN 20.1.1.0, 20.1.1.0 network, subnet mask 0. Now click on OK. Now we have to select here our LAN. We have to encrypt this network here. Now we have to click here to IPsec VPN. This you can see IPsec VPN, expand it. Now we have to select link selection. So from which link our IPsec tunnel should be created. So link should be our WAN interface 192.168.1.101 outside interface. Okay, this one, this interface. Okay, Now friends, we have to go to our interoperable device which we have created, FortiGate. Okay, now just double click on it. Now friends, we have to select here topology. Now we have to select network, which network should be passed through IPsec tunnel. So now we have to click on new. For FortiGate remote, this is remote LAN, okay, 10.1.1.0. so IP is 10.1.1.0. now click on OK. So now we have to select here remote LAN here. Now click on OK. Now friends, we have done with configuration. Now we have to create policy. Go to security policy. Now friends, we have to create VPN policy here. Just about to cleanup rule. Okay, VPN policy. Now source will be remote LAN source. So now friends, we have to create policy for both way. Okay. So we have to call here VPN community which we have created, IPsec VPN. Now accept here log. So what we have done, so you can see we have created for remote LAN to local LAN and local LAN to remote LAN, vice versa. Service will be any. Now click on publish, then install policy. Now click on install. Now friends, you can see policy has been installed. Now friends, let's check on FortiGate firewall. Now friends, you can see phase 1 is up on FortiGate firewall. Now let's check on our checkpoint firewall here. So now we can select here VPN. So you can see VPN strategy is okay. Now you can see phase 1 is up on checkpoint also. Now friends, we can initiate traffic here. So let's see. So you can see we are able to ping our remote gateway. Now I am able to ping from this end to this way. Okay, this IP. Now friends, let's check on FortiGate firewall is phase 2 up or not. So you can see, just refresh it. So you can see phase 2 is also up. So we have a traffic incoming and outgoing traffic here. Okay, so now let's go to checkpoint firewall logs here. Now let's check logs, just refresh it. Now you can see here packet is coming from 10. Source is 10.1.0, destination is 20.1.10. So you can see friend, key installed on our firewall. After that, after key install, it's decrypt our packet. Okay, decrypt packet which is coming from FortiGate firewall. Okay, so you can see source 10.1, destination this one, method is ESPDS MD5. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure IPsec VPN between checkpoint firewall and FortiGate firewall. Thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to install and set up FortiGate firewall on Azure Cloud. So friends, you can see this is my Azure Cloud, and in Azure Cloud we will install and set up FortiGate firewall. Okay, so you can see WAN interface will be WAN subnet will be 10.0.0.0 and LAN subnet will be 10.0.1.0. So friends, after installation, Azure Cloud will provide us public IP to access this firewall. Okay, so you can see Azure public load balancer will route the traffic to public IP address. Okay, so you can see this is my local PC. From this PC I will access my firewall here. I will show you. Okay, this is my local PC connected to internet, and from this local PC I will access this FortiGate firewall with the help of public IP address. Okay, so friends, let me show you how to install it on Azure Cloud here. Okay, so let's go to Azure portal. Now friends, you can see this is my Azure portal here. Okay, now friends, from here I will install FortiGate firewall and will set up it. Okay, now we have to select here, type here, search FortiGate. Now friends, select here FortiGate next generation firewall. Just click here. Now you can see single VM. Okay, if you want to create in HA, okay, in load balancing, then you can select it, but I'm going to install single VM. Okay, now friends, we can click on create. To create it, now we have to provide our resource group name. Resource group will be TechNet Lab. Okay, if you don't have any resource group, then you can click here to create new resource group. Okay, now region is Central India. Now provide here administrator username, rock, password. It should be more than 12 character. So name prefix will be like FortiLab. Okay, FortiLab. Now FortiGate image SKU, bring your own license, FortiGate image version latest. Okay, so now click on next to instance. So you can change your size here. So name of FortiGate will be FortiLab FGD. Okay, now click on networking. Now friends, in networking you can see we have FortiLab VNet, external subnet 10.0.0.0, internal subnet 10.1.0.0, protected will be 10.0.2.0. okay, now we don't have to isolate networking. Okay, now click on next for public IP. So you can create here public IP basics. Okay, if you want a static IP, you can select a static it. Okay, otherwise public. Now click on next to advance. Connect to Forti manager. No, we don't have any Forti manager. Okay, so now enable serial console. Now click on review and create. Now validation. Now friends, you can see validation passed. Now click on create. So you can see resource is now development. Now friends, you can see development is in progress. So you can see it will increase one by one, like NIC1, NIC2, VNet, public IP, PIP, public IP. Okay, routing table, protected subnet, etc. It will increase and deploy. So friends, deployment is in progress and it will increase here. Okay, it's taking some time actually. Now friends, you can see deployment is completed here. Okay, now we can go to deployment detail. So you can see we have all the details here. So you can see FortiGate Lab FGT. Okay, so we will get all the details here, like our public IP, private IP. Okay, our computer name will be FortiGate Lab, operating system Linux, FortiGate publisher. Okay, so here is my, so you can see my public IP here. Okay, from this IP I can access my firewall. Okay, so we have a private IP, WAN interface IP here. Okay, so let me show you networking. In networking, so let me show you in networking we have a, so you can see FortiGate Lab NIC1 outside interface IP, NIC2 in my inside interface IP, LAN interface IP here. Okay, so outside NIC1 is integrated with external subnet. Okay, with my public IP, you can see routed to public IP here. Okay, now friends, we can access our firewall with my public IP address here. If you can see, this is my public IP address. Now I will access my firewall from my local PC browser. Now I will access my firewall from this PC. Okay, now paste here public IP, HTTPS. Now advance, accept. Now type username which you have provided. Now click on login. So you can see we have a trial license, so we can select here evaluation license. Provide your email address and password. Now it's updating the license. Okay, now system will reboot here. Now friends, you can see system is rebooting here. Okay, after reboot we can use it. Now again type username and password. Now perform the following step to complete. Specify host name dashboard, so we can do later. Okay, now don't show again. Okay, so friends, you can see this is a host name of my firewall, serial number. Okay, you can change host name from here. 40 live. Okay, we can set host name. So we can see we have applied a host name. Now go to network and interfaces. So we can see port 1 is my WAN interface and port 2 is my LAN interface. Here we can change name here WAN. Okay, WAN interface. So here port 2 is my LAN interface. Okay, LAN interface. So you can see here static route. We have any static route, policy route. So we don't have any routes here. Okay, now friends, in this video we have seen how to install and set up FortiGate firewall in Azure cloud. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to install FortiClient VPN on Ubuntu Linux. Now friends, first of all we will download FortiClient VPN on our Linux PC. So you can see, go to browser here. Now friends, on Google type here download FortiClient. Okay, download FortiClient. Now we have to click here FortiClient product download. Just click here. Now you can see product download. Okay, you can see we have to select here FortiClient VPN only. Okay, just select FortiClient VPN. Now you can see FortiClient VPN section. We have to click here to download for. Now friends, you can see download VPN for Linux. We have to download .dav file. Okay, just click here to download just DAV. Okay, now you can see it's downloading. What we have to do, we have to just copy download link. Just click here, right click and copy download link. Okay, you can cancel it. Now we have a link here. Now go to terminal. We have to go to terminal and now type here wget. Now type here wget. Now paste copied link. Paste here that link. So you can see this link we have copied and now press enter. So now friends, it's downloading here. Let it download it. Now friends, you can see file is downloaded here. Okay, now what we have to run command here. Now type here sudo, let me show you, sudo dpkg -i, and we have to paste this file name. Just copy and paste here. Okay, now press enter. Now it's asking for password, root password. Press enter. Now friends, we have installed it. Okay, FortiClient on Ubuntu. Now let's check here install or not. So let me go to search here and type here FortiClient. So you can see we have installed successfully. Now friends, let me show you how to open and how to use this. Just click here to open it. Okay, so you can see we have installed it. Now we can use here, just select acknowledge and I accept. Now friends, we have to click on configure VPN here. Now friends, you can see we can set up connection here, like we can give a connection name, remote gateway IP address, anything. So remote gateway IP address may be like 111.1.1.1. Now we can customize port here, any port like 404443. We can customize it, and we can save our login here. Now we can put our username like rock and save, and we can connect with provide IP address, username and password. After click on connect, you can connect here. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to install FortiClient VPN on Ubuntu Linux. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day.
Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you basic troubleshooting of FortiGate firewall. You can see this is my topology here. We will discuss different scenario. We'll work on different tickets. So friends, first we will do basic troubleshooting, then later we'll do advanced troubleshooting. Okay. First, let me describe you FortiGate firewall dashboard here. So you can see FortiGate firewall dashboard. You can see this is system information, system serial number, firmware, NAT, system uptime, system time, and system uptime. Okay, and you can see memory utilization. Current session is there. You can see here. Network information. Will you can see routes. Now go to network and then interface. You can see here your interface status. If it is green, then your port is up. So you can see my port 1, port 2, port 3, port 4. This is my physical interface is up. Okay. So in the this is my management interface port 1. I have allowed ping HTTPS SSH HTTP. Okay. So HTTP is not recommended. So let me show you basic troubleshooting. 192.168.100.100. Okay, you can see I have logged in on my FortiGate firewall. If you want to check your system status, get system status. So you will get here your system detail, version, serial number of your license, valid, operation mode, NAT, host template firewall. This is okay. Fast reboot, warm reboot. Okay, here your current HA mode is standalone. Okay, if you want to check your FortiGate firewall performance status, get performance status. So you can see get system status, your current CPU utilization 0%, user 0%, nice, ideal, nice 99%. Okay. Okay, memory utilization you can see use 75%. Now friends, if you want to check now, you will get with the help of this command, you will check get system R. Okay, you will check connectivity. So you can see now friends, it's showing only one R here. Okay, if I initiate ping from here, so it will show R for both two. Okay, so let me initiate ping for from here to here. Okay, then it will show R for both. Let me initiate ping, then okay. Now we'll get R. Okay, you can see we get R for port 3. We have R for port 1. Okay, so if we are getting R, then connectivity is okay from here to here, here to here, here to here. Okay, now we check here. So system interface. Now you can see our port 1 configuration, port 2 configuration, port 3 and port 4. We don't have configured port 4.
Okay, you will check physical status, get system interface physical. So friends, with this command get system interface physical, you will get here IP address, mode static, state up, strategy up, speed 10,000 Mbps and full. Okay, all the interface. Okay, now let me again show you diagnose IP address list. With this command, you will show your IP addresses of the interface. You will see if you have a multiple ports, sub interfaces VLAN, then you will get here. Like if you want to check IP address of port 3, then you will put here grab port 3, then you will get IP address of port 3. Got it? Now, if you want to check routing table, network here, so I have to check route for this network. So let me check get router info routing table detail, then 172.16.1.1. You can see we have a route via port 3, next hop 20.1.10. So you can see 20.1.1.10. Okay, if you want to check your routing table, all, let me do all here instead of all. So you can see your routing table, default route, we have port, you have a default routes towards this IP port 1. These are the directly connected. Okay, this you can see static and directly connected here. Okay, now if you want to check your route configuration here, static route configuration, so router static, you will, it will show your static route here. Okay, so you can see how you configure router static, set destination, gateway is 10. Okay, you have static route. Get system HA status command, you will check a status HA status here. Okay, HA health okay, standalone mode standalone, cluster of time 0 because we don't have HA. So friend, if you want to check here your session list here, get system session list. So you can see this is my session list here. Okay, these are my session list. Let's go to GUI. Then I will show you the logs here, troubleshooting here. Now let's logs and reports forward traffic. So you can see just I initiated for this one. Go to logs here. Okay, my source IP 10.1.1.1, destination IP 10.1.1. It's netted to destination net 172.16.1.10 1.1. You can see. So you can see my source IP is there. Destination is 10.1.1.100 virtual IP. Now it's translated to 172.16.1.1. You can see here. Destination IP 1.10 translated to 16 port 23 telnet. Okay. So let me show you one thing. You can filter source and destination. Let me filter here. If you want to check your destination port 23. You can filter with port destination port 23. Also you can filter source IP source 10.10. If you want to filter with then it will show source IP. Now add filter here. Also you want to filter with destination IP, specific destination, and it will show you. Okay, you can see. If you have multiple log, thousands log, 100 log, then you can add filter here. So it will show. So in this log you can see connection error because remote side not allowed. Okay, because route was not there, because route not there on remote. So in this you can see connection reset timeout because you can see return traffic not coming back. Okay, so events you can see here system events. Okay, any system events when user logged in, average CPU status, system events, multiple thing, router events, and user events, if user login, H events, if H down or up. So it will show all the things here. Okay. So now let me show you sniffer commands here, how it work. Diagnose, sniffer, diagnose, sniffer, packet, any. You can put your interface, port 2, port 3 or anything. If you don't know interface, then you can put any. Okay. Host, host any will be like your source IP. You can put any IP here. Source or destination 10.1.10. Okay. Host, what was 4, packet 0, A. Okay. A timestamp. So just let me initiate traffic here. Okay. So source 10.1.1. I simply traffic in. You can see only in, not out. Means in from, you can see is in from port 2 but not getting out to port 3. Means there is something blocking on the firewall. Might be policy not there or route issue. So let me check policy here on the firewall. To check policy, let me explain one thing, how to find out the policy. Okay. If you have source and destination, then you can find out the policy on the firewall already there or not. Okay. So let me show you the policy here. So friends, to check policy, first you have to find out your source interface. Okay. Like for this source IP, let me check here source interface, get router info, routing table, detail. We have to find out source IP. So you can see it's learning from port 2. So my source IP port will be port 2. Okay. So let's find out the policy. Okay. Diag, diag firewall IP probe, IP probe, iProbe lookup, iProbe lookup, source IP 10.1.1.1, 10, source port 23.4, destination IP 20.1.1.10, and destination port ICMP, Proto1 or Telnet, you can do anything. Okay. Protocol TCP, source port, your source port is port 2. You can see your source port 2. So you can see we don't have policy. Match policy ID 0. So you can see we don't have policy. That's why it's getting dropped. So let's create policy for this source to destination. Okay. Let's create policy and then we'll check here. Go to the firewall. Go to policy and objects. Firewall policy. Create policy. LAN to DMZ. Okay. My so incoming interface port 2. Outgoing interface port 3. Source LAN 10.1.1, destination. So just select DMZ. You can see I 20.1.1.078. Okay. Close. Service all, or you can put here 23. Okay. NAT, we don't want NAT here. Just enable this policy. All session, enable this policy. Okay. So let's check policy now, friends. Let's check policy. Again, run this command. So you can see we have created policy right now. Policy we have. So let's try here traffic for telnet. Just run the sniffer here. Okay, just run a sniffer and telnet. So you can see traffic source 10.1.1, source destination tell destination port 23 SYN packet, and in from port 2 in from port 2, out from port 3 from firewall. So no issue from the firewall. Policy is there. Then SYN is going. Then return packet source 20.1.110, destination source port 23, destination same here. Okay. So destination 10.1 return packet SYN ACK. SYN ACK. SYN ACK. Then again out from in from port 3, return packet in from port 3, out from port 2. So friends, in the next video we'll do advanced troubleshooting of FortiGate firewall. Okay, we'll do debug site to site IPsec VPN troubleshooting. Will do NAT. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. In this video I am going to tell you advanced troubleshooting of FortiGate firewall. You can see this is my topology here. We'll discuss here with different tickets. Okay, we'll use diagnose command, debug command, IPsec troubleshooting. Multiple things we'll do here with different ticket. Okay, I will explain you all the things step by steps. So friends, before troubleshooting firewall, we should be aware with connectivity. Okay, what is connected, which IP behind of this firewall, which is connected there. Okay, so let's start here. So let me explain you. So friends, you can see this is my LAN network and this will be DMZ. Okay, and you can see LAN network interface IP 10.1.1 and my PC IP 1.10 and DMZ. My network is 20 router and we have loopback here server IP 16.1. Okay, and this is my outside interface and my management interface. So from here we can access internet. Okay, this is my WAN interface. You can see management and WAN, and my firewall management IP is 100.100. Okay, we'll show you the IP address of the firewall. So you can see my port 1 IP address 100.100, port 2 is my inside. Okay, 10.1.1.1, and port 3 IP address, port 3 IP address 20.1.1. Okay, so you can see on the port 1 I have allowed services ping, HTTPS, SSH, HTTP. Okay, so you can see I have to check my, suppose I have to check my port 1 status. Okay, diagnose, diagnose hardware, device info, NIC, port 1. Okay, so it will show its status here like port 1 driver whatever.net version 1, hardware address, MAC address of this interface. Okay, you can see MAC address, link is up, MTU size 1500, supported 1100 full. Okay, speed 10,000 full. So if RX and trans both packet is there, so means there is no issue with the interface. Okay, it's working properly. There is no drops, no error on the interface. Okay, from the CLI you can get all the interface IP addresses like diagnose IP address list. Okay, you can see, we can see all the interfaces IP addresses. Okay, here port 1, port 2. Suppose we have a multiple VLAN, multiple sub interface and more, like 100. So you can grep here with this command grep, like pipe grep port 1. Okay, port 1. Before troubleshooting, we should be aware with my interface IP addresses and connectivity. So you can see someone like we have a ticket number 1. Okay, when I trying to access from this PC to this server via telnet, yeah, SSH, it's not working. We are not able to access this server from this PC by telnet. Okay, so let's see what is the issue there, why it's not working. Okay, so first let's initiate traffic from my Windows PC. Okay, telnet 172.16 1.1. So you can see it's not getting connected here. There is some issue not getting connected. So we can check on the firewall if we are getting traffic here. Okay, so first let me check if we are getting ARP of this get system ARP. So you can see we have ARP of port 2, means that if we have ARP entry, then our connectivity here to here is there. So now we'll see traffic is hitting on the firewall or not. Diagnose sniffer packet. You can use port 2, incoming interface port 2, or you can use any. If you are not aware with interface which from on which interface traffic is coming, then you can put here any. Now quotation, in the quotation you can put here host 10.1.1.10 source IP. It could be source or destination host. Okay, Barbus 40A. Okay, so just you can see there is a other traffic is coming on this interface, so you can filter with port also. Okay, and port 23. Okay, so now let's initiate here traffic. So you can see on port 23 traffic is hitting on the firewall interface port 2. So friends, you can see traffic is coming to the interface in on port 2. Only SYN packet is there, not SYN reverse. We are not getting reverse traffic, means traffic only coming to the firewall but not out. It should be out through this interface. So traffic coming to the firewall but is dropping here something. So what could be the reason? So what could be the reason? There is two possibility, like policy is not there on the firewall or route. So let's check here. So let's create policy. You can do one thing. You can find out the policy. Suppose you have a suppose on the firewall there is 1,000, 5,000 policy. So how you will find out the policy here? How you will filter this policy? So what we can do? We can check here policy is exist on the firewall or not. So friend, there is a command to check policy is there firewall or not. Okay, so let me tell you the command. First, you have to check your source interface. Suppose in my case, my source interface is port 2. So how you will check source interface is if traffic not going, get with the route. Okay, get router info, routing table detail, source IP. Your source IP is 10.1.1.10. Okay, source IP. So you can see directly connected to port 2 means our source interface is port 2. Okay, so let me find out the policy. So there is a command is there, diagnose firewall IP row lookup. iprop lookup by source and IP 10.1.1.10 source port random 1234 destination IP destination port 23 protocol TCP source port 2. So friends, we can with this command we can check for this source and destination, this destination policy is exist or firewall or not. So you can see it's showing 0, means there is no policy on the firewall. Okay, so friends, let's create policy for this source and destination. So LAN to DMZ. Okay, DMZ incoming port 2, outgoing port 3, source LAN destination server 1 172.16.1.6 service. You can put here all or port 23 net, no net, all session, no, enable. Click on OK. Okay, so you can see we have policy. Now friends, again run diagnose command. Okay, diagnose initial packet port 23. Now again you can check here connectivity. Okay, still we can see only in packet is there in, okay, not out from the firewall. So what could be the reason? So might be route not there. So let's check route. So router, get router info, routing table detail, destination 1.16.1.1. So you can see route is not there. Okay, default route is getting through the port 1. Okay, but route should be through this IP port 3. Okay, so let me check here. So let's put route on the firewall. Go to network and static route. So create a new route, destination 172.16.1.1 slash 32. Is gateway will be, your gateway will be 20.1.1.10. Okay, 20.1.1.10. Interface should be out through port 3. Okay, now click on OK. Now you can check here. So now initiate traffic and debug. Sorry, just diagnose command, run diagnose command and initiate traffic here. Okay, okay, still it's not connecting. So friends, you can see still not connecting. But now what we can see traffic is coming to the port 2 and getting out from the port 3. Means traffic is coming to the firewall and getting out from the firewall. Okay, you can see getting out from the firewall from port 2 to port 3. Okay, means there is no issue from the firewall, means return traffic not coming to the firewall and might be reverse route not towards this firewall. Okay, now let's log into the router and we'll check reverse route is there or not. So we can see for subnet 10.1.10 we don't have any route here. Okay, so reverse route should be, let's configure reverse route, IP route 10.1.1.255.250.0/24 and gateway will be firewall IP 20.1.1. Okay, exit and save. Now we'll check connectivity here. Okay, now friends we'll check connectivity. Now friends, again you can check here connectivity. Let's start a sniffer and just again initiate telnet. Now you can see it's connected here. Now getting prompt means it's connected. So let's check here what we are getting in sniffer. So you can see source in from port 2 and getting out from port 3. Sin and Synac, we can see Synac reply is there. Then source become destination become source and entering from port in and out from port 2 means traffic is working fine. You can see this is this is reverse traffic. Source destination becomes source and source become destination. Synac act 3 and sec is completed here. Okay, so this could be the reason to traffic not passing through the firewall. Okay, now friends, let me explain another ticket. Okay, so friend, you can see this is my LAN PC. Okay, I want to access internet on my this PC. Okay, so this is my outside interface. This is my WAN towards internet. Okay, this is my internet zone. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure SD-WAN in FortiGate firewall. So friends, you can see this is my scenario. This is my ISP1, ISP2, FortiGate firewall and my LAN. This is my management. Okay. Here I will configure SD-WAN for these two ISP. Okay. Will load balance the traffic. Okay. You can see this is my internet zone here. First of all, let me show you for ISP1 my firewall interface is port 3 IP1.1.1, for ISP2 port 4, okay, 2.2.1 and gateway 2.10. Here gateway is 1.10, okay. Will reach 8.8.8, okay. My management IP FortiGate firewall management is 100.100 and LAN zone 10.1.1.10, okay. Will configure SD-WAN for port 3 and port 4. These are connected to ISP, ISP1, ISP2. Now friends, first we have to go to network. You can see interfaces. You can see port 3 and port 4 is my ISP interface, ISP1. Okay, let me put here description. ISP1. So friends, you can see port 3 ISP1. Let me here alive ISP2. Okay, so you can see port 3 ISP1, port 4 ISP2. Now you can see here in network, you can see in network there is SD-WAN. Just click on SD-WAN. First we have to create SD-WAN zone where where we will add both interface ISP1 and ISP2. So you can see this is default. We can call here both interface, but here I will create a new zone. So just create SD-WAN zone here. SD-WAN zone. Now we'll add both interface ISP1 and ISP2. Okay, now click on OK. Now you can see we have created. Now friends, we have to click on here, create new SD-WAN member. Click here, my SD-WAN member ISP1 and zone will be newly created SD-WAN. Okay, so for this ISP1, my gateway will be for ISP1, my gateway will be 1.1.10. Okay, 1.1.1.10. Okay, now click on enable. Now again create new SD-WAN member. Select interface ISP2 port 4. Select zone SD-WAN. Now for ISP2 we have a default route through gateway 2.2.10. Now click on OK. Okay, you can see it will share half of traffic. Okay, now we can see both interface added, ISP1 ISP2 interface added to SD-WAN zone. Okay, now we have to create SD-WAN rule. Now click to create new to create SD-WAN rule. You can see default implicit rule there, SD-WAN all source of A. We will create new rule, create new. My SD-WAN. Okay, now source address, my source address is LAN 10.1.0, this one. Okay, this one. User group leave it. Destination address all, protocol any. Okay, now best quality if you manual assign outgoing interface, we can manual assign outgoing interface, or the best quality, the best measure performance. If any interface performance is good, then it will choose the best, lowest cost. Okay, the interface that meet SLA target is selected. Okay, maximize bandwidth. So you can see maximize bandwidth. Traffic is load balance among the interface. So we will select here load balancing. Now we'll add interface 1, 2. Okay, zone preference. Zone will be SD1. SLA target. So we'll create new SLA target like uh, GDNS. Okay, Google DNS will target here. So for all HD1 member, okay, SLA target latency, you can see threshold 5. If threshold 5 will increase, then it will change route jitter threshold 5 packet. So link status. So every 500 millisecond it will check link. If link down, then it will update route. Okay. Then restore link after 5 checks. Okay, it will send 5 checks, then up it will, if okay, then it will restore link. Okay, now click on OK. So now SLA target, add here SLA target GDNS. Okay, status enable. Now click on OK. So friends, we have created SD1 rule. Now performance SLA, you can see performance SLA here. Because for Google DNS threshold latency will be, we can set here latency like latency we can set 30. Okay, then it will be okay. Okay, now friends, we have to, you can see both interface is up. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to create policy to allow traffic from here to here. Okay, we'll create policy here. So just go to policy on objects, firewall policy, create a new policy, SD1 policy, incoming interface port 2, incoming interface port 2, outgoing interface SD1, source 10, destination all, service all, except nonet, allow all session, enable policy. So you can see we have created policy. Now we have to create routes here. Go to routes, static routes. Any gateway will be 192.168.100.1. Interface SD1. Interface SD1. Okay. So if you choose SD1, it will not ask for gateway. Okay. Now click on OK. So friends, we have created routes, we have created policy. Everything looks okay. Now let's initiate the traffic. LAN PC. This is my LAN PC. Ping and dot one dot sorry 8.8.8.8 hyphen T. Let's open another CMD. Ping gmail.com. So both traffic is working. You can see. So you can see gmail.com and 8.8 is pinging. Now go to firewall and check here. Go to network, SD-WAN. Just click here. SD-WAN, you can see traffic, download and upload traffic is there. Both is load balancing. jitter. Okay, you can see now. Sir, traffic is load balancing here. Okay, so let me down port 3 ISP1 interface, then we'll see what will happen. Okay, let me down here this interface, set disable. Okay, then see go to SD1 performance as well. You can see port 3 is down. Now traffic going through. Okay, so you can see there is no packet drops, no new packet drops here. Okay, let me up this interface. Okay, enable. Okay, now we'll see. So you can see now just we have enable and disable here. So packet loss 61% because we have disabled this interface. Now interface is up, packet loss will be discouraged. Okay, you can see packet loss is getting discouraged. So friends, you can see load is balancing here. Okay, let's go to logs here. We'll check logs or traffic log. So you can see we have log here. Some traffic is going through ISP1 port 3 and some traffic is going through, you can see some traffic is going through port 4. Okay, some traffic going through ISP1, some traffic is going through port 4. You can see port 3, port 4. Okay, ISP2. So friends, in this video we have seen how to configure SD-WAN on FortiGate firewall. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video we will learn how to troubleshoot IPsec VPN in FortiGate firewall. So friends, I will tell you in easy way, step by step with CLI command, with debug command, how to troubleshoot IPsec VPN phase 2, phase 1, okay, with different scenario, okay. So friends, you can see this is my topology here, site A, site A and site B, okay, site A and site B. So friends, in this inside V firewall, I have already configured site to site VPN, and on this firewall, I will show you how to configure IPsec VPN, okay, and will troubleshoot. So you can see on site A, my selector network is 10.1.10 will be my selector here, and for site B, my selector will be 192.168.1.078, 172.16.1.0 will be selector. On site B, we'll have two selector and site A will have one selector. So you can see for site A, my peer IP is 1.1.2. For site B, my peer IP 1.1.8. So let's configure IPsec on site A firewall. Okay. So you can see I have. So friends, you can see this is my site A firewall. Let me show you the networks. Port 2, my LAN interface, and port 3 will be external interface on which we'll configure site to site VPN. So friends, on the left pane, you can see VPN. Just click here and click on IPsec tunnel. Now create a new, then click on IPsec. So IPsec site A, we will configure custom so that we can learn how to configure it. Now click on next. Now friends, you can see IP version 4. Now it's asking IP of remote gateway, remote peer IP 1.1.2, my peer IP 1.1.2, interface will be port 1. Okay. Now no need to enable net, disable net. Okay. On demand, advanced, no need to. So friends, you can see authentication method will be pre-shared key. Okay. Now provide here pre-shared key. I will use same parameter which I have configured on side V firewall. Okay. So on the fashion proposal is encryption. So encryption will be DES and MD5. Authentication will be MD5. and group 2 will select group 2. Okay, local lifetime will be 86,400 and remote side I have also used 86,400. Okay, now friends we have to add selectors. So for site A my local will be 10.1.0 and remote will be 192.172. So let's put here local 10.1.1.0/24 remote 192.168.1.0/24. So advanced, click on advanced. Now we'll select here phase 2 proposal, encryption, DES, no anti-replay, no PFS. We'll have a authentication method MD5. Okay, lifetime 43,200 second. Okay, now click on OK. Now again go to edit. Now we have to add another selector here 172. Selector V. You can use any name, selector V. So for selector V, my local will be 10, remote will be 172.16. Okay, 10.1.1.0/24 172.16 1.0/24. So phase 2 proposal will be MD5DS, no anti-replay. Okay, now click on OK. Now friends, we have configured IPsec here. Now we have to configure policy. Just click here policy and objects. Now firewall policy, create new site A. Okay, incoming interface. So incoming interface port 2, outgoing port 3, source will be 10 and destination will be my remote network side B. So we have added both network side B. You can see both network we have added here. Now service will be all, flow based, no net, and okay. Here we will select log, will we select all. Okay. Now friends, we have created policy. We have to create a reverse policy for reverse traffic. Now just click here and click here clone reverse. Then right click and enable it. Okay. Now we have enabled, you can see. Now source is side B and destination side A. Now friends, you have to create route here. To reach destination route, click here. So go to route here 192.168.1.0/24 site is site B. So it will go via tunnel. Okay. If I choose gateway, so friends, if I will choose this tunnel, okay, then traffic will go via this tunnel. Okay. Now we'll clone this route for 170 172.16 1.1.0. Now click on OK. Now friends, you can see we have a route, we have a policy, and we have created VPN. Now our phase 1 should up. Let's see. So you can see our phase 1 is not getting up. What could be the reason? So you can see these are my selector. Both selector are down. Phase 1, phase 2 both down. So what could be the reason why it's getting down? Okay. So let's go on CLI. Now friends, let's try to bring up. Okay. Just click here and all. So you can see phase 1, phase 2 both down. Now let's initiate traffic from source ping 172 16.1.1. So you can see destination not reachable. Then what could be the region? Let's debug here on policy. Let's try to check here. First of all, we'll check VPN tunnel summary. Get VPN IPsec tunnel summary. So you can see IPsec tunnel site A, side B, remote gateway 1.2. We have a total selected 2, up 0 means so there is no traffic. Selector is down. First of all, friend will ping PRIP. If we are pinging, then it's okay. So you can say it's pinging. Let's check if we are getting UDP 500 traffic. Diagnose sniffer packet any host remote IP 1.1.2 and port 500 40A. So let's see if we are getting traffic for 500 UDP 500. So friends, you can see IK traffic is there. Phase traffic we are receiving from partner. Okay, PRIP means there is no connectivity issue. Okay, now we'll troubleshoot phase why phase is not coming up. Okay, phase should be come up. Diagnose VPN IKE gateway list name my phase my tunnel name is IPsec AV. Okay, this is my tunnel name. So you can see still it's showing connecting. If fashion is down, if there is no traffic, if something mismatched, then it will show connecting in fashion. Now friends, we will use debug command. Why fashion is down? Okay, so let's check debug command. Diagnose VPN IKE log filter destination address my peer IP 1.1.1.2. Okay, diagnose debug application IKE -1. So debug message will be on for 30 minutes. Diagnose debug console console timestamp enable. Okay, diagnose debug enable. Okay, so let's see what we'll see here. Now friends, we have to disable it. Okay, let's disable. Now you can see this is a debug output. Okay, let's see what we are getting. You can see IKEY exchange identity protection. IKEY comes one dot from here UDP 500 DPD fragmentation FortiGate. This one no policy config. So friends, you can see IPsec site AV ignoring IKEY request. Ignoring IKEY request, no policy configured. So friends, we have configured policy, but here is showing no policy configured. So let's see in policy. Okay, go to policy. So okay, what we have mistake here. So friends, you can see port 3. We have selected here port 3, but we should select here. IPsec site. Okay, tunnel interface. Friends, we have to select here tunnel interface instead of port. Okay, remember that. Now click on OK. Now for reverse policy, we have to select tunnel interface instead of port. Reverse. Now we'll see. Now we'll again run. So friends, now you can see diagnose VPN key gateway list name, tunnel name, site AV, okay, address. You can see SA created 1/1, direction responder, okay. Now you can see established. So phase 1 established here, friends. You can see phase 1 established, okay. Now go to GUI, go to IPsec VPN, IPsec tunnel, click here. So you can see phase 1 established, but still phase 2 is down. So why phase 2 is down? We have to manually, so friend, we have to manually generate the traffic, or we have to bring up here, okay. So before generating traffic, before bring up, so let's check what is showing in logs here, okay. For phase 2, for phase 2 we'll see, for phase 2 command is here, diagnose VPN tunnel list name, your tunnel name. So friends, let me show you here, please see carefully. So friend, this is for phase 2 troubleshooting. Proxy ID, one thing let me show you. You can see SA0, Proto 0, SA0. SA0 means mismatch between the selector and no traffic being initiated. Okay. So as that's why SA0 is showing. So you can see no any encryption or decryption. So let's initiate traffic. We'll see here. Now let me ping. Now you can see traffic here. We are successfully now again. Now again run this command. So friends, you can see we have a two selector. Okay, we have a two selector for destination source 10.1.0, destination 192.168.1.0. Still tunnel is down. Still this selector is down SA0. Now we have initiated traffic for 172.16. So you can see for source 10.1.0, destination 172.16.1.0, SA1. SA1 means selector is matching and traffic on this selector. You can see there is a traffic, encapsulation and decryption. Decrypt and encrypt packet is there. Okay. So now again initiate traffic for 192.168.1.1. So you can see we have a traffic now. Let's again run this command. Okay. So you can see for source 1.1.0, destination 192.168 SA1 means selector is up. Okay, now you can see there is encrypt or decrypt packet for this selector. Okay, so you can see now. So let's go on GUI. On GUI, you can see just refresh it. You can see both phase 1 and phase 2 is up. So friends, let me do one thing. Okay, let me change something in phase 1. So let's go to logs here, forward traffic. So you can see we have a log. Is the VPN traffic, IPsec site A, site B. So let's do one thing, just edit our VPN, then do some mismatch is there. Okay, edit phase 1 proposal, just do a SA1, just we are changing here, then we'll see what will happen. Now you can see, so you can see phase 1 phase 2 both down. Okay, we have changed the phase 1 parameters. Okay, so it's not getting up. So what is showing, again run this command. So you can see there is no traffic, SA0, SA0 for both. Let's run here phase 1. Now friends, so you can see it's showing connecting, means phase 1 is down, is trying to connect. Okay, now friends, what we can do now, just run debug here. Just run debug. We can run debug here, enable. Then let's see what's it showing here. Disable, debug disable. Okay. Then let's see what is showing. What is in debug? So you can see IKEY UDP packet comes here. Exchange identity responder parameters. Main mode first message. You can see. Okay. IKEY nonce. You can see nonce here. Encapsulation IKEY. DES encryption method is DES. Hash method MD5. Authentication method pchat. Okay, group 2. Okay, lifetime 86. So what is my proposal? What is my proposal here? Okay, encryption DES and hash is SA. You can see here hash method is SA1 SA, and here hash method is MD5. So you can see hashing method not matching here. That's why it's getting so you can see. Let me show you. Negotiation failure is showing here. Negotiation failure. So that's why it's showing negotiation failure, because hash method is different. So let me correct it. Okay. So let me correct first. Go to IPsec, edit, MD5. Now click on OK. Now again initiate traffic. Now you can see traffic is there. So we'll again check here. Okay. So you can see traffic is there. Okay. Now friends, let's do some changes in phase 2. Okay. Then we'll see what will happen. Do some changes in phase 2. Now friends, do one thing. Let me do change the selectors. Okay. Mismatch is the selector. Okay. Edit. If I will change here selector. Okay. 2. Okay. Then let's see what will happen. So you can see, now you can see this selector is down, means selector mismatch is there. We have changed the selectors here, it is down. Now friends, we'll run here command. So we'll see for 172.16 we have destination selector 2.0. Okay, so it's showing here S is 0, means there is mismatch between the selector or no traffic. Okay, so we'll check with other domain, so we will check with a partner, and if selector is matching, then it will okay. If not matching, then it's showing S0. Okay. So I have changed my selector. That's why it's showing down. So I'm going to do one thing, just edit and change selector again, because selector is not matching with partner end. Okay. 1.0. Now, so let me initiate traffic, then it will up. Okay. So you can see it's up now. So friends, in this video, we have seen IPsec VPN troubleshooting on FortiGate firewall, how to troubleshoot IPsec VPN with different scenario. Okay. So friends, thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video, I am going to tell you how to install FortiManager on EVNG. So friends, first of all, we have to download FortiManager Qcode file here. So you can see I have already downloaded FortiManager KVM Qcode file here. Okay, fmg.qcode FortiManager. Okay, first of all, we have to download here, then we can install it. Okay, so let's install on EVNG. So friends, you can see I have installed EVNG on VMware. Then I will access this evng via ssh. You can see I have access evng with via ssh. Okay, now we have to create folder. Okay, on the directory, just create directory here, mkdir slash opt unitlab add-on QEMU. Okay, now directory name Fortinet FMG v7. Now click enter. So we can see we have created directory cd plus opt unitlab add-on QEMU. Okay, ls we have created directory. Now friends, we will upload this qcode2 file in this folder directory. Okay, via FTP server. Okay, so you can see this is my FileZilla. So let's log in evng here. Evng IP address 192.100.85, root, password, evng password, port 22. Now click on connect. So now you can see here opt, go to this path unitlab add-on QEMU FMG, this folder. So you can see this is blank. Now we'll move file. So you can see FMG qcode2 file. Now we'll move to this folder. Okay, so now you can see file is moving. Let it copy complete. So you can see we have copied successfully. Now go to CLI. Now check file is there or not. So you can see we have a file in this directory. Okay, now we'll move this file fmg.qcow2 to vertiva way.qcow2. Now enter ls. So now you can see we have renamed this, move this file to vertiva qcow2. Now friends, will create second HDD 100 GB drive for vertiva qcow2 slash opt qemu slash bin emu dash img create f hyphen f qcow2 or whatever v qcow2 100 GB. Okay, press enter. Now you see it is created here. Now we have to fix permission. Now fix permission. Now it's done. Now let's log into evng GUI. So you can see this is my 40 manager lab here. Okay, so what I can do, yes, I will add here a node. Okay, let's check 40 manager is there or not, successfully installed or not. Then go to 40 Fortinet. Here you will see 40 Fortinet. Click here. Now FMG, you can see FMG and Fortinet. So we have to select FMG. So now we have to increase RAM for FMG. Okay, CP will be 2. Now click on save. Now friends, we have to make connectivity with our local network. Okay, so we can add here this interface. We can add here. Okay, port 1. So it will connect with my local, and you can see this is Fortinet 1, Fortinet 2, Fortinet firewall. After installation, Forti manager will add both firewall on Forti manager. Okay, so let's change the name here, Forti manager FMG. Okay, now click on start here. Now friends, you can see it's booting up. Okay, now you can see login prompted here. So now just admin, type in new password. So let's check IP of port 1. So system interface port 1. So friends, you can see port 1 IP 192.168.1.19, but my network is 100.80. Okay, so we'll provide IP with same network. Set IP 192.168.100. Sorry. Now go to config system interface port 1. Edit port 1. Okay, IP 192.168.1.100.99. Subnet mask 255.255.0. Set allow access HTTPS SSH HTTP and ping. Okay, now and so now friends, let's access via browser 192.168.100.99. Now you can see. Now let's click on advanced and click on accept. Now log in with your account ID. Okay, now friends, here you can log in with your personal ID with Fortinet support portal to activate it, to activate this. Okay, free tier. So I have already registered this ID. Okay, with FortiCloud, so I can log in here. Now just accept its term and condition. Now click on accept. Then it connecting to, now it's connecting to FortiCloud. Okay, it will not connect. There is a region, so you can see can't resolve hostname. Okay, so what we have to do, just we have to set DNS IP here. Okay, now we have to configure DNS IP. Config system DNS. Okay, DNS. Okay, set primary 192.168.1.100.1. Set secondary 8.8.8.8. And now we have to configure route here. Config system route towards internet. Okay, default gateway. So edit one, route 1, set device port 1. Okay, set gateway 192.168.100.1. Now just end to save. So now we can check connectivity with DNS, Google DNS, ping 8.8.8.8. Now you can see we are able to ping now. Now friends, again click here, login with FortiCloud to register. Accept term and condition, accept here. So let's check, it should connect with FortiCloud. Now you can see successfully logged into FortiCloud. The system is starting to apply the trial license. Please wait for a moment. Now FortiManager is restarting to apply the license. Okay, let's check if it's restarted. Okay, now you can see we have a serial number this of FortiManager. Okay, now we can log in here. Okay, now friends, just refresh it. Now we can log in with user ID and password. Now you can see it's registered with SSO with FortiGate. You can change password done. We can set time zone, set host name. Okay, now click on begin. Time zone is with Delhi. Okay, we can do later or next year. Host name is okay. Set a complete finish. So you can see this is my Forti manager, this is device manager, and this is Forti manager settings, policy and objects. Okay, so we need to go device manager. Let's see how to add. So friend, multiple way to add FortiGate firewall with Forti manager. Device manager, go to add, click on add here. Okay, now discover device, click here, provide IP address of FortiGate firewall. So my FortiGate firewall IP is 100.100, 192.168.100.100. Use legacy device login, username and password of FortiGate firewall. Now click on next. So friend, connectivity from Forti manager to FortiGate firewall should be allowed. Okay, you can see profile here. So what could be the region is from this, on this interface, management interface, this option should be allowed, 40 FMG access. Okay, now click on OK. Okay, now again go to back, then click on next. Then you can see it will override. Now click on next here. Now you can see it discovered here, initializing the configuration database. Now it's heading to the Forti manager. So friends, you can see device successfully added here. Now click here to import policy. We can import policy here. Now click on next. Now it's importing the policy, independent objects, all policy 3, port 2. Okay, now click on next. Now friends, you can see there is a conflict, view conflict, some conflict with Forti manager and FortiGate. So we'll use value from FortiGate. Okay, now click on next. Click on next here. So it's updating existing Forti manager objects. You can see updating here. Now click on next. So you can see firewall address, firewall policy, profile. Click on finish. So now you can see policy package is there, synchronized. Okay, so let's see policies on my firewall. So you can see there are two policies there. Okay, it's successfully imported here. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to install Forti manager on EVNG and how to add FortiGate firewall to Forti manager. So friends, in next video we'll see how to create add-on and how to move firewall to add-on. Okay, how to create policy and install policy from Forti manager to FortiGate firewall. Okay, so in this video, so thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you what is add-on and how to create add-on in Forti manager. Then we'll see how to add this firewall in that add-on. Okay, Forti manager add-on called administrative domain. Add-on is a virtual concept. We can separate firewall based on geographical location, based on versions. Suppose my firewall version 6.2 and the firewall version 7.2. So I cannot add both firewall in same add-on. We have to create separate add-on, one add-on for this firewall. We have to create add-on. And suppose we have 7.2 this firewall, we have to add this firewall in same add-on, and we can add, but we cannot add this firewall in this add-on. Okay, you can see we have a three firewall: USA location, UK location, and India location. So we'll create We'll create 3 add-on USA, UK, and India. Okay. Then we'll add this firewall to USA add-on, this firewall to UK add-on, and this firewall to India add-on. Okay. In the 40 manager. And also there is a feature. Suppose we have an admin account, admin user, and test user. So will in the add-on there is a feature we can assign these two add-on to admin account, and we can assign this add-on to test add-on. So test user cannot access this add-on. Okay, use add-on in the feature there. Okay, so let's create how to create it. So friends, first of all, let's log in to the 40 manager. Currently we don't have any add-on here. Okay, let me show you. So you can see we have only root add-on. We don't have any add-on here. Okay, go to add-on, all add-on. So you can see it's a default root add-on. When we will add any firewall, it will by default add it to root add-on. Okay, so first of all, to create add-on, so you can see this is my dashboard of the 40 manager. Okay, to first of all we have to enable add-on administrative domain from here. Okay, or we can enable from here, enable add-on. Okay, now login again. Now you can see it's showing root and global database. You can create here add-on. First let's log into root add-on. Now go to system setting. Now we can create, go to all add-on, then we can create add-on from here. Okay, also we can disable add-on. Okay, now click here to create add-on. Now give the name of the add-on like USA add-on Fortinet, what is our version? 7.0. Okay, my firewall version, let me show you my firewall version. My firewall version 7.09, 7.09, and 7.09 will create. We cannot add a firewall into add-on. Okay, or a firewall only can be part of single add-on. Single add-on. Description you can provide. Use a location group. Okay. Now select mode is normal, central management. So in the normal mode, you can select if you want to manage and configure FortiGate device from the Forti manager, and you can select backup mode if you want to backup the FortiGate configuration to Forti manager. Okay, only for backup manage. It's for only configuration, backup, and manage the device. Okay. Now we can select a default device selection to install. Select all. Okay. So policy, perform policy check before we reinstall. Yes, we can. So we are not going to enable this option. Auto push policy. We're not going to auto push policy will be disabled. Okay. If you have a device, then if you can select device to add in this add-on. Okay. Currently we don't have any device. Okay. So now click on OK. Now it's creating add-on. Use add-on. Okay. See add-on is USA add-on is created here. Okay, so you can see we have two add-on, USA and root. Now create another add-on, UK. Okay, UK group, and select normal, select all, disable. We don't have any device. So friends, before going to create third add-on, just we can add this device. Okay, let's add this device. Now friends, if you want to add this FortiGate firewall to USA add-on, so just click here, go to device manager, and select here USA add-on. Now click on add device, discover device, legacy method, IP address of device. My IP address of device is 192.168.100.100. 192.168.100.100. Okay, username admin, password admin. Okay, next. Now you can see description here. We can add description. Our UC firewall you can see. Okay, standalone. Now click on next. Now to manage policy and object of device, we need to import that. Okay, it will import policies and objects. Click here import. Import policy package. Select here import policy package. Click in. Then your policy package name will be root. Your safe firewall under the root. You can unselect this, add mapping to all energy device. Okay, now click on next. Now you can see new object added. Duplicate this. Now click on next. Three policies added here. Now click on finish. So friends, you can see firewall added, UC firewall added, and synchronized. Okay, policy packages. You can see policy package UC. You can see go to policy package, policy on objects. So you can see UC firewall objects here. Policy package there, UC firewall root and device manager. Okay. Now, now we can add this. Okay. Now we can add India firewall too. Okay. We have not created any add-on for India firewall. So let's see. Uh, we'll add in root add-on. Okay. We'll add in root because we don't have any add-on for the India. Add device. Discover 192.168.1.205. Admin. Next. Okay. So let me show you why it's getting failed. Okay. So log into the India firewall. You can see we haven't selected here FMG. We have to select here FMG access. Then click on OK. Oh, sorry. It's here 100. 205. Okay. Now click next. Now click here to import now. Import, select here import policy package. Now you can see policy package name will be underscore root. Now you have to select here, unselect it. Now click on next. Click on next. Click on finish. So we have added India firewall. Okay. So it's added in root add-on. You can see. So you can see only in root add-on we have a one firewall, and in USA add-on we have a one firewall. So what we will do? Go to settings and we'll create new add-on for India. Okay. Now friends, so we have already added device for India add-on. So we can select here from here. Now select it India. Okay. Now click here to add add-on. Now click on OK. Select it. Now click on OK. Click on OK. So start. So you can see we have created. Now go to India add-on. Here you can see India add-on is here. Now go to device. So you can see our India firewall is there. Okay. So policy never installed here. So what we have to do? We have to import here. So we have to import configuration. Click here import configuration policy package. Import. So you can see policy package added, imported here. Okay. So friends, in this video we have seen how to create add-on. We have seen what is add-on and how to create add-on and how to assign firewall to add-on. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day.
Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure a script for automatic backup of FortiGate firewall. So we'll create a script for daily backup of our firewall here, okay, with the FTP server, okay. So firewall send their configuration to the FTP server here. So first we'll configure FTP, then we'll create a script on FortiGate firewall, okay, how to send backup to FTP server daily, okay. So let me show you. First I have to create a folder on my PC where I have to keep like backup, okay. So let's go to D drive. Here you can see FTP data, then we'll create a folder like firewall backup, okay. Firewall backup, okay. We have to provide here full permission like sharing security, then edit full permission, okay. Also we have to share this folder, share, done, okay. Now you can see this is my FileZilla server here, okay. You can see this is my FileZilla server. Now we'll configure here, okay, configure. So you can see we'll create a user. So friend, now we'll create a user bkp underscore user, okay. Then we'll provide password for this user @123. Now we'll provide path here, okay. We'll provide path like slash, then we'll provide native path. Native path will be, we have created this folder, okay, on the C drive to data backup. We have created this path, okay. Now copy and paste here, okay. Now redirect permission is there. Now click OK here, apply, then OK. Now friends, go to FortiManager, CLI, okay. Now friends, will create a script. Now let me show you the, we should have connectivity with my FTP server, execute ping 192.168.100.220. So you can see connectivity is there with my FTP server, okay. So let's create a script here, okay. Config system auto script, okay. Enter, edit backup, okay. Edit backup, we have created entry as a backup, okay. Now we have to set interval for like 24 hour, for 1 day daily backup, for we can put here 86,400 second. It's in second, okay. It's a second. Now set repeat 0. So number of time to repeat this script. Now set start, we can run set start auto, okay. Set start auto. Now we'll set script like execute backup, execute backup, then full config FTP. Now our what file name will be like backup lab firewall, okay. Lab firewall, okay. Backup lab firewall, file name will be .txt, okay. Now FTP server IP address 192.168.100.220. Now username bkp which you have created on FTP server underscore user, password user @123. Okay, now go to close. Now press enter. Okay, set auto size, set output size, you can say 10. Now next and end. Our script has been created here. Now we should have backup once 8600 400 will be completed. Okay, we can execute backup. Now friend, we can test here manually to execute this command. We'll see backup is successfully happening or not. Okay, just right click and now we can press enter. We'll see. Okay, you can see FTP server operation successful, and you can see backup file, backup lab.upload text. Okay, backup lab.upload text. Okay, so you can see FortiGate firewall backup here. Okay, so now we'll do one thing. Now friends, you can see backup done successfully. Okay, now we can do one thing. We can like check here to change interval. Okay, we can change interval with like 10 seconds, then we'll see what will happen. Okay, so config system auto script edit backup, set interval, like we'll do 10 seconds. Okay, instead of 1 day we'll do 10 seconds, then we'll see what will happen. Okay, and we'll do one thing, we'll delete this backup. Okay, so we'll take copy. Okay, first we'll delete. Now change 10 instead of 1 day, we'll do 10 seconds. Okay, then we'll do just copy here. Now copy, then do one thing, delete backup. Okay, we will delete it, then config again this command, then we'll see in FTP. Okay, what will happen? Now run again this command. Okay, so you can see it will every 10 seconds. You can see 11.2 backup on 11.2. Okay, now we'll see on every 10 seconds it should be changed. Now we'll see every 10 seconds it will be. Now you can see operation successful. Now you can see backup on 11.26. So after 10 seconds it will again run this command or 20. You can see operation successful. Now 11.26. Now it should be, wait for 10 seconds. You will see here operation successful. After 10 seconds again we will do see operation successful. Okay, when you will refresh it, then you will see will create again. Okay, you can see created again. Every 10 seconds will create it again. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to create automatic backup script on FortiGate firewall. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day. Hello friends, welcome to my YouTube channel TechNet Guide. Friends, in this video I am going to tell you how to configure GRE tunnel between two FortiGate firewall. So GRE stand for generic routing encapsulation. When we'll configure GRE tunnel, so it will be create a virtual tunnel between these two FortiGate firewall. Okay, so it will create virtual tunnel here. Okay, so it will encapsulate this traffic which is going to user side here. Okay, it will be created virtual tunnel and it will be encapsulate here this packet here. Okay, over transport protocol. So data will be transferred over internet. Okay, over internet, and also it will be encapsulated data. So let's see how to configure GRE tunnel, okay, in FortiGate firewall. Okay, so let me show you my configuration here, friends. Port 1 is a management interface, okay. Port 2 outside interface 1.1.1 public facing interface, and port 2 here, so user side firewall, so user side firewall port 2 1.1.2, okay. Now my internal network is India side, so you can see my India side internal network 10.1.0, and user side my network is 20.1.1.0, okay. So when we'll create virtual tunnel, like my virtual IP will be 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.1. It will create point-to-point tunnel between these two IP, okay. Point-to-point tunnel here, okay, between two IP. So let's see how to configure it on FortiGate firewall, okay. So you can see my configuration. Port 1 is management interface, okay. This is my management interface. Port 2 public facing, port 2 is public facing 1.1.1, and port 3 is a LAN, okay, inside subnet here, okay. Port 3 inside subnet, okay. So let's see configure here. On first we'll configure on India firewall, India side firewall, okay. So for GRE tunnel, my local IP will be 1.1.1.1 and gateway will be 1.1.2, okay. So let's configure here GRE tunnel. Now go to CLI, because friend from the GUI we not able to configure here tunnel interface here, there is no option, okay. So we'll configure from the CLI here. Go to CLI and type here config system GRE tunnel, press enter. So we'll give here any name, GRE tunnel, okay, GRE tunnel, press enter. Now you can see new entry added here. So now we have to set interface. Set interface will be port 2. So you can see here, in my case my interface will be port 2 here, okay. So set interface port 2. Now we'll set local IP, local gateway. For me local gateway will be 1.1.1 and remote gateway will be 1.1.2, okay. Local gateway 1.1.1.1. Set remote gateway 1.1.1.2. Now just end to save here. Now you can see interface should be there, GRE tunnel interface. You can see we have created this interface here. Now just double click it or right click, edit, okay. Now we have to provide here our virtual IP 192.1.1.1, 192.1.1.2, okay. So let's provide here 192 local 1.1. Now remote IP and subnet. So remote IP 192.1.1.1.2/24, okay. Enable ping here. Now click on OK. India firewall we have created. Now what we have to do? Now we have to configure a static route. Just create route. So my remote subnet is 20.1.1.0/24. So gateway will be my GRE tunnel, okay. Gateway will be GRE tunnel, okay. Interface. Now enable. Now click on OK. Now we'll create policy India site to USA site, okay. India site to USA site. Incoming interface will be port 3 and outgoing interface will be tunnel interface here, okay. GRE tunnel. So outgoing interface will be GRE tunnel, and source we can take all, destination we can take all, service will be all, no net. Okay, session, all session. Now click on OK. So from India firewall side we have done. Now go to USA firewall. So you can see USA firewall interfaces here 1.1.2 and local subnet 20.1.1. Okay, now let's create GRE tunnel, config system GRE tunnel, edit, give the name GRE tunnel. Okay, now set interface, set outside interface, this interface. Okay, this interface, set interface port 2. Okay, so set local gateway will be for user side, local gateway will be 1.1.2 and remote gateway will be 1.1.1. okay, 1.1.1.2 and remote gateway, set remote gateway 1.1.1.1. okay, now we have created GRE tunnel. Just close it. Now go to the interface, just refresh it. Now you can see GRE tunnel interface. Now again here will provide here local and remote. So you can see for user side local will be 1.2 and remote will be 1.1. okay, 192.1.2, 192.168.1.1/24 ping, enable ping. Okay, now click on OK. So now we have created it. Now what to do? Now we have to create a static route. So for India side my network is, so India side my network is 10.1.0. okay, 10.1.1.0/24. so gateway will be, tunnel interface. Now click on OK. Now we'll create policy here, policy, create new, India site to USA site. Okay, now select interface. So source interface will be GRE tunnel. So when traffic will move from here to here, so source interface will be GRE tunnel and destination will be port 3. okay, so GRE tunnel, destination port 3, source all, no net, now all session, let's enable it. Okay, now we have done here. So let's generate traffic from India side, ping 20.1.1.10. it should work. So now you can see it's working here. Okay, so let's we can verify that, friends, is traffic going via GRE tunnel or how. Okay, we can verify. How to verify? Let me check here. Go to the USA firewall. Now go to the sniffer, diagnose sniffer packet, any source IP 10.1.1.10 40A. Okay, now we'll initiate traffic, then we'll see what will happen here. Let's initiate. You can see traffic coming from GRE tunnel, okay, and getting out to port 3. Okay, that's why means seems my traffic is working fine, my GRE tunnel is working fine here. Okay, so we'll check route from site A, get router info, routing table detail. So we'll see routes, what route it's showing. So you can see route it's showing 192.168.1.2. okay, so that friends means our GRE tunnel working fine here. Okay, now what we'll do, now we'll configure link monitor. So what will happen link monitor? So friend, let me show you what is link monitor. If traffic this tunnel goes down, suppose this tunnel goes down here, okay, in the path, so traffic will pass through this one, okay, this route. So let's see. So let's create link monitoring in FortiGate firewall, site A firewall. Okay, we'll configure on here. Okay, config system link monitor. Okay, edit 1. So source interface, set source interface will be my GRE. Okay, my GRE tunnel. Source will be like to ping this traffic. Okay, it will be continuously pinging this. If it is not reachable, then fall back to this path. So for this IP destination, source will be firewall, source IP will be tunnel IP. Okay, source IP will be tunnel IP. So we'll create tunnel interface. Okay, so set server, which IP will be ping 20.1.1.10. okay, it will be ping, monitor this IP. If it is not reachable, then fall back to other route. Okay, now you can see get router info, routing table detail. Okay, for 20.1.1.10. okay, so you can see we have only one route here. Okay, let's create another route for this. Static route, create default route to outside interface will be port 2. Okay, port 2, and next stop will be 1.1.1.2. static route created. Now also we have to create a static route here for reverse path. Create a static route, create a static route on user side also for default route. Get port 2, gateway will be 1.1.1.1. okay, so now we have created a static route here. Now let's see route, what route it's showing. So you can see it still is showing this one. Okay, so friend, let's see config monitor status, diagnose link monitor, diagnose system link monitor status. Okay, so you can see fail time 0 is a pinging state alive here. Okay, link monitor state alive. Okay, is showing GRE tunnel path. Okay, now what we'll do, if I will disable this policy, then communication will be break from here to here. Okay, here to here communication will be break. Okay, so let me disable this policy here to just explain you what will happen. Disable. Okay, now I have disabled this. Okay, now let's see if it is pinging. It will not ping. So now let me show you the route on the primary firewall. So let me show you route here. Now you can see now GRE tunnel inactive. Now best selected route is 1.1.1.2 means it will send traffic from this path. Okay, this path. Okay, so let me check if it is pinging with this path. It will not ping because we have not created policy for this one. So we have to create policy. Let me show you. We'll create policy for this path here. Okay, so for this one, my source interface will be port 3 and destination will be port 2, and here port 2 will be source and destination will be port 3. Okay, so create new policy. So incoming interface will be port 3, and outgoing will be port 2. Now enable this, and also we have to create policy for this one. Source will be port 2, destination will be port 3. Okay, now we have created policy. Now let's see traffic here. Now you can see traffic is working fine. Is pinging means our traffic fall back to other path. Okay, other route. You can see route still this is in it, and best selected route is, so we'll see here link monitor status. So you can see dead, link monitor ping is dead. Okay, so that's why it's fall back to this interface. Now what we'll do, let's see traffic coming from which interface. Now friend, you can see earlier it was going through GRE tunnel. Source was GRE. Okay, and destination port 3. Okay, but now it's coming from port 2 and going to port 3 directly, and policy ID is D, which we have created. Okay, so now let's see one thing. Just enable this policy, then we'll see what will happen. Now we'll enable this policy here, set enable. So let me show you what will happen here. Now link monitor is alive. You can see link monitor is alive now. So now we'll check path here, route for this one. So route it's showing only GRE tunnel. Earlier it was showing, you can see best path is port 2. So now it's showing GRE tunnel. So we have created link monitor, that's why it's fallback to this one. Okay, so friends, in this video we have seen how to configure GRE tunnel and how to configure link monitoring, okay, in FortiGate firewall. So thanks for watching this video. Have a nice day.
Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this module, we're going to automate Fortinet product, which is FortiGate 40OS, using Ansible. So first of all, the lab setup that we're going to use is a single FortiGate that runs a major release of version 7, connected to the management, have a management IP as you can see, installed and enabled within Eve. Then there is another port that is connected to a layer 2 switch or maybe a normal bridge. So I didn't use a Cisco VIOS switch, I just used a normal network connection that is built in within Eve. The type is a bridge, so right click edit, you're gonna see that this is a normal network, the type is a bridge. I just changed the icon, give it a name, and that's it, to give us like a bridge capable network. Then I have connected two virtual PCs to this switch. Each one is already installed with Eve. We're gonna just use this with normal test, normal configuration based on IP. Of course, you may install a real Windows 10 or whatever client that you wish to do the authentication with the FortiGate, but in our lab this is a very simple automation, so we're gonna stick with the VPC. Now, regarding the configuration that you are required to do with the FortiGate command line, it is so simple. Whenever you download the image from I think support.fortinet.com, I think you could download the image freely because they will give you 14 days of free licenses. You can use it, so in this 14 days you could do whatever you wish with this FortiGate. Whenever the 14 days will finish, just delete it, wipe it, reinstall it, and that's it. There is another trick of making the clock backward, but I'm not recommending this one. So I'm gonna log in using the default admin and password. But I have created another username for myself. I will log in with it. Now, the first thing that you may do is configuring the IP address on port 1. By default, port 1 will act as a DHCP client, but in our case, no, we want to have its own static IP address and add a default route to the gateway of 192.168.96.2. So let's open this text file. In this text file, there is all of the configuration that you want to have regarding your lab setup, initial lab setup. So this is just like a get system interface physical. It's like a Cisco show command. You could set the host name, then doing the static IP address within the interface. So config system interface. You may edit port 1, the mode, change it to static, give it an IP address within your range, and by default it allow only HTTPS. I also append the access of HTTP. Maybe you want to use the normal HTTP, and I quote, sometimes in the unlicensed trial version of the virtual machine, HTTPS will not work. So basically we must allow the HTTP to have it in the interface. Finally, we will just add a default route. So config router static, edit 0, because the first sequential number in the indexing is 0. I'm just specifying the gateway. The destination will be like 000/quad0, and the port will be port 1. So that's all of the configuration that I will invoke into this FortiGate. You may do it changing the port, the IPs based on your lab setup. So to verify, you may do the get or show command. So this is the first one. I have an IP address, and that's it. So this is for the lab setup regarding the FortiGate itself. Now, regarding what things that you should apply and configure inside of Ansible is one thing, which is a collection. The collection named is FortiOS. So Ansible Galaxy FortiOS. Ansible have a great documentation in readdocs.io. It is a very human readable and familiar. It's like a clone from the Ansible documentation, but now it is more colorful, it is more standard. In most of the cases, when you go and search for a Python package or any thing that deals with automation or anything, you will see that is under the readthedocs.io. It's like a standard form of the docs. So this is the module. If you could just go into the Ansible Galaxy Hub and install it, it is very simple to do. So just Ansible Galaxy and install FortiOS collection. I'm just gonna search it. This is the Ansible Galaxy Hub, and this is the FortiOS latest collection. You could just install it using this command. So Ansible Galaxy collection and install fortinet.fortios. I already installed it in my virtual environment, but you could just copy it and paste it with a sudo privileged user within your virtual environment terminal, like this. It will begin the installation, and that's all. Regarding the documentation in this collection, one of the best collections that I saw with Ansible is the Fortinet one. They spent a lot of documentation and modules within this collection. So it is the opposite of the the normal Cisco IOS, because it's have like a generic one, only like so few approaches, only SSH, maybe a RESTconf or a NetConf, but with not in-depth documentation. But in this one, no, there is a lot of modules inside this. So mainly we have multiple modules. We are going to use the first three because those are the most famous one. The last two, the generic and export, is not so important now, but with the automation we're going to use the configuration module. As the name implies, we're going to do the configuration. Then we're going to use the monitor modules. The monitor is like going and having the real information from the device. It's not getting the configuration. No, I want to have the status. I want to have the real-time data. I want to see the logs of the traffic. So this is the monitor module. For the facts gathering module, it's like going and having the configuration, like doing a show command in Cisco. Here we're gonna use this one to gather a specific type of facts. We're gonna spend a lot of time gathering and analyzing the facts. So each one of those have a sub-indexing of one. So if we clicked on maybe the configuration modules, you're gonna see that you have a ton of configuration modules inside this one. Maybe this is a firewall address. I'm going to configure the address. I'm going to configure the ISDB. I'm going to configure the interfaces, the policies, the NTP, the FortiGuard, the syslog. It's like a lot, and they keep adding to it. And also it supports every latest release of Fortinet that's gonna update its database with. So we're gonna walk into each one of those and see what will happen. Now, the last thing before we start, we're gonna log into the FortiGate GUI using a web browser. So I already logged in. This is the release that I'm using. So it is version 7.0.3. I have a local user on it. I also allowed the HTTP, HTTPS, whatever configuration that you want to use. It is unlicensed, so I'm using the same VM that you're gonna download freely from Fortinet website and could play within Eve. So first of all, a quick overview. This is one thing that you're gonna use. Then I just create a system user, so system administrator. I have two accounts. The first one is the admin, which is a super admin, and of course the most loved one, the easiest one, Cisco. Yes, I'm using Cisco inside Fortinet. That's okay. Now we're gonna authenticate using the Cisco, or even we're gonna authenticate using another approach in this video, on the next one. So Regarding the interfaces configuration, I have only configured the basic one using the CLI port 1. This is the IP address that I configured inside the command line. And I also, by default, ping HTTPS, SSH, and FMG access is also allowed. I only added the HTTP to support this kind of virtual machine deployment because in some cases, unlicensed trialed version of this virtual machine will not allow or will not support the HTTPS authentication or automation. So I already allowed the HTTP. Now let's jump back into VS Code and see what could we start with the automation. It is already installed, that's okay. And this one, open an integrated terminal, close this one, expand the Fortinet. In the Fortinet we have a good number of the playbooks, but before we jump into the playbook, we're gonna go and see what is the inventory configuration that we have. So regarding the inventory configuration that we have, the same approach that we did with Cisco is like this. We're gonna define the same host, but as two devices. So it is the same IP, but with two. So firewall FGT7 and firewall 1 FGT7 API. So the main differences is the first one will use the normal username and a password SSH login. So this is good. That's we know it. This is the admin username and this is the admin password. So feel free to change the password and save it in the file as you did. So now, what is the variable? Ansible connection will be HTTP API. This is the API that you're gonna use. So this username and password, you could use it with SSH, with the HTTPS login. So it will be used using the normal one. The collection will be used. So this will be used by the Fortinet collection that we installed. And of course, the network OS will be fortinet.fortios.fortios. This is the long code for, the network OS regarding the FortiGate device. It's running FortiOS. Now, regarding the API, the connection type will be HTTP API, same as we did, but the network OS will not be Fortinet, it will be RESTconf. Yes, we're gonna use RESTconf again, but we will not go deep with it as we did previously. No, it will be just a couple of maybe two playbooks, and that's all. The another variables that we're gonna use is by default RESTconf, and the Ansible collection will use the HTTPS force with SSL and port 443. In this case, I provided this kind of variable because sometimes the VM, as I mentioned, will not support the HTTPS, so you could do it unsecurely backward to normal HTTP. How you may do so, just to specify those three variables. So use SSL as false, validate certs as false, and the HTTP API port is 80. Or you could change your HTTP API port, because in most of the real world deployment of the FortiGate, maybe the management port will be different. So it is not port 80, it is not 443, maybe it is different. So you could change it from here. So if you recall the RESTconf root back in Cisco, it was like data or something. Here I don't have a root, so it will be empty. And the authentication type regarding this one will be a token. How I may do the authentication using a token? Regarding the token that you could see here, and here. So this is one method of the authentication. The token one, we must generate a token with a specific username within the FortiGate itself. So how you may do so, because this token is changeable, so you must change it. You cannot use it the same. So how you may do so, just jump back into the web UI of the FortiGate, go into System, Admin Profiles. The first thing that you must create is an admin profile. Some will ask why I could use the super admin, the default one. No, you cannot do it with the REST API user. You must create your own admin profile. The easiest way to do it is just create one, call it maybe API full, Okay, select all, read write. That's it. I have created an admin profile. Then I'm gonna create an administrator, but take care, don't just click create a new, but click create a new REST API admin. So this is a special kind of user. This is not a normal user that you will use like a local password or using like a remote server authentication server like TACAX or Radius. No, or not even an SSO admin. No, it's a REST API admin. So what is the differences? Just give it a name. Maybe I will call it Ansible. I don't want to use the PKI group. If you want to just trust hosts, you could just type the trust hosts that will only be allowed to use this authentication. You could do multiple entries, so this authentication will come only from this one. And don't forget the administrator profile to be the API full. Always use the one that you have created, not the default one, because as you can see, the default one doesn't have the super admin only, read only, and no access. You will have a token, new API key. You could generate it only once and see it only once. So copy it. I already copied it. Go back into the inventory and paste it. So I'm gonna just select it, do Control H. I'm gonna change it, and that's it. It is changed. Control S, saved, that's it. So that's all of the lab preparation and overview that we could do in this video. See you on the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this module, we're going to automate Fortinet product, which is FortiGate 40OS, using Ansible. So first of all, the lab setup that we're going to use is a single FortiGate that runs a major release of version 7, connected to the management, have a management IP as you can see, installed and enabled with an Eve. Then there is another port that is connected to a layer 2 switch or maybe a normal bridge. So I didn't use a Cisco VIOS switch, I just used a normal network connection that is built in with an Eve. The type is a bridge. So right click edit, you're gonna see that this is a normal network, the type is a bridge. I just changed the icon, give it a name, and that's it, to give us like a bridge capable network. Then I have connected two virtual PCs to this switch. Each one is already installed with Eve. We're gonna just use this with normal test, normal configuration based on IP. Of course, you may install a real Windows 10 or whatever client that you wish to do the authentication with the FortiGate. But in our lab, this is a very simple automation, so we're gonna stick with the VPC. Now, regarding the configuration that you are required to do with the FortiGate command line, it is so simple. Whenever you download the image from I think support.fortinet.com, I think you could download the image freely, because they will give you 14 days of free licenses. You can use it. So in this 14 days, you could do whatever you wish with this FortiGate. Whenever the 14 days will finish, just delete it, wipe it, reinstall it, and that's it. There is another trick of making the clock backward, but I'm not recommending this one. So I'm gonna log in using the default admin and password. But I have created another username for myself. I will log in with it. Now, the first thing that you may do is configuring the IP address on port 1. By default, port 1 will act as a DHCP client, but in our case, no, we want to have its own static IP address and add a default route to the gateway of 192.168.96.2. So let's open this text file. In this text file, there is all of the configuration that you want to have regarding your lab setup, initial lab setup. So this is just like a get system interface physical. It's like a Cisco show command. You could set the host name, then doing the static IP address within the interface. So config system interface, you may edit port 1, the mode, change it to static, give it an IP address within your range, and by default it allow only HTTPS. I also append the access of HTTP. Maybe you want to use the normal HTTP, and I quote sometimes in the unlicensed trial version of the virtual machine, HTTPS will not work. So basically we must allow the HTTP to have it in the interface. Finally, we will just add a default route. So config router static, edit 0, because the first sequential number in the indexing is 0. I'm just specifying the gateway. The destination will be like 000/quad0, and the port will be port 1. So that's all of the configuration that I will invoke into this FortiGate. You may do it changing the port, the IPs based on your lab setup. So to verify, you may do the get or show command. So this is the first one. I have an IP address, and that's it. So this is for the lab setup regarding the FortiGate itself. Now, regarding what things that you should apply and configure inside of Ansible is a one thing, which is a collection. The collection named is FortiOS. So Ansible Galaxy FortiOS. Ansible have a great documentation in readdocs.io. It is a very human readable and familiar. It's like a clone from the Ansible documentation, but now it is more colorful, it is more standard. In most of the cases, when you go and search for a Python package or any thing that deals with automation or anything, you will see that is under the readthedocs.io. It's like a standard form of the docs. So this is the module. If you could just go into the Ansible Galaxy Hub and install it, it is very simple to do. So just Ansible Galaxy and install FortiOS collection. I'm just gonna search it. This is the Ansible Galaxy Hub, and this is the FortiOS latest collection. You could just install it using this command. So Ansible Galaxy collection and install fortinet.fortios. I already installed it in my virtual environment, but you could just copy it and paste it with a sudo privileged user within your virtual environment terminal, like this. It will begin the installation, and that's all. Regarding the documentation in this collection, one of the best collections that I saw with Ansible is the Fortinet one. They spent a lot of documentation and modules within this collection. So it is the opposite of the the normal Cisco iOS, because it's have like a generic one, only like so few approaches, only SSH, maybe a RESTconf or a NetConf, but with not in-depth documentation. But in this one, no, there is a lot of modules inside this. So mainly we have multiple modules. We are going to use the first three because those are the most famous one. The last two, the generic and export, is not so important now, but with the automation we're going to use the configuration module. As the name implies, we're going to do the configuration. Then we're going to use the monitor modules. The monitor is like going and having the real information from the device. It's not getting the configuration. No, I want to have the status. I want to have the real-time data. I want to see the logs of the traffic. So this is the monitor module. For the facts gathering module, it's like going and having the configuration, like doing a show command in Cisco. Here we're gonna use this one to gather a specific type of facts. We're gonna spend a lot of time gathering and analyzing the facts. So each one of those have a sub-indexing of one. So if we clicked on maybe the configuration modules, you're gonna see that you have a ton of configuration modules inside this one. Maybe this is a firewall address. I'm going to configure the address. I'm going to configure the ISDB. I'm going to configure the interfaces, the policies, the NTP, the FortiGuard, the syslog. It's like a lot, and they keep adding to it. And also it supports every latest release of Fortinet that gonna update its database with. So we're gonna walk into each one of those and see what will happen. Now, the last thing before we start, we're gonna log in into the FortiGate GUI using a web browser. So I already logged in. This is the release that I'm using. So it is version 7.0.3. I have a local user on it. I also allowed the HTTP, HTTPS, whatever configuration that you want to use. It is unlicensed, so I'm using the same VM that you're gonna download freely from Fortinet website and could play with within Eve. So first of all, a quick overview. This is one thing that you're gonna use. Then I just create a system user, so system administrator. I have two accounts. The first one is the admin, which is a super admin, and of course the most loved one, the easiest one, Cisco. Yes, I'm using Cisco inside Fortinet. That's okay. Now we're gonna authenticate using the Cisco, or even we're gonna authenticate using another approach in this video, on the next one. So regarding the interfaces configuration, I have only configured the basic one using the CLI port 1. This is the IP address that I configured inside the command line, and I also by default ping HTTPS, SSH, and FMG access is also allowed. I only added the HTTP to support this kind of virtual machine deployment, because in some cases unlicensed trialed version of this virtual machine will not allow or will not support the HTTPS authentication or automation. So I already allowed the HTTP. Now let's jump back into VS Code and see what could we start with the automation. It is already installed, that's okay. And this one, open an integrated terminal, close this one, expand the Fortinet. In the Fortinet we have a good number of the playbooks, but before we jump into the playbook, we're gonna go and see what is the inventory configuration that we have. So regarding the inventory configuration that we have, the same approach that we did with Cisco is like this. We're gonna define the same host, but as two devices. So it is the same IP, but with two. So firewall FGT7 and firewall 1 FGT7 API. So the main differences is the first one will use the normal username and a password SSH login. So this is good. That's, we know it. This is the admin username and this is the admin password. So feel free to change the password and save it in the file as you did. So now, what is the variable? Ansible connection will be HTTP API. This is the API that you're gonna use. So this username and password, you could use it with SSH, with the HTTPS login. So it will be used using the normal one. The collection will be used. So this will be used by the Fortinet collection that we installed. And of course, the network OS will be fortinet.fortios.fortios. This is the long code for, the network OS regarding the FortiGate device. It's running FortiOS. Now, regarding the API, the connection type will be HTTP API, same as we did, but the network OS will not be Fortinet, it will be RESTconf. Yes, we're gonna use RESTconf again, but we will not go deep with it as we did previously. No, it will be just a couple of maybe two playbooks, and that's all. The another variables that we're gonna use is by default RESTconf, and the Ansible collection will use the HTTPS force with SSL and port 443. In this case, I provided this kind of variable, because in sometimes the VM, as I mentioned, will not support the HTTPS, so you could do it unsecurely backward to normal HTTP. How you may do so, just to specify those three variables. So use SSL as false, validate certs as false, and the HTTP API port as 80. Or you could change your HTTP API port, because in most of the real world deployment of the FortiGate, maybe the management port will be different. So it is not port 80, it is not 443, maybe it is different. So you could change it from here. So if you recall the REST conf root back in Cisco, it was like data or something. Here I don't have a root, so it will be empty. And the authentication type regarding this one will be a token. How I may do the authentication using a token? Regarding the token that you could see here, here, and here. So this is one method of the authentication. The token one, we must generate a token with a specific username within the FortiGate itself. So how you may do so, because this token is changeable, so you must change it. You cannot use it the same. So how you may do so, just jump back into the web UI of the FortiGate, go into System, Admin Profiles. The first thing that you must create is an admin profile. Some will ask why I could use the super admin, the default one. No, you cannot do it with the REST API user. You must create your own admin profile. The easiest way to do it is just create one, call it maybe API full. Okay, select all, read write. That's it. I have created an admin profile. Then I'm going to create an administrator, but take care, don't just click create a new, but click create a new REST API admin. So this is a special kind of user. This is not a normal user that you will use like a local password or using like a remote server authentication server like TACAX or Radius. No. Or not even an SSO admin. No, it's a REST API admin. So what is the differences? Just give it a name. Maybe I will call it Ansible. I don't want to use the PKI group. If you want to just trust host, you could just type the trust hosts that will only be allowed to use this authentication. You could do multiple entries, so this authentication will come only from this one. And don't forget the administrator profile to be the API full. Always use the one that you have created, not the default one, because as you can see, the default one doesn't have the super admin, only read only and no access. You will have a token, new API key. You could generate it only once and see it only once. So copy it. I already copied it. Go back into the inventory and paste it. So I'm gonna just select it, do Control H. I'm gonna change it, and that's it. It is changed. Control S, saved. That's it. So that's all of the lab preparation and overview that we could do in this video. See you on the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this video, we're gonna start with the first playbook that we have in the Fortinet automation module. So the first one will be under the name of A251A, Get Global Settings. So the first Ansible collection module that you're going to use is like this, having the configuration facts. So let's open up this documentation and see what we have inside it. You could follow up this link. You could just go here, click on the facts gathering module, or just click on the the link that you have and you could see it. So I have 3 types of the facts that I can gather, which is the configuration facts, monitor facts, and log facts. In most of the cases, we're gonna consider the configuration facts. So in the configuration facts, you have multiple parameters that you must specify within your within your playbook. And there is here an example of a playbook that you could invoke within Ansible and do all the selection that you want. So the most important thing that you must invoke is the selector. The selector is like this. If you just grabbed all the if you just grab all the configuration facts that you want, it will happen just as Cisco. You will have all the facts within the device, and believe me, in the next generation firewall facts, you will have a ton of the facts. So it is not a good approach to gather all the facts. The best thing is to use the selector. So the selector parameter will allow you to gather only a specific type of fact. Basically, you're gonna go and grab whatever configuration that you need using this selector. So what if you want only the antivirus settings of the device? You could use this one. What if you want the email filter, or even the firewall address, or even the interfaces? So this is the best thing that you could do with a selector. And also it provided with a filter, sorter, and a formatter that we're gonna have look at in the next video or the next. So let's jump back into the playbook and see what we have. So the first thing that I did, give it a name. So get global settings. I'm targeting the device with the normal login one, not the API. So this is only like an HTTP API, nothing more, nothing less. You could specify it here, and you could specify it in the inventory. You could just type here local and it will get it from the inventory to like that the same. And of course, you're gonna specify the VDOM name. So basically the VDOM, you could do it like in a string, or you could put it inside a variable. So I have specified it as a variable. So my VDOM is root, because I don't have any more VDOM, only one VDOM, which is root. If you have multiple VDOMs, please enter the VDOM name that you have instead of the root. And of course, I have multiple tasks. The first task is getting the global settings that I'm using this one, Fortinet.40OS 40S configuration facts. And I'm using the selector of system global. I want to have the system configuration of the device. Register the result, printing the result. So let us run this. Playbook and see what we have. So Ansible playbook A241A, get global settings. Good. Expand the view. You will see that you have multiple facts gathered. As you can see here, those are the system settings of the device. So what if you want to parse the information that you have? By default, the FortiOS collection will give you multiple response. So the Ansible facts, the change, the field, the meta. Inside the meta, there is, the HTTP method information, which is the build, the HTTP method get, the status, which is 200, the name, the path, the result part, and even if you scroll down, you'll see that there is a revision, serial number, status, VDOM, and version. So most of this information you're gonna not need. You're gonna need only the results part inside the meta. So we could parse it using, the big famous one, the JSON query. So I'm gonna just comment this one and comment this one. So just to print the results using meta results. I have a typo here, just like this. Rerun the code. Expand the view. Now you're gonna see only the result part of what you have. So basically, we're gonna always use this one, meta result. So whenever you see the meta result, you must know that we are only getting the result part of the returned message. Now, one last thing, what if we want to get the host name of the device? As you recall, I always like to get the host name of the device. Do you know why? Because it is the basic test at the first time you do automation to a device. So the basic key and value that you could get and verify, which is the configured hostname. So in the result part, I'm just parsing the .hostname. Yes, hostname is under system global. When you want to configure the hostname, you're going to configure it under system global. To verify, go back into, the FortiGate, click on the system settings. Here is the host name and all other of the configuration that we had. Come on this one. Rerun the code. I think now I must get the host name, and of course you could put it into a variable, and that's it. So the host name is FGT Firewall. Verify. Yes, it is FGT Firewall. Let's go into the second part and see what is the access token. As I mentioned previously, you could access the firewall using two methods. The first one is a username and a password, the same that you're going to use with SSH, with HTTP, with the Web UI, CLI login, username and a password. The second approach is using an access token. As you recall, we already configured it in the FortiGate itself, copy and paste it into the inventory file. So make sure that you have this one in your inventory file under the name of FortiOS access token. This is a variable. So the variable name will be FortiOS access token. So if we went back and see, I have this variable. So in every Ansible module, you're gonna see the parameter of access token. So let's go back to this. There is an access token, this module that we're gonna use. So maybe let's go back, go and select a different one. Maybe I'm gonna use the configuration module. Maybe just scroll down, click on anything, internet service name, and access token. So in each module, you could use the login type of the access token, not a username and a password. So this is one good approach of using the authentication type of access token. So in this time, it is not using a default username and a password. No, it is using it will use an access token. So how to configure this one? Basically, the first will be the same as you did. The selector, everything is the same. The only difference that you're gonna invoke an access token with the variable that you have created. So the variable is FortiOS access token, same as you invoked and configured inside the inventory file, FortiOS access token. So this is A241B. Just run the code. So Ansible playbook A251B access token. It will go authenticate using a token. Scroll up, same as you did, and get us the information. For the last playbook that we have, which is A251C set hostname, yes, finally we're gonna do some configuration. I'm gonna use the configuration module. How to do so? Just to click on the link that I always keep in the configuration in the playbook commented, and it will guide you into the module documentation site that I'm gonna use. So I'm using the Fortinet system global under the configuration module. As you can see, you could configure whatever configuration inside the system configuration. As you can see, there is a lot of configuration that you could do. As you can see, here it is, system global, all of this configuration that you may invoke using this module. But we're gonna not use all of those. We're gonna use only the host name. So we're gonna configure and change the host name only. So let's see. The start is the same. Task name is setting host name, Fortinet, FortiOS system global. The access token, that we configured and tested. And of course, don't forget the VDOM. In this case, yes, we're gonna specify the VDOM, which is root. Then we're gonna serve inside the system global setting, specifying the host name. So the host name will be OE firewall 01. Print the facts. So let's go back into the documentation. As you can see, it is the same. Here it is, the VDOM. Then you configure whatever configuration inside the system global dictionary. So this is a dictionary. Whatever key and value that you could invoke inside this, you could find it in the documentation. And of course, if you want a good description, you could find it here. So there are multiple compatibility metrics and a good description for each one. And of course, you must have a good background dealing with next generation firewall, especially FortiGate, to do all this kind of configuration in this module or any module. So run the playbook, Ansible playbook, A251C, set hostname. Changed, everything good. You want to verify, just rerun the first playbook that you have, which is A251 get global setting, parsing the hostname. So in this case, I think the hostname will be changed into OE firewall 1, changed. And if you want to verify, from the GUI itself, just go back into the GUI, do a refresh. As you can see, it is FGT firewall. Just do, a refresh to the page. Require login again. Now it is changed OE firewall 01 in the system settings, OE firewall 1. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this video, we're gonna CRUD the FortiGate interfaces. So CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. So I think I made it in the favorite. Yes, interfaces. So basically we have a single interface that is configured, port 1, that's all. Port 2, 3, and 4 is not configured. I only connected port 3 into this switch or even the network bridge. Only it is in up state, no IP, no VLAN, not at all. So in this video, we're gonna use multiple playbooks to create and delete, update the FortiGate interfaces. So the first playbook we're gonna use is A252A, get interfaces. We're gonna only have the predefined configuration. So we're gonna use the configuration facts, same as we did in the first and the previous playbook. The only difference will be in the selector. The selector will be system interface. If you recall, the selector was the system global, and in this case, no, it is system interface. You can see all the selectors within the documentation that we saw in the previous video. And this time I'm using the FortiOS access token, registering the result, printing the result, and finally I'm gonna create a file. I'm gonna convert this file, I'm gonna convert the CLI result to be a JSON, to a nice JSON. If you recall, a nice JSON means that this will be with indentation default, which is 4, I think. And the destination file name will be interfaces.json. So I'm gonna just have the interfaces and save them into a file under the name of interfaces.json. So Ansible playbook A252A, get interface. The first task, getting the interface configuration, printing the configuration. There is a lot of configuration, and of course it will be within a file. So let me open the file. The file will be interfaces.json, and this is the file. As you can see, the Ansible fact meta, we're gonna have the result, only the result. So those are the predefined configuration with each interface. You could have them all, read and modify whatever you need. This will help you a lot if you want to configure a device to see how the key and value will be invoked into the device. So let's go into the second playbook, which is the favorite one, get interface parse. Yes, I like parsing because I don't want to have all of this information that you saw. I need to have only a specific information. I just need to have a specific information. So I have two parsing mechanisms. The first one, I'm gonna parse only the interface name. So just gonna print what are the interface names that I have. So it's a basic one. So how I may do so, of course, with a JSON query. The JSON query will be under meta results. The result is a list. So I want to have all the content of the list. So whatever interfaces that I have, which is a star. So ports, links, loopbacks, VLAN, whatever interfaces, I'm gonna have them. And I'm gonna print only the name of the interfaces. So let me run the playbook. A252B interface parse. Maximize it. Good. Those are the predefined system interfaces within the FortiGate FortiOS. So there is FortiLink, L2T, NAF, port 1, 3, 4, and SSL root. If you want to verify, you could do it from the command line or just open the interfaces. You're going to see it, the Fortinet, the ports, the NAT interface, the NAF, and that's it. Now, another thing to do, want to have not only the name, but I want to have the name, the IP, and the description of the interface. How I may do so? Doing like this. So when you do the last dot, the last level of parsing, you're gonna open a bracket. It's a list defining what parameters that you want. This is what could you find in the JSON query documentation within the Ansible. So I want to have the name, the IP, and the description. So I will just rerun the code, maximize screen. Good. As you can see, the IP and the description. There is no description because I didn't do any comment. There is a default IP in the Fortinet within the FortiLink, which is 10.255.1.1. This is the default one. So this is how you gather and parse the interfaces with Ansible. So let's go into A252C create interface. In this case, I'm using the configuration. Now I'm using the configuration module. I'm gonna specify the system interface. You can have this documentation. You could go and read and see what we have. So I'm specifying it. FortiOS system interface, specifying the VDOM, and specifying the state. Be careful about the state. In the FortiOS collection within Ansible, there are two values only in the state. I'm talking now currently in the start of 2022. Maybe in the future they will add more. Currently there are the state of present and the state of absent. So what is the meaning of that? The state of a present will mean to create or update a value, and the state of absent is to delete this value. So state of a present will mean only create or update, but if you want to delete, same as we will see it, we're going to use absent. So those are the values of the state. This is a mandatory value to invoke, same as the VDOM. The VDOM is a mandatory value to invoke in both of the upper and lower configuration. So in the FortiOS system interface, you must invoke the VDOM. In the system interface, you're gonna specify the VDOM. Why? Because in the configuration CLI, if you configured FortiGate previously using CLI, you must specify the VDOM that you are associating this interface with. So I'm gonna create an interface. This interface will be a loopback interface. So the name will be loopback4, the type loopback. the type will always be a lowercase. So in the type you have a loopback, you have a VLAN, you have multiple things. How to know what are the types that is allowed? You could just create it easily. So just to create this one, interface. In the interface you're gonna see the type. So all these types you're gonna have. And of course in the command line you could specify the type. So just take the type values from GUI or CLI, or even from Ansible documentation. For the IP, I'm gonna have like a loopback IP prefix 32, so it is 192.168.404/32. The description will be created by Ansible, and the allow access will be only ping, so only ping a profile within this interface. Save the result, print the result, that's it. So Ansible playbook A252C, create interface. Now it is created. If I want to verify, I'm gonna rerun the Ansible playbook A252B, get interface with parse. In this case, I think I'm gonna have the interface with an IP and a description. As you can see, it is the first one, loopback 4. It is an IP created by Ansible. If you want to verify from the GUI, just go back into the GUI itself of the device, do a refresh, and here it is under the loopback category, loopback 4, an IP address, and only ping is here. So click it, you're gonna see the description or comment. So the comment or description is created by Ansible. For the next playbook, which is A252D, which is delete, I'm gonna delete this loopback. How to do so? Very easily. As I mentioned, the state will be absent, so absent means delete, and the previous one, which is present, mean create or update. So here it is absent, and you only must provide two key end values, which is the VDOM itself and the name of the entity that you want to delete. So name, which is loopback 4. So I'm gonna run the playbook, A252D, delete interface, deleted. If you want to verify, just go back, do a refresh, or use the parse playbook. There is no loopback. And this is how you delete an interface. Of course, you cannot delete a physical interface, only the logical interface that you create. Now, for the last playbook that we have in this video, which is changing an interface. So changing an interface or updating the configuration of an interface can be done also by using the state of a present. So in this time, I'm gonna specify port 4. So port 4, which is a physical port. I'm gonna change the description of port 4. I'm gonna just give it a description of DC switch. That's it. So Ansible playbook A252E, change an interface. It will go use the state of present, go into port 4, change the description to be DC switch, and then that's it. If I want to verify, I'm gonna just rerun the code Ansible playbook A252B, get interface parse, maximize the screen. Then I'm gonna see that the description of port 4 is changed to be DC switch. So in this video, we learned how to create, update, delete an interface, a physical one or even a logical one. And in the next video, we're gonna see another type of the interfaces, which is the VLAN. So that's all for this video. See you on the next one.
Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net.
In this video, we're gonna play with the firewall security zone. If you recall back in the old CCNA security, when we first learned how to play with the Cisco ASA zones, you know, the inside, the outside, the DMZ, the priority, what are the security zones in every firewall or even next generation firewall, Cisco, FTD, FortiGate, Palo Alto, all under the same concept. So there are security zones, you put and interfaces within those security zones, then you define, the policies, routing, whatever you wish within those security zones, VPNs, etc., etc. Now, the first thing we're going to use in this video is to create an interface. This interface will be used later on within a security zone. So A253A interface VLAN, I'm going to create and assign a VLAN. So a VLAN is basically a sub-interface that you're going to put inside a physical interface. So this VLAN will be configured with an IP address, later on with a subnet, etc., etc. So I'm gonna just create an interface, same as I did previously in the last video. So FortiOS system interface, specify the VDOM, the state is a present, the system interface, the name will be p4.100. So I'm gonna put VLAN 100 with p4. This naming is like a standard naming, not it is not like a strict one. You could name it whatever you want, but I'm using this standard naming to define what is the VLAN ID and physical port. So physical port is port 4 and the VLAN ID, the subinterface, is 100. The type is a VLAN. Previously we did the loopback, and when you define the type to be VLAN, you must define the interface. So what is the physical interface that this VLAN will be configured within? So port 4, I want to define it with port 4. The description will be VLAN-100, and of course you must define the VLAN ID. Those are the mandatory values that you must configure. You cannot just leave it, because even if you did it in the CLI or even in the web UI, this value are mandatory. And of course I'm specifying the VDOM. The sequence is not important, put whatever sequence you want. The IP address is like 172.16.16.100, prefix 24. The allow access ping, that's it. I will run the code. So Ansible playbook A253A interface VLAN. I'm going to create an interface VLAN, assign an IP, allow the ping, and that's it. So if you want to verify, you could just use the get interface parse, or you could go into the web and click on the interfaces. I put it in the favorite, refresh the page. You're going to see that port 4, which is down, have now sub interfaces. If you click, the plus sign, you're going to have multiple interfaces. So port 4 100 have an IP address, have a description, whatever configuration that you put within your playbook, you could have it here. You could open it, see all the configuration that you did, the name, the type, the VLAN ID. Those are mandatory, key and value. And of course you may do all other configuration from the Ansible playbook, but there is something that is mandatory and there is something that is not. Now, this is in how we just, created a sub interface. Now let's go and have the zones that we have. So the second playbook that we have is get zone. Whenever we mention the name of get, that means that we are getting the facts, gathering the facts. So we are using the FortiOS configuration facts. I'm just configuring the facts. One note that I think I didn't mention before, you could specify the entire name of the collection. So the collection will be Fortinet.FortiOS, then the module name .FortiOS _, or you could just specify it at the beginning. You could just create a list of whatever collections that you want to import and use within this playbook. So this is like a predefined key name within the Ansible. So collections, it's a list. So I'm gonna use only Fortinet, FortiOS. You could use the Cisco multiple thing as a list. This is a list. Eventually, you could just specify the module name, same as we did, if you recall, in the Cisco, or even in the predefined, built-in modules and plugins. So I'm gonna just do the selector of system zone. I'm gonna just have, the system gathered, print the result. I'm gonna just do the parse. run the code A253B, get zones. Eventually I don't have any zones, so I don't think I'm gonna have any output. Yes, the message will be empty, no zones at all, but eventually we will create zones. So let's go and create zones. So in creating a zone, I'm gonna use the FortiOS system zone. Yes, this is a configuration module, system zone. You could just go and click on this link. You will see whatever configuration documentation that you want. The VDOM as root, the state is a present. As you can see, most of the parameters of the Fortinet is similar, not as, you know, the built-in. It is different from one to each, but this one is similar. So if you got familiar with one, you could be familiar with the rest. You can just define the parameter, then you put the configuration as you wish. So let's see what is the configuration. So let's see what are the parameters, VDOM and the state. Those are the default. So I'm not using the access token, I'm using the normal one. Then I'm configuring the system zone. So name will be DMZ. Then the interface will be as in a list. So why the interface will be in a list? Because zone could have multiple interfaces within its, you know, configuration. So you could have maybe one interface or multiple interfaces associated within the zone under the name of DMZ. So I'm creating a zone within a name of DMZ, and I am putting this interface within the DMZ zone. So the interface that we have created, P4.100, and the intra-zone, you know, routing is allow. By default, it is not allow. I'm allowing the intra-zone traffic to be allowed. So you could have multiple interfaces within this zone. So run the playbook, Ansible playbook, A253C, create zone and associate an interface with this zone. That's good. So if we want to verify, just rerun the playbook of A253B, get zone, enter. As you can see, there is a single zone under the name of DMZ, and the interface, as you can see, it is a list. So be careful, always the interface will be a list. So whenever you have like a key, the value of this key must be a list. Be careful to define it in the playbook as a list, not as a dictionary. And of course, it is a nested dictionary list. It will reflect to a key and a value. If you want to verify from the GUI, go back into the firewall, just do a refresh. I think I'm now within the interfaces. If you scroll down, you're gonna see one zone, which is the DMZ zone. Inside the DMZ zone is eventually one interface, P4.100. So if you double click on this one, you're gonna see the configuration of this one. And the block intra-zone traffic is disabled. Why? Because we already allow it. By default, it is blocked but now it is unblocked by defining this key and value intra-zone allow. By default, it will be blocked. The last playbook that we have in this video is deleting a zone, and it is very easy and straightforward. You're gonna use the same configuration module. So FortiOS system zone, the VDOM is root, the state is absent, you know, absent is delete. System zone, you're gonna just specify the name of the security zone that you want to delete. So the name will be DMZ, and that's it. So Ansible playbook A253D, delete zone. Delete and deassign the zone. Now let's verify again by doing the playbook of A253B, get zones. Eventually, I don't think I'm gonna have zones now because I already deleted. It is deleted. Head back to the FortiGate, do a refresh within the interface tab. Scroll down, there is no zone category. So in this video, we learned how to create zone, associate interface with this zone, and eventually deleting the zone. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this video, we're gonna enable, configure, and monitor a DHCP server interface within the FortiGate. So the first playbook that we have is A254A, set DHCP interface. So basically we're gonna just configure an interface same as we did, but in this time we're gonna configure a physical interface, not a loopback, not a VLAN. So we're gonna use the same system interface, so FortiOS system interface, define the parameters, vdom, which is root, state is present, then invoke the configuration that we have. So the name, I'm gonna configure port 3, interface port 3. Why port 3? Because port 3, which is the physical port that is connected to those PCs that we're gonna enable the DHCP on, to have those PCs have an IP address and eventually monitor those IP addresses. So port 3, I'm gonna give it a description, specify the vdom again, and as I mentioned before, the sequence is not important regarding the configuration. I'm gonna specify an IP address, so IP 172.16.24.1/24. The allow access is only ping. Register the result, print the result, so just run the playbook. So A254A, set DHCP interface. It is changed. You could just verify, go to the GUI itself, do a refresh, just like this. You're gonna see that port 3 have an IP address which is up and running. So that's good. I have configured an interface. Then the second playbook that I have, which is get DHCP. I want to gather the DHCP configuration of the device. So I'm gonna use the configuration facts. So good, I'm having the configuration facts, same as we did. And the selector will be system.dhcp server. If you recall, first we opened this documentation, we saw a lot of the selectors. You could go and see each one of them. So the selector name in this case is system.dhcp, and that's all. So let me run the playbook. A254B, get DHCP. I don't think I have a DHCP configuration within my device, so let me expand this one. Yes, it is all, the default one, which is the FortiLink, I think. Yes, it is the FortiLink. So FortiLink, which is the only one that have a DHCP enabled on it. So this is the default configuration. And that's it. So let's go and enable DHCP within port 3. How to do so? In this case, I'm gonna use a configuration module. So as you can see, enabling DHCP, the configuration module will be under the name of FortiOS System DHCP Server. The vdom is root, the state is present. I'm gonna invoke a configuration. So system DHCP server. So let's see what is the configuration of the DHCP server. Eventually, there is multiple mandatory configuration within the DHCP server. First, you must give it an ID. So basically, the DHCP server, it is an entry that could have multiple interfaces. So each configuration must have an ID within the DHCP server. So if I just scroll here and check for the ID, you're gonna see that there will be an ID within the configuration of the port itself. So just give it a number. So I give it a number of 20. Just make sure that this ID is not used. In my case, it is not used because I didn't do any configuration, only the default one. Then you're gonna specify the interface that you will enable DHCP on. So it is port 3. Then you're gonna specify the IP range. So you're gonna specify a start IP and an end IP. So one will say, why did you specify an end IP before a start IP? As I mentioned before, sequence is not important, and eventually the documentation of the Ansible FortiOS collection, it is alphabetic, so the E before the S. You could just do it the opposite, it will not take any issue. So the configuration that I have, so the start IP is 172.16.24.100, the end IP, which is the same. So I will just provide one IP. You could provide two IP, so you could just type here 200, and that's it. And also you must specify an ID for this configuration, because in the IP range you could have multiple ranges, so maybe from 50 to 60, from 100 to 200, so each one have its own ID, so just give it a number and that's it. The net mask is /24, the gateway, which is the gateway of the interface itself, 172.16.24.1. I will provide only two DNS server, the quad 8, which is the Google, the quad 1, which is the Cloudflare, and the status will be enabled because by default the DHCP server is disabled within the interface. So let me just print, so let me run the playbook A254C enable DHCP. Let me rerun the first playbook. Let me rerun the playbook of A254B get DHCP. Yes, I want to have the DHCP. Maximize it. You're gonna see multiple output. So if you could just filter it. Yes, this is the one that I want. If you could see it, the IP, the name, the DNSs, everything is configured. If you want to verify, just go into the web GUI, open port 3, just open it. You're gonna see that the DHCP server configuration is happening inside the interface. So DHCP server, the range, the net mask, default gateway, DNS, and the lease time. And of course, the description of the interface. So let's go back into Eve topology, run one of those virtual PCs and have an IP address. So click on them, just type DHCP, DORA, discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. Yes, CCNA level, everything good. DORA is working. You have this IP address, everything went good. So show IP is good. Pinging the gateway, 172.16.24.1, pingable, everything good. This PC have an IP address, so this is good. So one of the most challenging thing that I found in the FortiGate, if you enable DHCP server, there is no tab within the GUI until now, maybe in the future they will have, to get you the leases. I don't know the MAC address of this PC. I don't know the host name, the lease time, what is the status. You must go into the terminal itself, type a command to get those information, and this is not helpful. But in the API, but in the Ansible, we have this capability, which is to monitor it. So before we do the monitor, we must have one thing, is getting the DHCP ID. The issue is, when you want to do the monitoring, you must have the DHCP ID. So the DHCP ID is 20 because you already configured it, if you recall, 20. So one thing to do is having the configuration which hold the ID of 20 only. So how to do so is using the selector and the params. So in each time we collect the configuration, we are now in A254D get DHCP ID, we are just specifying the selector, same as we did in get DHCP. And this time I'm using another thing, which is the params. Now I want to have the configuration based on an ID. So only the configuration that have the ID of 20 will be gathered. So let me run this playbook and see what I have. So Ansible playbook A254D, get DHCP by the ID. So only the configuration of the created DHCP with an ID of 20 will be gathered. As you can see here, there is no the default FortiLink configuration, only the configuration that you invoked within the ID of 20. So this is one approach. Now let's use this one into the last playbook that we have. So A254E, monitor DHCP. You could filter it, but I'm using the generic one because I only have one lease. So there is no main object of filtering. I only have one lease. So the monitor facts, which is selecting the system DHCP. In this case, I'm using this one. This is a new module, which is monitor the facts, not configuration facts. Because if you recall, there are configuration facts, monitor facts, and I think log facts. Now I'm using the monitor because it's like a real-time status of the system. So monitor facts, system DHCP. Let me run the code. A254E. As I mentioned, the leases are not, the DHCP leases are not configuration. It is just, a monitor thing, status thing. So maximize it. You could have only one lease, which is this, 43, the IP address, the MAC address of the PC that I had. I think this is the MAC address ending with .06. Yes, it is the virtual PC. And of course, you could filter it by the DHCP ID, which is 20. You could do a filter. It is leased, the type IPv4. So in this video, we learned how to configure, enable the DHCP, and of course, monitor the DHCP server leases. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this video, we're gonna start with the firewall objects, then move forward to the firewall policies. So in this video, we're gonna deal with objects and policies. So the first playbook that we have in this video is A255A, get objects. So before we dive into this playbook, let's go and open the web GUI that we have. I think I have put it in the favorite. Yes. So in the objects, I have multiple objects. One of the most famous objects, which is the addresses. So in this video, we're going to play with addresses. There are multiple addresses here, as you can see. The default one and the configured one. So the default one, maybe you have, Gmail, the FAQDN, Gmail, Microsoft, Google, whatever you have. Maybe you have address groups. So those are the predefined one. And of course, I already configured one, which is 888. I just put it inside port 1 because 888 will go from port 1 because it's an internet, and port 1 will be the NAT interface. So in this video, we're going to learn how to create an address object within the firewall with multiple types and approaches. So the first thing that we're going to use is just to get an object. So we're going to have all the objects gathered. So we're going to use the FortiOS configuration facts. The selector will be firewall address. And that's it. We're going to have all the built-in and configured firewall addresses as an object. So Ansible A255A, get objects, maximize the screen. You're going to have a lot of output because, you have multiple predefined objects, and eventually those objects, may be editable and maybe not. So this is the first playbook. The second playbook is get IP parse, and this time I want to go into advanced parsing. So let's see what can we do with this parsing. I'm using the JSON query and using a variable of Q1, Q2. So in this time, I have put the query string within a variable. Someone will say, why you put it like this? You could just put it inside the JSON query. The issue with Ansible is there are, these codes. As you can see, whenever you have multiple codes, it will be ignored and you will have an issues. So the best way that I saw is you put them inside a variable, you open and close the code, then you put it inside the JSON query. You will not face and have any issue. So let's see what is the queries that we have. We have 1 and 2. So what is the first query that we have? The first query, we will go into meta and results. So this is the normal one, meta and result. Previously, if you recall, the result were a nested list. So we put a star and that's it. In this case, we are not using that. I'm gonna have a condition. The condition will be, I want the type of the address to be IP mask, because the type could be multiple things. So Control F, type, the type is FQDN, or maybe a normal or maybe a normal IP mask, or even a subnet, etc., etc. So I don't want the FQDN, I just want the IP mask to be printed. So how to do so is using the predefined condition with JSON query. So we are not using when in Ansible, because by default JSON query has its own syntax using like the condition. So it will be like a question mark equal a value. So this is how you do a condition with JSON. So when type equals IP mask, then do the printing. So Ansible playbook A255B get IP parse. In this case, I will have only the IP masks. So just, yes, I have the value of IP mask only, IP mask, IP mask, IP mask, and that's it. The 888 that I've created as an IP mask is a subnet. Now, what if I want to print only the name and the IP of the, of the value, or even the subnet, not only the IP? I will have the Q2, so the Q2 will be more advanced parsing. I want to do the condition, then print only those two values, the name and the IP, or even the subnet. So I will rerun the code. It is printed, the name, the IP. There is no IP configured, only a subnet. So you could just type here, I think, subnet. Rerun the code. Yes, it is configured. Here's the subnet, and the name. As you can see, firewall device, firewall auth portal address, all and none. So this is how you do advanced parsing regarding the firewall address object. Let's move forward on to the next playbook, is how to create an IP address. So this is a very simple approach. I'm going to use the configuration module, FortiOS firewall address. The VDOM is root, state present, firewall address. The name will be like this. So IP or an ergon underscore the IP, the prefix. This is the name. The type is IP mask. The subnet is a single IP prefix 32. And the description, the comment will be created by Ansible. So that's all. Just run the code. A255C. It will create an IP address. Verify, just go back to the firewall, do a refresh. You're gonna see this entry. This one, created. It is not associated with any interface. And if you want to verify using the get IP parse A255B, you could do it. Maximize the panel. And here it is created. Now, one another approach that I like to do, and most of you maybe will be familiar with, is an A255D range. So what is the meaning of range? How can I do the range of this one? So maybe one time you're gonna have to create maybe 10, maybe 100 objects that is sequential. Maybe you are aiming for your client addresses. Maybe you want to create maybe multiple client IP addresses, static IP address, maybe starting from 1, 2, 3, 4 until 100, or even from 150 to 200, etc., etc. So you'll go to the trouble of each time create, copy paste, IP mask. It will take time. But what if you want to create it at once? So I will do it within a script, and that will save you a lot of efforts. So let's see what we have. So we are using the same one, the name, the IP, but look what I'm using. I'm using a with. Yes, we are now back to the second module, which is, you know, the Ansible thing, the Ansible playbook. We have, you know, the loops, if you recall, the with item, the with list, the with, you know, the with loop. We have the normal loop and the with star. Now I have something named with sequence. The with sequence is a very simple and straightforward. So you are doing a sequence. In Python, it is range. I think they have it here and as within the loop. So loop parentheses range, but I like the with sequence. So the sequence will start from 1 and end with 4. So the default item variable will be looped 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could just do whatever values that you have. So let's see what I have in the configuration. So the item, the default item variable will be looped from 1 to 4. So let's see what I have. So the object name will be different. So IP or an organ, then it will be a name. So 1, 2, 3. Then the IP address will be different. 172.16.24.7. 1, 7, 2, 71, 72, 73, 74, and the subnet will be also like this. So 172.16.24, the IP of 71, 2, 3, etc., etc. So it will be sequentially added. So let me run the playbook and see what we have. So A255 D range IP address. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is sequential. Head back, refresh, and that's what I mean. Or an ergon 1, 172.16.24.71, 72, 73, 74. Imagine if you could do this like with 100 IP or more. This will save you a lot of time. You could do it using this one, and this will always work with sequential or even you know, range. You could use the range. Maybe you don't want 1 by 1, maybe 2 by 2. So 1, 3, 5, 7, like this. You could you know, modify the increment. Let's go into A255 get IP filter. One thing that, you know, I had in some big large environment is I went and I saw that there is maybe a prefix of 24. Let's imagine that this is the prefix 172.16.24.7, and it have maybe 200 IP addresses. Imagine how you can have those addresses and save them into maybe an Excel file, .csv file. So this is how we can do it with this playbook. Let's see how it is. So I'm using the default, so I'm using the Q2 that we already used. I went there and had gathered the firewall addresses using the configuration facts, but look, I'm using now the filters. The filters is one parameters that is supported within the configuration. If you recall, one time we used the params. There is filters, sorters, formatters, etc., etc. So the filters will help you a lot in how you may gather the information. The first filter that we're going to use is to have a specific information. So the specific information that we want, I want to have only one object that is named 888. So this is one approach in how you can have only one address object, and that's it, is to use the name equal and the and the value of the name. So Ansible playbook A255E. As you can see, I had only the 888 with its subnet. So the name is 888 and the subnet is, 888 prefix 32. So this is how we can get only one object using filters. And of course, I'm filtering it using this query to I don't have a lot of, output. So the second thing that I want to do, what if I want to have all the names that consist of 172.16.24.7, and I don't care what is beyond 7, maybe it is 2, 3, 7, whatever the name will be. So I just want to parse 172.16.24.7 or just 172.16.24. Like this. So you have multiple parsing. I want to do this one maybe. So I'm using name equal at. So equal at means this is a partial equal. So it whatever value that partially have this string will be matched, but equal, it is a fully matched string. If there is maybe one character different, it will not be happening. But partially equals at, no, it will look only for this partially string within, the name value. So let me rerun the code, and that's it. I have only the 172.16.24.71. This is a very good filter that you could do and have within Ansible. So let's move forward into A256A, get policies. So eventually, I don't think I have any policies except for the, implicit deny one. So I don't think it will be printed. So the first thing with policy is getting the policy using the configuration facts. Selector will be firewall underscore policy, printing the result, and that's it. So A256A, get policy. So I don't think I have any policies because I don't have anyone. So the message will be empty. So let's create a policy with A256B, create policy. The policy will be like straightforward. So whenever you create policy, you must define multiple things. So let's see what we are defining. I'm using a configuration module, vdom, root, state, present, firewall policy, and those are the configuration that must be invoked. So the name of the policy is policy created by Ansible. This is a named policy. The policy ID, I just give it 123. So give any policy ID that you wish that is not used. Be careful. The action will be accept because, policy is either accept, deny, or whatever. The source interface will be A2. The source address will be all. I don't have any source address associated with port 2. Destination interface will be port 4. It's just like a dummy policy. Destination address will also be 4, just for the sake of testing. The service will be also all, but take care, the service will be all uppercase because the default value, it is written like this. The schedule will be always, the log traffic will be all, and the status will be disabled. I don't want this policy to be enabled. Maybe you are doing this in a real environment and this will cause you an issue, so I will disable this policy. So let me run the playbook. A256B, create policy. Maximize the screen. Good, the policy is created. Let me verify it by invoking the first one, A256A, get policy. I have all this information about the policy, the interface, the IP, the services, etc., etc. All of those are the default key and value. If you want to verify, just head back to the, policy. Do a refresh. You're gonna see it. Here it is. Policy created by Ansible. Disabled. Source all. Destination all. Service all. The action is accept. And all of the rest is, the default one. As you can see. Those all are the configuration that we did. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome into Ansible Deep Dive and Multi-Vendor Networking. This video course is provided to you by orhanergen.net. In this quick last video on this module, we're going to aim to do the automation using REST API with the FortiOS. And one reason I didn't go deeper with the REST API with FortiOS because the already existing Ansible FortiOS collection is more than enough to do all sort of, gathering, configuration, monitoring. But in some cases, you may go and grab the API that you want, but it is not much familiar. And another issue is the documentation is not publicly released by Fortinet, such as Cisco. You are required to go into a website named Fortinet Developer Network, FNDN, and you cannot have an access only if you verify your identity by a special access token or two Fortinet employees that can verify your identity. This is one issue that I faced multiple times until I got an access, and it have a good documentation, not the best. But the issue is I'm not going for that because not all of the video course, viewers can have this kind of access. So I'm just strict to this simple API, approach, and that's it. So in this one, we are aiming for the host Firewall 1 FGT7 API. So we are going totally for the API. The connection will be local, same as we did with Cisco. Variable as root, I don't think we're going to use it. And we are using the RESTconf get. So as you recall in Cisco, this will use only the get method of the HTTP. The output will be JSON and the path itself. One issue with the Fortinet that I saw with the API when I did it in Python is you must invoke the access token with each request that you want to get. There is multiple approach, but I don't like it. So even when I went deeper and read the hard-coded Python script that is built, that the Ansible collection built with, I saw that they are using these mechanisms. I'm talking now, maybe in the future they will change it. So even in the collections that you are doing, each time in the background, the Python is using an HTTP GET request and invoking the token with, the request header, the request URL, not the header. So eventually, now we want to have the firewall addresses. So how we may do it? We must specify the full path, API v2 cmdb firewall address. Then you give a question mark access token equals the value of the access token. This authentication parameter is provided by Fortinet. It is partially publicly released. So one question will be, okay, I know this section. This section is fixed. With each request, I must invoke this section. But what about the first one? How can I know what is the, the URL of the API that I want to get? One easy approach that I learned with FortiGate, I think version 7, is you go and edit. Maybe I want to go into the addresses, create an address like this. Just to click on additional information, API preview. In the API preview, you're gonna see, the path of the API. So just copy and paste it. It is not a good documentation, okay, but you could have only the path. So just copy, paste it into whatever you want to collect, and it will be printed. So let me run the code. Ansible playbook A257A, FortiOS API. So we're going to use the first token, and this is the response. As you can see, this is the response. It is not meta result, it is response. Why? Because we are not using the collection, we are using the RESTconf. The RESTconf will get us results. So if you want to parse, do results, don't do the meta, things. So that is. Another thing that I want to do, and I did, I don't want to invoke this, long length thing, because in multiple times you want to filter based on, question mark. There are multiple filtering mechanisms that you could use with RESTconf and with, FortiOS. Sometimes you will have a long URL. So how to reduce it? It's very simple. Let's go back into the inventory. As you recall, this is the FortiOS access token. It is the same, no issue at all. Then I created another variable. I just name it token. That's it. Very easy. The token will have the entire key and value that you have. As you can see, question mark, access token equals access token. So it is all written and saved within a single variable of a token. So if we go and open the last playbook that we have, A257B, you will see that I already invoked only the URL, the API path that I got from, the API preview, only this one. After that, you could only invoke the variable name of token. This will be much prettier and easier. The code will be much cleaner, and you will have the same exact response. So in this time I'm filtering it, response result, A257B, FortiOS API, the same values that I got previously. That's all for this module. See you on the next one.